American Comics inviting Natasha to join the Multiverse chat group. 1. People are in Marvel, a god-level group chat system. Hey, Lynn, do you want to continue sitting here and watching TV? Or come on, come in with me. Look at my cat that can do backflips. In an apartment, Natasha Romanoff leaned against the bedroom door, revealing her beautiful S-shaped figure. As she spoke, she licked her red lips, and her phoenix eyes were as charming as silk. That kind of charm makes people unable to stop. Definitely, it's my honor. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. An hour later. After Lin Yu finished his meal, he sat alone in the living room, thinking about his future plans. Since he crossed into this world, in just half a month, he has met several girls. But Natasha Romanoff is the most special one among them. Because Natasha Romanoff is from SHIELD. I didn't expect that the legendary famous Black Widow is really extraordinary, tut-tut. Lin Yu chuckled, but sighed in his heart. No one knows the dangers of the Marvel world better than him. Like Dr. Lizard, Green Goblin, Vampire, these minions are fine. There is the purple potato spirit in the universe who is eyeing them covetously. Once the other party gathers all the infinite gems, a snap of the fingers will make 50% of the people in the entire universe disappear. And he is likely to be one of them. This is the passiveness of no strength. If he can choose, Lin Yu still wants the system more, not the invincible kidneys. Definitely, the importance of the latter is also very good. After all, men need good kidneys. Hey, other people have systems when they travel through time, why don't I have it? Lin Yu shook his head, feeling a little helpless. His ability to travel through time is all wrong. Women's friend Max. All female creatures have a full favor ability towards him, and even take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. Even Black Widow can't resist his charm. He has been unable to withstand the waste strength in the past half-month. But if possible, he still wants to awakening system to gain powerful strength. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. In this dangerous world, the weak will only become lambs to be slaughtered. Lin Yu shook his head and was not going to dwell on these things anymore. He dried his body and prepared to leave the bathroom. But at the moment, ding, the system binding of the Zongman chat group is successful, and the host is rewarded with a novice gift pack. Chat group? Zongman. Lin Yu heard the voice and his eyes lit up. He subconsciously stopped. Chat group? He used to read novels and knew that chat groups have many functions. And the protagonist who joins the chat group can pretend in various ways. The most important thing is, with the help of information gap, the protagonist can get various benefits and even travel through the world where the group members are. If he can get some powerful things, won't he become stronger? At the very least, he can hide in other worlds to avoid being affected. Open the chat group. Lin Yu's mind moved, and he directly summoned the chat group page. It was a page similar to a chat software with many different sections. But at the moment, there was only Lin Yu in the chat group. Lin Yu was not in a hurry. He had already traveled through time for half a month, and he didn't care about this moment. It was good enough to have gold finger. After checking, Lin Yu found that the system had many abilities, such as sending red envelopes, voice and video, or live broadcast, etc. What Lin Yu was most looking forward to was definitely the system wall. According to the rules of the system, Lin Yu could randomly invite people from all over the world to join the group chat. After that, Lin Yu could live broadcast to earn the emotional value of group members. This is the currency of the system wall. Here, Lin Yu can purchase any goods, including any door that travels through the world. Seeing the any door, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Can I really travel through time? Seeing this, Lin Yu was more looking forward to it. If it was just a simple chat group, even if there was a system wall, it would be soulless after all. With a thought, Lin Yu directly chose to open the gift package. I hope I can get something good. Ding! The host opens the novice gift package and gets the reward, Saitama and Superman template. Name, Superman template. Level, God level ability. Ability, Superman body and extraordinary 5 senses and perspective and Cyclops and flight. Introduction, from the DC world, derived from the special physique of Kryptonians, it can become stronger by basking in the sun. Saitama? There is also a Superman template? This wave is invincible. Lin Yu smiled when he saw the rewards. Saitama is a one-punch Superman, known as the Invincible Man on the surface. Although the upper limit is not as good as Superman. But Saitama's combat power is very strong. On the Earth today, he is basically invincible. However, the reward that Lin Yu cares about most is the Superman template. This is a special bloodline with almost no upper limit. No matter how powerful Saitama is, he is just a subordinate. Only when he is strong can he be really strong. Lin Yu immediately told the system in his heart. System, integrate Superman template. Ding! Superman template integrate, 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. 2. Superman template. Chat group of all worlds. Buzz. As the Superman template was continuously integrated and loaded, Lin Yu felt the power in his body surge like a tide. At the moment, it seemed that every cell in his body was cheering. This feeling beyond ordinary people made him close his eyes and take a deep breath. He could even feel the movement of the world and the rhythm of time and space. At the moment, after perfectly integrating 100% of the Superman template, Lin Yu felt that he had become a super god. This is the extraordinary potential of the Superman bloodline. Dear, I have something else to do first, and I will be back tomorrow morning. Natasha Romanoff's delicate voice sounded. Then, Lin Yu could sense that Natasha Romanoff had directly climbed out the window and left. Lin Yu was stunned. This is the 8th floor. Natasha Romanoff is too crazy, right? Shaking his head secretly, thinking that Natasha Romanoff had been strengthened by the human body, Lin Yu was relieved. Natasha Romanoff was in a hurry, which was understandable. Ignoring Natasha Romanoff's departure, Lin Yu turned to feel the changes in his body. He could sense the powerful force in his body that was almost surging. Extraordinary 5 senses. Swift as the wind. Flight. Cyclops. With so many abilities, Lin Yu had an illusion of being almost invincible. Definitely this was just an illusion. He knew very well that his strength was not strong enough. In the Marvel world, there are many beings stronger than Superman. So he must become stronger. Is this the power of the Superman template? He was secretly delighted in his heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. You know, Superman's limit is not just this. If he is promoted to Silver Superman, or even Gold Superman, it's really exciting. With a move in his heart, Lin Yu thought about his future plans and decided to enable the invitation function of the system immediately. He couldn't wait to expand the members of the chat group. In this way, he can get more emotional points through live broadcast. And then exchange for more rewards. System, start inviting group members. With Lin Yu's order, the system prompt sounded. Ding, invitations have been sent to all the heavens and worlds. Please wait for a moment. What tasks will be invited? Lin Yu held his breath, and his heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that once the number of group members gradually increased, it meant that he could get more benefits. For example, Superman templates, or even the opportunity to travel to other worlds. In this Marvel world full of unknowns and dangers, this is undoubtedly a powerful help for him. Just when Lin Yu was full of expectations, the system prompt sounded constantly, which made him brighten his eyes. Ding! Shilang World Thor joined the chat group. Ding! Armor World Mei Zhen joined the chat group. Ding! Naruto World Uchiha Sasuke joined the chat group. Ding! Talisman World Xiao Yu joined the chat group. Ding! Giant World Ani joined the chat group. Ding! Boa Hancock joined the chat group. Ding! Grey Wolf. Ding! Misaka Mikato. Ding! Android 18. With the prompts, Lin Yu's face showed an irrepressible excitement. Each name represents a world. With the existence of the system, the chat group is the bridge between him and these worlds. And he can travel through them at any time in the future. With so many worlds, the chat group is very lively now. Lin Yu whispered to himself, thinking to himself. If he can communicate with these strong people, even if he is just a tool to provide emotional values, his future will be smoother. If he can travel through time, he will definitely get more benefits. System, open the chat group. Lin Yu's heart moved, and he directly summoned the chat group interface. He was instantly surrounded by the lively atmosphere in the group. A group of new members were full of curiosity. Except for the initial restraint, they soon started to communicate actively. Grey Wolf, chat group? What is it? Can you help me catch the lamb? Majin, hello everyone, I'm Majin, glad to join the chat group. Hello, Group Master. At Group Master. Uchiha Suzuki, I'm Uchiha Suzuki. Xiaoyu, chat group? Oh my god, this is so cool. Oh yeah. Xiaoyu, hello everyone, I'm Xiaoyu, is your world fun? Can I go on a trip? At everyone. Thor, I'm Thor. I'm Thor. I'm Thor. Xiaoyu. Can't you say anything else? At Thor. Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. Xiaoyu. Boa Hancock, PSST, everyone is so interesting. My name is Boa Hancock, glad to join the chat group, thank you Group Master. At Group Master. Ani, I didn't expect that there are so many worlds outside the world, but my world. Android 18, what a magical chat group. Who is the group leader? My smart network can't detect any abnormalities. Xiaoyu, wow, everyone is so awesome. At group leader, come out and show up. Misaka Mikato, group leader, please show up at group leader. Boya Hancock, group leader, I want to see you too. At group leader. Miyajin, +1. The chat group was full of discussions, and it was very lively. But suddenly everyone at Lin Yu at the same time, wanting to meet the group leader. 3. Natasha Romanoff begs for mercy. No evidence to support the suspicion. Lin Yu read the group message with great interest. Seeing that everyone was atting him, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling very interesting. After all, I am the group leader, I have to show up a little bit before waking up. Lin Yu thought so, and sent a message in the group directly. Group leader, everyone, I am very happy that you have joined. This is the chat group of all heavens that I created on a whim. You can communicate here and share what you have. Xiao Yu, wow, the group leader is here. Boa Hancock, I welcome the group leader. If there is a chance, the group leader can come to my world. Boa Hancock, when the time comes, I will treat the group leader well. Misaka Mikato, me too. Android 18, hello, group leader. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. I am Thor. Mei Zhen, I am Mei Zhen, thank you for the invitation from the group leader. Ani, thank you, group leader. Grey Wolf, +1. Haha, these people are really enthusiastic. It seems that live streaming to get emotional values is very interesting. Lin Yu shook his head secretly and chatted with the people in the group for a while. But he is the group leader of the Wanja chat group after all. As a group leader with a high level of style, he naturally has to maintain his personality as a group leader, and soon he left the chat group. At the moment, because of Lin Yu's bubbling, the chat group became more and more lively. Boya Hancock, everyone, I wonder what world you are from? I am not talented. If you need anything, you can come to me for help. Misaka Mikoto, thank you, sister, you smell so good. I come from a magic world. Xiaoyu, magic world? Me too. Miyajin, I come from an urban world with armored warriors and mutants. Speaking of which, recently, supernatural beasts have appeared more and more frequently in my world. I wonder if I can ask for your help. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. I am Thor. Xiaoyu at Thor, can't you say something else? I don't understand. Grey Wolf, ha ha ha, this guy is so funny, his IQ is not as good as mine. Just like this, Thor. Thor, for the glory of the northern god. At Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, bite me. Android 18, the human world is so wonderful, I really want to experience it. Unlike me, I am just a robot without emotions. Ani, I envy you. My world is full of mutant giants who live by eating people. Miyajin, eating people. It feels more terrifying than supernatural beasts. Xiaoyu, everyone, you must be careful. Our world has a lot of troubles. Recently, many bad guys have appeared and are snatching a magic item called amulet. Ani, it seems that everyone's world is full of disasters. It would be great if someone could help. Boa Hancock, the group master is so powerful and knows everything. Maybe. Xiaoyu, oh, that's right. The group master is so powerful and can do anything. At Group Master, you must come to our world to play when you are free. Grey Wolf, PSST, I am dying of laughter. At Xiaoyu, are you inviting the group master to play? I am embarrassed to point it out to you. Boa Hancock, although, I also want to invite the group master to have a deep exchange. At Group Master. Misaka Mikoto, deep exchange? Is he healthy? At Boya Hancock. Mijin, woohoo, this is not a car to kindergarten. Xiaoyu? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? What a strange group of adults. At everyone. Android number 18. Suspicion is unfounded, report it. As the group members got to know each other, the chat group was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At the same time, they also realized how powerful Lin Yu was. Being able to create a chat group with all the heavens and worlds, in their opinion, Lin Yu was absolutely omnipotent. Everyone was very curious about who the group owner Lin Yu was. What Lin Yu didn't expect was, although he hadn't started live streaming yet, he just created a group, and those people could also provide him with emotional points. Now he saw that the emotional value had exceeded 1000 points. It's a pity that he can't exchange for anything powerful at present, but it's a good start. Lin Yu decided to find an opportunity to start his first live streaming immediately. There are many major events in the Marvel world. I just don't know what stage the time point is at the moment, so he can confirm the plan for live streaming. It seems that I have to find Natasha Romanoff to get some information tomorrow morning. Lin Yu fell asleep on the cleaned big bed. No words all night, the next day. The sun shines through the curtains. Lin Yu is sleeping and suddenly feels that his weakness is being grasped. He wakes up instantly, and the power in his body is ready to move. But the next moment he restrains it. Looking at the charming beauty in front of him, Lin Yu thinks of last night's all-night revelry and reveals a malicious smile. It's just right to test the strength after integrating the Superman template. Last night doesn't count. Lin Yu decides to regain his strength and speak for himself. Oh, what are you doing? Natasha Romanoff cried out, reluctant to refuse. The two immediately started morning exercises. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 4. Battle of New York. Space Cube. In the bedroom, Lin Yu and Natasha Romanoff stood opposite each other. "Let's start," Natasha Romanoff said, taking the lead. Lin Yu responded calmly. The two began morning exercises, and the bedroom seemed to be filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Natasha Romanoff is worthy of being a martial artist, and every movement is as graceful, precise, and smooth as dancing. However, in front of Lin Yu, she seemed a little stretched. Lin Yu was like a towering mountain, as stable as Mount Tai, full of strength, and easily dealt with every attack of Natasha Romanoff. "Oh, what are you doing?" Natasha Romanoff was dodged by Lin Yu and fell to the ground, protesting in a delicate voice. Her face was full of innocence and dissatisfaction, but there was a hint of shock in her eyes. After not seeing each other for a night, Lin Yu seemed to have changed into a different person. "This is the real morning exercise. Who asked you to cheat and sneak attack? This is your punishment." Lin Yu smiled, stretched out his hand and pulled her up. He was sincerely pleased with his strength after integrating the Superman template. Yesterday he was not strong enough. But today, after a contest with Natasha Romanoff, the latter finally admitted her defeat. Natasha Romanoff sat on the ground panting. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, her cheeks were slightly red, and she seemed to be a little unwilling. "Are you taking drugs?" Natasha Romanoff scolded. "Hee." Lin Yu rolled his eyes with a faint smile on his face. "This is my real strength. If you don't believe it, you can try again. Facts speak louder than words." His eyes were firm, and he seemed to be full of confidence in his strength. "You are a human? You think it's beautiful?" Natasha Romanoff waved her hand helplessly, and begged for mercy. "Little enemy, please forgive me, I really can't do it, I have no strength. I'll give you a massage to relax," Lin Yu said and pulled Natasha Romanoff up directly. He gave Natasha Romanoff a massage. Natasha Romanoff's eyes were full of love, and her soft body leaned against Lin Yu's arms, enjoying it very much. Feeling the warmth in Lin Yu's arms, her heart trembled. But Natasha Romanoff was even more shocked. She knew her own strength very well. After strengthening by the human body, her physical fitness was inhuman, and she could beat 10 elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Lin Yu looked like an ordinary person, but he was hiding so deeply. It seems that she really underestimated this man whose identity was a mystery. "Did you go out last night? Did you have any mission?" Lin Yu asked casually, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Natasha Romanoff must know a lot of situations. He was too lazy to investigate in person, and he might know the current time from Natasha Romanoff. "Last night." Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a moment, and the emotion of hesitation emerged in her heart. After all, she is a professional agent. The secrets of SHIELD cannot be easily leaked. This is her accomplishment as a professional agent. But when she met Lin Yu's eyes, Natasha Romanoff was completely conquered. "It's nothing. The higher UPS asked me to go to Brazil, but for you, I decided to leave a day later." She raised her head slightly, with some expectation in her eyes. "How is it, are you touched? How should you repay them? What do you think?" Lin Yu chuckled, but he was secretly pondering in his heart. Natasha Romanoff went to Brazil to carry out the mission. If he guessed correctly, it should be to find Bruce Banner. In other words, Loki, the unlucky kid, is coming to give treasures. In an instant, Lin Yu's thoughts began to run fast, and he secretly pondered the upcoming live broadcast plan. The outbreak of the New York War is simply an excellent live broadcast material. Especially Loki will bring the Mind Scepter. Live broadcast to obtain emotional value, as well as the temptation of the Mind Scepter and the Space Cube. Only children make choices, adults want everything. Thinking about the next plan, Lin Yu raised his lips slightly and leaned over to look at Natasha Romanoff in his arms. "Since you are so reluctant to part with me, I have to thank you very much." Lin Yu said so. He started the second battle with Natasha Romanoff directly. At the same time, SHIELD is in a secret base. Hawkeye is responsible for security here. Because the research here is an important project of SHIELD. It even involves the space cube. In a research room, Hawkeye received an order from Nick Fury and came to inquire about the progress of the research. He looked at Dr. Selvig in front of him and asked, "Doctor, how is the research progress of the space cube? Is it Hawkeye?" Dr. Selvig raised his head and responded while sorting out the data. "It's going well. We finally found the direction of research, and the energy of the space cube is very active. I believe there will be research results soon." "Hey? Abnormally active?" Hawkeye frowned slightly when he heard this, feeling that something must be wrong. Out of the intuition of a top agent, he asked, "What's going on? There won't be any risks, right? The space cube must not be lost." "Don't worry, Hawkeye." Dr. Selvig looked indifferent and waved his hand calmly. "We are the experts in studying the space cube. How can there be no risks in scientific research?" "I hope so." Hawkeye nodded and said nothing. He was about to leave to report to Nick Fury. But at the moment, buzz buzz buzz. The space cube in the laboratory suddenly changed and suddenly burst out with terrible energy. The chaotic energy was like a tide, sweeping in wantonly. A space portal appeared quietly in a flash. From the space portal, a person walked out slowly and said in a low voice, "Midgar, Loki, am back again. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 5. Superman's body. Meet Iron Man." On the other side, at Natasha Romanoff's home. At the moment, the sun was already high in the sky. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly fried steak. Lin Yu and Natasha Romanoff sat at the dining table, and the atmosphere between them was warm and peaceful. Natasha Romanoff cut a small piece of steak, but felt it was tasteless. Because she had eaten a lot before. Pouting slightly, she looked at Lin Yu with a reproachful look, and said unhappily, "Lin, it's all your fault that I have no appetite. How could you suddenly become so strong? Could it be that you are actually an alien?" Hee. Lin Yu's mouth corners slightly raised, and a playful light flashed in his eyes. He ate by himself and responded mysteriously, "Guess? I'll tell you if you guess right." Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes helplessly and said angrily, "You can say it or not, anyway, you are not a human. You are as hard as a pervert. You are scolding me, right?" Lin Yu was speechless, but he was secretly proud in his heart. "Do you really think Superman's physique is a joke?" He was very satisfied with this. Regardless of his combat power, at least in terms of being a friend of women, he is worthy of the name. No matter how strong a man is, he must be durable. Beep. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff's phone suddenly vibrated. She quickly took out her phone and saw the message flashing on the screen, and her face instantly became solemn. "This is a message from Nick Fury. Something happened. Natasha Romanoff, gather at headquarters quickly." "What's going on?" Natasha Romanoff frowned, and her face was full of uncertainty, which looked extremely complicated. Didn't Nick Fury ask her to go to Brazil yesterday? How come the situation changed so suddenly after just one night? Something must have happened to make Nick Fury so serious and vague. Lin Yu was keenly aware of her abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Natasha Romanoff. "Nothing." Natasha Romanoff shook her head, a trace of firmness and determination flashed in her eyes. "It's a mission, dear, I'm leaving first." She stood up. Gently holding Lin Yu's hand, Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to kiss goodbye, with a smile on her lips. But that smile was accompanied by a hint of uneasiness and worry. Soon Natasha Romanoff left. Lin Yu watched silently, and various possibilities kept flashing in his mind. So anxious? Could it be? It seems that the plot of Avengers Alliance 1 has begun. Loki's actions are really fast. He muttered to himself, and he had already guessed the reason in his heart. But Lin Yu also knew that it was not the time to intervene now, so let the bullet fly for a while. The real protagonist only appeared at the end. While eating brunch, Lin Yu calmed down and looked at the content of the chat group. These people were chatting happily, and the topics were all over the place. But he was undoubtedly the only protagonist. Everyone was very curious about who this mysterious group leader was. Lin Yu smiled slightly and thought to himself, I haven't done anything yet, but I've already received tens of thousands of emotional points. What will happen when the show reaches its climax? He closed the chat group with a thought, and secretly planned the next action in his heart. Lin Yu's thoughts gradually became clear. He summoned Saitama and asked him to secretly monitor the movements of SHIELD. Saitama, your task is very simple. Report any news from S.H.I.E.L.D. to me in time. You can do whatever you want. He looked serious, and his eyes showed some indifference. Yes, thank you, boss. Saitama nodded, with the kind of indifference on his face. Then he flashed and disappeared. Lin Yu finished his lunch, then turned and walked to the window, overlooking the busy streets below. He knew very well that New York would soon become a doomsday battlefield. Chitauri swept the city like locusts. But for him, the New York battle is the stage for him to harvest emotional value, and it is also the beginning of his domination of the heavens and the worlds. His goal is not only in the Marvel world. Lin Yu retracted his sight, his figure flashed, and he turned directly into the speed of light flight. He was going to test the Superman template he integrated. The Superman template rewarded by the system, integrate 100% at the beginning, directly let him reach the limit of Superman. Going one step further, it is the Silver Superman. Lin Yu did not expect that he could break through the shackles of blood immediately. But as the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you will win every battle. For his current strength, he felt that he had to understand it, so that he could have a more accurate positioning of himself. In the suburbs, there was no wilderness. Lin Yu's figure was like lightning, as if he teleported, and the whole person turned into light flight. His speed was even no less than the flash. Taking advantage of the clouds, Lin Yu closed his eyes and enjoyed the sun bath, and the blood power in his body surged. The biggest advantage of Superman is that he can become stronger by lying in the sun. He felt that there was infinite power flowing all over his body. This feeling reminded him of Miyajin from the Armor World in the chat group. He might be able to travel to the Armor World if he has a chance. After all, according to the setting of that world, the power of the 5-star armor comes from the Light and Shadow Stone. And the Light and Shadow Stone is similar to the sun. In the later period, the Flame Dragon Warrior even used the power of the sun to integrate the other 4 armors and became the Emperor Warrior. As the saying goes, analogy can be applied to other things. If you can study it up close, it will definitely be of great benefit. The limit of the Emperor armor is definitely not just this. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Lin Yu was enjoying a sunbath, tearing air sounds came from a distance, and a figure flew over. The extraordinary 5 senses radiated out, and Lin Yu thought, "Hey, isn't this Iron Man?" Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 6. Tony Stark is numb. Sir, the Mark 7 model armor experiment is completed, and the overall performance is 35% higher than the Mark 6. The automatic assembly function is complete, and the positioning accuracy rate reaches 99.98%. The cold mechanical sound of J.A.R.V.I.S rang in Tony Stark's ears. This made Tony Stark feel very excited. After experiencing many life and death crises, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart and continued to iterate and upgrade the armor. Now in his opinion, Mark 7 has reached its current limit. The upgrade in the future can only be targeted optimization. Tony Stark thought that in the research and development of the iron armor, at least so far, no one on Earth can surpass him. J.A.R.V.I.S. Full power operation. I want to see the limit of Mach 7. Tony Stark gave an order and his figure whistled out. The iron armor turned into a shadow and flew through the clouds. The sonic boom in his ears made Tony Stark scream excitedly, but suddenly a black shadow flashed past him. But because the iron armor was too fast, it was 10,000 meters away in a blink of an eye. Tony Stark thought it was his illusion. Impossible. This is 10,000 meters high. Who else can appear here except the fighter and my iron armor? Thinking so in his heart, he asked J.A.R.V.I.S. calmly. J.A.R.V.I.S. Is there any abnormal reaction from the radar? No, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded dutifully. I said it. Tony Stark smiled, feeling that he was making a fuss. But at the moment, something unexpected happened. With a bang, deafening tearing air sounds rang out, and a shadow flew past Tony Stark. The figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Defa. Am I blind? Tony Stark cursed. Looking up at the lightning-like figure, the shock in his eyes was almost hard to conceal. He actually saw a person flying past him just now. The person stayed beside him for a moment and disappeared in an instant, making him feel like he was dreaming. He kept thinking about the incredible scene. A person, flying out of thin air? Supersonic speed? Such an ability is simply terrifying. J.A.R.V.I.S. Chase. Tony Stark came back to his senses and wanted J.A.R.V.I.S. to lock the target with the help of radar and chase it to find out. But at the moment, there was not even a ghost around. Where the hell should he chase someone? Hey! Calm down. You must calm down. What if I am hallucinating? Tony Stark took a deep breath to calm down. His heart moved, and he ordered J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Call up the surveillance video just now, slow it down 100 times. No, slow it down 1,000 times. Yes, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s cold voice came. In front of Tony Stark, the surveillance screen of the armor was projected. The screen was slowed down to 1,000 times, and a blurry figure flashed in the air. Judging from the action, the man seemed to wave at him. Gift crab. Tony Stark was immediately broken. Who is that guy? Using the power of the flesh to fly out of thin air, and even bursting out a speed that exceeds lightning, it is simply inhuman. The most important thing is that the man waved at him. Isn't this deliberately disgusting? Who is that guy? Is this still a human? Tony Stark talked to himself, and the shock in his heart surged like a tide. This is just like a character from a myth. Speed and light go hand in hand, it's unimaginable. Such a terrifying guy actually exists in the world. At the moment, he felt that his worldview was exploding. Beep. And at the moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly sounded a notification. Sir, Director Nick Fury is calling. Nick Fury. Tony Stark frowned, hesitated for a moment, but still chose to answer the call. Suddenly, a solemn voice came from the other side. Tony, something big has happened. Come to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters quickly, you don't want Stark Industry to be destroyed, right? Tony Stark. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Yu had completed the experiment on Superman ability in the wilderness outside the city. His body was filled with infinite power. The sun shone on him, reflecting a layer of golden halo, allowing him to feel that he was getting stronger all the time. Feeling the throbbing of blood in his body, Lin Yu raised a satisfied smile. The only pity is that the improvement is almost negligible. After all, she has reached her limit now. We still have to seek a breakthrough. Lin Yu thought so, and was very satisfied with the Superman template he integrated. 100% integrate means that he has reached the ultimate state in this field, and is only one step away from the realm of Silver Super. He knew that as long as he practiced for a period of time, he might be able to enter a new level. But this last step is like a natural chasm. It's a pity that the exchange price of the Silver Super template is not something I can afford now. Lin Yu shook his head and looked at them all, feeling helpless about the ridiculously high exchange price. The exchange price of the Silver Super template is calculated in billions. Unless you do a live broadcast that destroys the world, don't think you can get what you want. But this is obviously impossible. Lin Yu thought about it and felt that it was more reliable to rely on practice. Let's go home and wait for the plot to develop. After making up his mind, Lin Yu lay directly on the clouds, quietly basking in the sun and began to practice. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 7. There is a traitor, terminate the transaction. Time flies, a few days later. In addition to practicing every day, Lin Yu relies more on Saitama's supervision to keep an eye on the development of the situation. With Natasha Romanoff as an insider, he has full control over the actions of the Avengers. At the moment Loki has been captured by Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. It will not be long before Hawkeye and others will open the space gate while the Avengers are in civil strife. By then, the Chitauri army will descend on Earth, and the New York War is imminent. Lin Yu practiced at home that day. Through these days of perception, Lin Yu's mind has become more and more peaceful, as if he has merged with the surrounding nature. He seems to be able to feel the pulse of the world with every breath. Perhaps breaking through the bottleneck is just a thought away. But this step is like a natural chasm. Suddenly, when Lin Yu closed his eyes to perceive the Superman bloodline, he suddenly felt uneasy. He opened his eyes slightly and looked up at the sky. The extraordinary five senses suddenly radiated, and wherever he looked, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it finally going to start? On the horizon in the distance, the blue sky seemed to be torn apart, and a huge amount of time and space gap appeared. A strange light shone through the black crack, and the surrounding air was distorted. The gap was facing the direction of the Stark Industrial Building, and it seemed to connect to an unknown dimension. As a time traveler, Lin Yu knew it in his heart. This was the signal for Loki to start the action, and the next one must be a good show. And at the moment, "Boss, I'm here and feel good. Do you want to start the action immediately?" Q sent a message, confirming Lin Yu's idea. Hee. Lin Yu smiled slightly, with his own calculations in his mind, and replied. No hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. He knew that the real protagonist would appear at the end to show the important role of the protagonist. But before that, he had to warm up in the group in advance. The gap in the sky was still flashing with a strange light. Lin Yu's eyes gradually turned away, thinking about the next layout in his heart, wanting to get more information and opportunities. With a thought, he directly called out the chat group and sent a message in the group. Group leader, everyone, I have encountered some interesting things here. If you are interested, I can show you live. At everyone. Almost instantly, the chat group exploded, and the news came like a tide. Xiao Yu, live broadcast? Must be live broadcast. Group leader, please start the broadcast. I like to watch the excitement the most. Boya Hancock, I also want to see the heroic figure of the group leader. Misaka Mikoto, me too. Mei Zhen, those who can interest the group leader must be extraordinary. Group leader, please start the broadcast. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. Grey Wolf, the group leader is mighty. Ani, +1. Uchiha Suzuki, what will the world of the group master look like? Android 18, I am also curious about the world of the group master. The chat group was full of discussions, and everyone expressed great anticipation. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. The emotion value is rising really fast. This New York battle can at least get millions of emotion values. Seeing the emotion value soaring, Lin Yu directly ordered the system. System, start the live broadcast. Ding, the first live broadcast is started. The host triggers 100 times crit reward. Lin Yu's ears, the system prompt sounded quietly. 100 times crit. Lin Yu was a little surprised. But soon, the system showed the so-called 100 times crit. What exactly is the setting? And Lin Yu couldn't help but be overjoyed, secretly saying, emotion value calculation 100 times crit? Isn't this a payout? 1 million emotion values are equivalent to 100 million. Lin Yu was immediately full of motivation. If I could get a few million emotional points, I would become rich overnight and go shopping like crazy in the mall. Thinking of this, Lin Yu gave Saitama an order. Saitama, don't worry about it, just kill all the Chidori. Yes, boss. Saitama took the order and was eager to try. At the same time, above the Stark Industrial Building. Buzz. Boom. The energy of the space cube, under the impact of the huge arc reactor, surged like a tide. The terrible energy tore the originally calm blue sky apart. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and strange light flashed around the cracks, as if foreshadowing some ominous omen. Boom. With a loud noise, it was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, and huge amounts of space cracks slowly expanded. Like a door to an unknown world. At the same time, the shadows from the cracks became clearer and clearer, leading to the boundless starry sky like the mouth of an evil beast. The overwhelming Chidori army poured out like a black cloud. Like a gust of wind, tens of thousands of Chidori troops descended on New York, bringing endless fear and despair to those who saw this scene. Ah! What is that? Aliens? Run! On the street, pedestrians were stunned at first, and then fled in fear. Everyone's face was distorted and terrified at this moment. Screams and chaotic footsteps intertwined, like a symphony of doomsday. Deep in the alley, children were pulled by their parents and ran hard to a safe place. However, the shadow of fear has taken root in their hearts. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 8. Avengers, assemble. Kill. The Chidori warriors were wearing black armor, holding energy weapons in their hands, and stepping on flight machines. The army's eyes were bloodshot, and they rushed directly to the ground. Accompanied by a burst of wanton destruction and explosions, those hideous faces and flashing energy artillery fire gave people a sense of fearless oppression. The Chidori army was like an unstoppable torrent, rushing directly towards the weak humans. They wanted to slaughter all living things on the earth, leaving no grass. Damn bastards! Avengers, assemble! Just at the moment, the members of the Avengers arrived late. Captain America held the shield tightly in his hand, his face gloomy. He shouted and rushed out, knocking the Chidori soldiers in front of him to the ground, and saved a team of middle-aged couples. Ignoring the other party's thanks, Captain America killed again in other places. The rest of the Avengers also scattered and fought on their own. At the moment, the surrounding blocks were all in chaos. But even so, despite knowing that the enemy was powerful, they resolutely faced the frenzy. J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze the rescue route and remotely control other armors to go out. Iron Man Tony Stark was wearing armor, his face was solemn, and a decisive light flashed in his eyes. We can't let them destroy this place, protect innocent lives," he said in a deep voice in the Avengers communication channel. The next moment, he directly controlled the iron armor to soar into the sky, trying his best to stop the destruction and killing of the Chitauri army. And under his order, J.A.R.V.I.S also remotely activated the iron armor at home. A team of iron armors quickly rushed to the battlefield here. Hawkeye has occupied the commanding heights. "Everyone, we can't protect everyone, we must unite, otherwise more people will suffer." In the communication channel, Nick Fury's tone was emotionless. At the same time, Hawkeye said in a deep voice, "Captain, one block to your east, the S.H.I.E.L.D team there can't hold on any longer, please support quickly." Captain America, who was fighting, looked solemn and glanced at the commotion in the distance. But he knew that his ability alone was limited. In order to save more people, he had to make a choice, even if some people would die. "Okay. I'll go there." Saying in a deep voice, Captain America hurried to the target location. Soon he arrived outside the block. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff led the S.H.I.E.L.D elite team, fighting with fewer enemies and desperately blocking the further spread of the Chitauri army. They tried to control the battlefield near the Stark building to avoid causing greater casualties. However, the gap in numbers was like an unbridgeable gap. The Chitauri army swarmed in, killing endlessly, making everyone feel unprecedented pressure. "I'll help you," Captain America said in a deep voice, and quickly joined the battlefield. Natasha Romanoff immediately felt the pressure relieved. On the street, sparks of battle flew everywhere, and the sound of explosions and metal clashing mixed together, reflecting this ruthless fight. The Avengers had just stabilized the situation, but suddenly, countless Chitauri soldiers poured out of the space gate again. Suddenly, the situation fell into disadvantage again, almost desperate. Natasha Romanoff killed the enemy with eyes like a cheetah, sharp and fast. She said in a deep voice in the communication channel, "Director, we need support, let the military send people to ensure the safety of the surrounding areas, otherwise we will not be able to withstand this wave of offensive. The military is already gathering troops." Nick Fury's low voice sounded. Boom. And at the moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. "Damn Chitauri! Mjolnir, let them see how powerful you are." With the whistling of lightning, Thor suddenly threw out Mjolnir. Thunder burst out from the hammer. Sizzle. Boom. The thunder was violent, sweeping around like a storm, instantly clearing everything around. At least hundreds of Chitauri soldiers were killed in this wave. "Well done, Thor." Captain America smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Tony Stark said stubbornly, "Humph, what a show-off, just like that Santa elk. He is worthy of being a member of the circus family." He said so, but he was relieved. With Thor joining, the pressure was greatly reduced. At the same time, in the chat group, "Xiaohu, wow, handsome. These aliens are just like this. Kill them all. Miyajin, Sister Xiaohu, girls should not be so violent. Xiaohu, hey. Boya Hancock, is this the world of the group leader? Aliens invasion? Ordinary people can't see any hope at all. Ani, this kind of despair is the same as when we face giants. Ani, in front of the terrible giants, ordinary people can't kill them even if they try their best. They can only wait for death in despair. Miyajin, don't be sad, Ani. We will help you if we have a chance. At Ani. Ani, thank you, Sister Miyajin. At Miyajin. Xiaohu, everyone, I suddenly found that the guy with the hammer is also called Thor. Could it be Thor? At Thor. Everyone, Thor. Thor? What's your relationship? At Thor. Grey Wolf at Thor, you are not the illegitimate child of that Thor, right? Or a half-blood, ha ha ha. Thor. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 9. Battle of New York. I am Thor. The world of 10 cold. Thor gnashed his teeth as he looked at the group message. These days, they all knew each other's identity and their respective world backgrounds. The appearance of Thor's dog was naturally made public. Faced with the ridicule of Grey Wolf, Thor was furious. He was Thor, but at the moment, he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. In terms of strength, he is not as good as Thor. In terms of bloodline, how can Shiba Inu compare with the prairie wolf? This wave is a complete defeat for him. Xiao, PSST. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. Someone broke the defense, I won't say who it is. At Thor. Boa Hancock, okay, don't cancel Thor. Thor, I am Thor. Woo woo woo, this is a kind person, moved to tears. Boa Hancock, come on, Thor, let your sister stroke your fur. At Thor. Thor. Miyajin, ahem, everyone should stop making trouble and watch the live broadcast carefully. At everyone. Boa Hancock, yes, 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 I will play with the dog later. System prompt, Thor has left the group chat. Misaka Mikoto, this Thor is really powerful, he can destroy the world at any time. Destroy the world at any time. Magic is just like this, right? Android 18, Thor is at least in the top 3 in my world. Miyajin, the outside world is too dangerous. Compared with the alien invasion, the mutants don't seem so scary. Xiao, yes, from this point of view, those stupid guys in Valen are not powerful at all. Grey Wolf, am I the only one who is curious about where the group owner is? Xiao, yes, where is the group owner? Grey Wolf's words made everyone curious. They were all looking forward to whether Lin Yu would appear. But they also knew very well. With Lin Yu's strength to penetrate all realms, a group of aliens is not worthy of Lin Yu's attack. But they still look forward to it and want to see the heroic figure of the group leader. And at the moment, Lin Yu casually glanced at the group chat. Facing the expectations of everyone, he didn't care and turned to look at the personal attribute page. At the moment, his cumulative emotional value has exceeded 100,000. The New York War has just begun. At this rate of increase, he can at least get millions of emotional values by the end of the New York War. At the final settlement, 100 times the critical hit, that is several hundred million. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, looking forward to it. Looking at the gloomy and miserable sky, his eyes flashed with strange colors, and he said in his heart, "Let the bullet fly for a while." At the same time, the Stark Industrial Building. The battle between the Avengers and the Chitauri army continued. With the addition of Thor, the Avengers' pressure was greatly reduced, and they cooperated with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the periphery to gradually clear the Chitauri army. Seeing the desperate situation gradually reversed. But at the moment, the space gate suddenly expanded, and huge amounts of Leviathans came out. The Leviathans were ferocious, like warships. These steel monsters, covered with dark alloy armor, came fiercely, and the buildings they hit collapsed directly. Gift crab. Seeing this scene, the Avengers were stunned and changed color. What the hell is this? Boom. With the addition of the Leviathans, the Avengers fell into a bitter battle. Let me blow them up. Thor tried to stop the Leviathans, Mjolnir fell, and the blooming thunder was wantonly exciting. But the lightning scattered, and failed to hurt the Leviathans. What? Thor widened his eyes, couldn't believe it, roared and tried his best. There was only a bang. Mjolnir erupted into an endless thunderstorm, and Thor tried his best to blow up a Leviathan. But he had no time to be happy, because there were more Leviathans wreaking havoc in the distance. The Leviathan was like a cast-iron mountain. Wherever it went, its huge steel body crushed everything and rushed forward. One by one, giant leviathans shuttled by high-rise buildings. In their ruthless collision, those tall buildings collapsed like paper paste, and dust flew everywhere. Flying cement blocks fell like raindrops. The Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D agents tried their best to dodge, with fear and anxiety written all over their faces. "FK, how can we fight this?" Thor cursed in his heart, and his eyes unconsciously swept around the battle situation. The pressure on the Avengers was relieved with his joining. But as the Leviathan monsters swarmed out of the space gate, the situation reversed again, and the fear in many people's hearts surged like a tide. "Everyone be careful. These guys can't be resisted head-on, they must be outsmarted." Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded in the communication channel. The weapon in her hand flashed with cold light, leading the S.H.I.E.L.D agents to scatter, so as not to be wiped out by the Leviathan monster. At the same time, she asked Nick Fury for support in the communication channel. "Director, we need fighter jets to join. I have contacted the military." Nick Fury's low voice sounded, and he said in a deep voice, "Dr. Banner has gone to support you, and he should be here soon." Roar, roar. Before the voice fell, a roar came from a distance. A big green guy jumped up. "Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 10. Nuclear bomb strikes. New York is destroyed." Seeing the person coming, Natasha Romanoff and everyone else were overjoyed and exclaimed, "Is it Dr. Banner?" "Hulk, not Banner." "Hulk, I'm very angry." Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Hulk became even more angry. He hated it most when people called him by the wrong name. But at the moment, Hulk also knew that it was urgent and could only vent his anger on the enemy. Hulk kept climbing along the wall of the building and soon came to the top floor. He jumped directly onto the back of a Leviathan. Bang! Hulk attacked with anger, and his fists suddenly charged and smashed down. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the metal body of the Leviathan was directly dented, and the whole body suddenly fell down. Hulk jumped suddenly, grabbed another Leviathan directly, and punched it. However, he did not succeed this time. The body of the Leviathan was like an immovable mountain. Hulk's attack could only leave huge pits, but failed to penetrate its heavy alloy armor. Instead, the Leviathan counterattacked, and huge amounts of its body rushed over like a sweeping army. With a bang, Hulk had no time to react and was knocked away, crashing into the wall of a building, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. "Hulk!" the Avengers exclaimed in unison, their hearts tightened, and they felt the ruthless pressure of the beast. But the next moment, Hulk rushed out of the ruins. He exuded murderous aura, burning with anger, and killed the Leviathan even more angrily. For a while, the Avengers went out again and fought a fierce battle with the Chitauri army. It's a pity that the power of an individual is limited after all. Facing the overwhelming and endless Chitauri army, the Avengers were willing but unable to do anything. Especially the Leviathan monster is wreaking havoc, only Thor and Hulk can fight against it. Watching more blocks being affected by the battle until they fall. Damn it! We can't drag it on like this, otherwise not only us, but the whole New York will fall completely. Captain America said in a deep voice, and asked on the communication channel. "Tony, can you find a way to close that space gate?" "No. I can't do it." Tony Stark gritted his teeth while fighting. "The space gate is connected to the space cube. I have tried it. Ordinary attacks can't break this energy barrier at all. I'm already thinking of other ways. Let me do it." At the moment, Thor's roar sounded. He flashed to the top of the building. Looking at the space cube gushing with tremendous energy in front of him, Thor tightly grasped Mjolnir and smashed it hard at the space cube. With a bang, Thor's Mjolnir drew a dazzling trajectory in the air and hit the space cube heavily. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole sky was torn apart. Thunder exploded in the air, deafening. However, with huge amounts of roars, the space cube remained motionless, like an unshakable mountain. Even because of Thor's attack, the space gate expanded again. Damn it! How could this happen? Thor's face suddenly turned blue, and an uneasy premonition surged in his heart. His power once could tear the sky and split the darkness. But now it seems so insignificant in front of this space magic. He clenched his teeth, and the anger and helplessness in his heart were intertwined, as if the roar of thunder could not cover up his loss. Shit! Tony Stark watched this scene in the battle, and a trace of anger and disappointment flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. FK! Damn, this thing is too evil. His voice echoed in the communication channel, like an invisible blade, cutting through everyone's mind. The Avengers are fighting a deadly battle with the Chitauri army. Every fight and attack made them more exhausted. What should we do? Captain America frowned in this chaotic situation, knowing that the situation was getting more critical. He said in a deep voice in the communication channel. Fury, we need support. When will the military arrive? Are they not as good as me, an old man over 100 years old? As he spoke, his face was full of anxiety and urgency, and a little annoyed. The military's response was really irresponsible. If no action is taken and the Chitauri army is allowed to wreak havoc, I'm afraid the whole of New York will be swallowed up. But at the moment, no one responded to the silent communication channel, which seemed terribly quiet. Captain America frowned and was about to ask another question. But suddenly Nick Fury's voice sounded in the channel, with a hint of despair in his tone. Everyone, retreat quickly, there is no support. The military just launched a nuclear bomb at the space gate. What? Nuclear bomb? The Avengers' exclamations intertwined, and shock and panic swept over like a tide. Tony Stark's roar echoed in the air. Are those military people crazy? Are their minds full of shit? Nuclear bombs? Do they want to blow up the whole New York? Assholes! Captain America gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and his voice became more and more fierce. Fury, is this what you do? Let the whole New York be buried with the Chitauri. I have tried my best, but... Nick Fury's voice was helpless and speechless. But his silence also said it all. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 11. Saitama strikes. A serious punch. Majin, oh my god, a nuclear bomb. The military in this world is so cruel. That's the people of an entire city. Android 18, a prosperous metropolis, at least tens of millions of people live here. Boya Hancock, is it really worth it to use the lives of at least 1 million people in exchange for a victory? Thor, woof woof woof. Ani, those people in the military are just a bunch of beasts. Xiao, how could this happen? The Avengers are fighting desperately, how can they give up? Grey Wolf, can't win at all. Unless... Uchiha Sasuke, unless the group master takes action. Xiao, yes. The group master is so powerful, as long as he takes action, what kind of shitty aliens are nothing? Boya Hancock, that's right. The group master is omnipotent. Android 18, what if this live broadcast actually happened? Mei Zhen, this is not impossible. Ani, in other words, I'm afraid that the entire New York will be buried with the Chitauri army. Boya Hancock, even if we win this battle, it will be a shame. Not to mention that the atmosphere in the chat group was solemn, and they began to criticize the shameless military. At the same time, on the battlefield, Captain America and others looked ugly and looked up at the sky. At the moment, the space gate in the sky was still expanding, and endless Chitauri warriors poured out through the cracks in the gate. Their figures were like black waves, surging in. Everyone felt powerless, and faced with such a desperate situation, it seemed that they could no longer do anything. No. We can't give up. Suddenly, Captain America's voice was firm and powerful in the crisis, like a spark that ignited everyone's fighting spirit. He glanced at his companions around him, as if he saw the determination and indomitable spirit on everyone's face. For New York, for everyone, we can't retreat. Roar! At this moment, Hulk returned from the battle. He was covered in dust and blood, his eyes flashing with anger, and he roared. Hulk, very angry. Hulk wants to defeat the enemy. Everyone, keep fighting. Everyone looked at each other from a distance, knowing that there was no way back in this battle. Thor, continue to concentrate firepower and try to break the space gate. Tony, you take your armor team and evacuate more people as soon as possible. Captain America gave orders, his voice was unquestionable. The Avengers responded. Kill them all. With roars, the Avengers regrouped and fought to the death. Although the road ahead was bleak, they had already injected unyielding faith into their hearts and were ready to fight against fate. They must not let the whole city pay the price for this. Hey! Can't give up yet, at least not now. Captain America took a deep breath and felt the tension in his chest gradually gather into a ball of fire. His hands tightly grasped the scarred vibranium shield. Staring at the increasingly dark sky, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would never let these aliens desecrate their homeland today. His face was full of determination, as if the fate of the entire New York was on his shoulders. Ta-ta-ta. And just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Captain America subconsciously looked over. I saw a bald man walking over with an easy pace, as if he was taking a walk in the park, not in a battlefield. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt, and his expression was so calm that it was hard to understand. It was as if the surrounding war had nothing to do with him. Hey, sir, get out of here. Danger. Captain America was shocked and hurriedly reminded in a deep voice. The Avengers who were fighting fiercely subconsciously turned back to look at Captain America. When they saw the bald man, everyone couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this guy crazy? Why is he just walking around like he's shopping instead of running away? He's really looking for death. The bald man, Saitama, glanced at Captain America and the others silently. There was a hint of confidence and indifference in his eyes. In his eyes, the Chitauri army was not even as good as the monsters he had defeated before. At the moment, he only knew the task assigned by the boss. The team battle can be lost, but the Chitauri must die. With a swish. Under the attention of the crowd, Saitama continued to walk forward without any care, with a brisk pace, as if he was shopping. The next moment, he rushed into the surging Chitauri army like lightning. His speed was so fast that it was like teleportation. In just a moment, he had turned into a blurry figure, passing through the Chitauri warriors in the sky. There was not even any scream. The Chitauri soldiers were knocked down one by Saitama like fallen leaves in autumn. Every punch was accompanied by the sound of corpses crashing to the ground, as if the world was shaking. What? Is this guy still human? Seeing this scene, the Avengers were stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. They felt like they were dreaming. The overwhelming Chitauri army made them despair for a time, and they could only fight to the death. But in front of Saitama, they were swept away like weak ants. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 12. I became balder, but also stronger. Saitama's battle was almost a one-sided massacre. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Army of Chitauri was wiped out. This almost inhuman combat power is not even comparable to Hulk and Thor, and they are not even worthy of carrying shoes for others. Everyone had the same thought in their mind: who is this person? Boom! And at the moment, in the sky, huge amounts of Leviathan beasts came like a moving mountain, shaking the earth. The Avengers all changed color, and they had a vague premonition that a huge amount of disaster was about to come. This big guy is quite powerful. Be a little more serious. Saitama muttered softly, and with a backhand punch, he blew up Leviathan's body directly. The broken body of Leviathan fell down with a bang, and dust flew. Saitama's figure flashed, and with the help of Leviathan beasts, he kept jumping up, like a falcon in the air, rushing straight to the higher sky. Wherever he went, all the Leviathans were blown up, and they couldn't even hold on to the second move. Saitama soon arrived in the sky outside the space gate. He stood calmly in the air, facing the Chitauri army pouring out of the space gate alone, and blocked all the enemies here with his own strength. No matter how many enemies there were, they were easily killed by Saitama in the blink of an eye. The Avengers didn't even have a chance to attack. Hiss! Gifted crab! The Avengers were dumbfounded by what they saw. They watched this bald man enter the empty space as if he was in a place with no one, and his strength was outrageous. It was as if these Chitauri warriors were just air and posed no threat to him. FK. Is this guy still a human? It's so outrageous. Tony Stark's voice sounded in his ears, representing the voice of everyone. They couldn't understand what they saw. The fighting power of this bald man was beyond their understanding of humans, just like a legendary god. Compared with the other party, Thor, who called himself Thor, looked a little ridiculous. Gulp! Thor swallowed his saliva and felt numb. Who is the god? At the same time, the chat group was boiling. Grey Wolf, oh my god! Instant kill! No, massacre! This person is just like a god. Boya Hancock, he can sweep the entire Marijoa by himself. Mei Zhen, oh my god! Is this still a human? Compared with him, the combat power of the Flame Dragon armor feels like playing house. Android 18, if it were me, I would probably be killed in one move. Ani, Attack on Titan? No, I only know that if there is a god in the world, he is it. Uchiha Sasuke, this is a massacre. He is invincible. Thor, I am Thor. For the glory of the North God. Woof woof. Misaka Mikoto, the god of magic is just like this, right? Xiao, could this be the group leader? Wow, so handsome. So cool. I want to shave my head too. Uncle Long, no, you don't. Miyajin, could it be true that if you become bald, you will become stronger? Miyajin, how about letting Xinan try it too? Xinan, Achu. Boa Hancock, is this actually the group leader? No, I don't think so. But Grey Wolf, the group leader is invincible. The group leader is awesome. Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. Xiao, oh. Come on, group leader, kill them. Yes, that's it. The group leader is so handsome. The chat group was full of discussions and exclamations. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Saitama's terrifying fighting power. This is simply inhuman. Lin Yu glanced at the chat group calmly, smiled, but did not explain anything. At the moment, what he cared most about was the acquisition of emotional value. As Saitama appeared, sweeping across the four directions, the emotional value suddenly soared. Now it has even reached 500,000. Under 100 times crit, this is a full 50 million emotional value, which can be exchanged for a lot of good things. But Lin Yu was not satisfied with this, but tried to push the good show to a climax. Saitama, take the initiative to attack. Lin Yu directly ordered Saitama in his heart. Yes, boss. Outside the space gate, Saitama, who was fighting, was shocked. Hearing the order, he yawned. This one-sided battle was very boring, and he was ready to take the initiative to attack. But at the moment, there was a whistling sound from the horizon, and a vague little black shadow gradually approached. Everyone looked up at the same time. Holixie! Is that a nuclear bomb? Captain America and the others were shocked. Everyone, there is no time. At the moment, Nick Fury's deep voice suddenly sounded. The nuclear bomb will arrive in 3 minutes. Melinda has already driven the Quinjet to pick you up, please evacuate quickly. Otherwise. Nick Fury's next words are self-evident. Under the nuclear bomb, all beings are equal. In the last 3 minutes, Captain America and the others must either retreat or die. Evacuate? What about other ordinary people? Tony Stark retorted sharply. Captain America opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 13. One person wipes out an entire clan. Avengers Alliance is in trouble. A hole. Thor's face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why is this happening? I didn't expect you to give up. Everyone, we can only retreat. It's all that damn Loki's fault." Tony Stark roared in frustration. Thor was speechless at the moment. "Tony, now is not the time to have conflicts, retreat." Captain America sighed, showing his unwillingness. The rest of the people were the same. Is there no choice? Tony Stark's expression changed. No one knows the horror of a nuclear bomb better than him. Once it explodes, the whole of New York will be killed. Not to mention the innocent people who will die as a result. Just his own relatives and friends. Happy, Pepper, what should I do? Is there any other way? Tony Stark's thoughts were in a mess, trying to find a turnaround. Captain America and others anxiously persuaded. There is no time, Tony, let's go. We have already lost this battle, and we have lost miserably. No. Tony Stark wanted to refute. With a bang. But suddenly, a tearing air sound resounded through the sky, causing everyone to look up. Saitama's figure was like lightning, flying directly to the end of the sky. Everyone subconsciously thought that Saitama was going to leave. After all, the nuclear bomb was about to explode, and no one could resist the terrifying power of the nuclear bomb, and I am afraid that Saitama could not do it either. Everyone, let's retreat too. Captain America said in a deep voice, and immediately prepared to take everyone away. This was a choice they had to make. But at the moment, Thor looked at the end of the sky and exclaimed in horror. Look! That guy actually... What? Captain America and others were confused. Everyone looked up, and their faces changed, revealing a touch of horror. Saitama, who had already left, was seen flying from the end of the distant horizon with a nuclear bomb in his hand. He looked calm, as if he was shopping for groceries. And Saitama's target was the space gate. Holixie! Carrying a nuclear bomb, is this guy crazy? It's just outrageous. Everyone burst into swear words and was stunned. Only Captain America seemed to have guessed something and exclaimed in horror. No way! Does he want to send a nuclear bomb into the space gate? But once the nuclear bomb explodes, he may die. What? Hearing this, the rest of the people realized it later. Everyone's mood suddenly became heavy. Obviously Saitama was just an outsider, but he had to pay for their mistakes and sacrifice his life for justice. Not to mention the terrifying destructive power of the nuclear bomb explosion. The other side of the space gate is the endless starry sky. Ordinary people have no way to survive, and there is also the Chitauri fleet there. In their view, rushing into the space gate is an act of suicide. Saitama's move is completely to sacrifice his life for justice. Unless Saitama has the confidence to withstand the nuclear bomb explosion, and then face the Chittori fleet on his own, and finally return safely. But the possibility of meeting all these conditions at the same time is very small. This is a hero, Captain America said in a deep voice with respect on his face. He is a hero. Everyone thought so in their hearts. With a swish, under the attention of everyone, Saitama's figure suddenly flashed. And he rushed into the space gate holding a nuclear bomb. Mama, oh my god! Isn't this too outrageous? Holding a nuclear bomb in hand? Is this still a human? Xiao, cool, cool, cool. So handsome. Misaka Mikoto, a nuclear bomb that can destroy a city, in his hand, is like a toy. So scary. Ani, I'm a little worried, he won't really want to withstand the nuclear bomb. Android 18, although I don't want to admit it, the power of the nuclear bomb is probably. Thor, I am Thor. Boya Hancock, believe first, then question. If he is really the group leader, let alone the nuclear bomb, even if God comes, it will be nothing. Grey Wolf, that's what I mean. The group leader is invincible. What's this threat? Xiao Yu, the group leader is mighty. The group leader is awesome. The chat group was full of discussions and the atmosphere was heated. The mood value began to soar wildly. Is it so soon that it has reached 1 million? The nuclear bomb came just in time. It turns out that we still have to do something. Lin Yu's heart moved, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He looked through the space gate to the starry sky. And at the moment, the live broadcast perspective turned and showed the scene in the starry sky. Saitama stood calmly in the boundless sea of stars. He held a nuclear bomb with a countdown that was about to end. Looking at the terrifying Chittori fleet in the distance, he had no fear on his face. Buzz. Boom. The fleet's guns in the distance burst out with terrifying energy. More than a dozen star destroyers pointed directly at Saitama. The battle on Earth was seen by the Chittori leader, who knew how strong Saitama was. At the moment Saitama's attack brought them a great sense of oppression. But at the same time, this was also a great opportunity for them to fight back. If it weren't for the space gate, the Chittori's interstellar battleships would have landed on Earth, and the star-destroying weapons would have been enough to destroy everything on Earth. Since Saitama was looking for death himself, they didn't mind killing the danger in the cradle. Then they could continue to send a large army to invade the Earth. After completing Lord Thanos' mission, the Chittori clan will be more respected. Boom! Boom! The Star Destroyer came whistling, and Saitama was in danger. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 14. One Punch Superman. Got it? Just as Saitama watched several Star Destroyers coming at him, the scene seemed to freeze in time. His figure flickered slightly in the starry sky. The next second, as if teleporting, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Almost at the same time, the sudden explosion was devastating, and the Star Destroyer exploded, as if the entire universe was trembling. Light and shadow intertwined, and the fire illuminated the boundless sea of stars. A huge amount of mushroom cloud rose into the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Boom! The shock wave swept in like a tide, and even the Chittori mothership felt a sharp tremor. The Chittori leader stood in the command room of the mothership. Looking at the center of the explosion in the distance, his heart was filled with ecstasy and disdain. Looking for death, the Earthlings are so stupid. He couldn't wait to order. Give the order, the whole army will attack. I want to let the Earth know how powerful my Chittori clan is. Yes, leader. The adjutant immediately took the order and prepared to convey the order. However, with the crackling explosion sounded again, the terrifying power swept over again. The warships except the mothership were almost destroyed in an instant. The fleet that the Chitauri were proud of was destroyed by the explosion in an instant, like a fragile branch without any resistance. What? What? How is this possible? The Chitauri leader's eyes flashed with a trace of uneasiness, and his face was distorted. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. All the Chitauri were terrified, their eyes wandered around, trying to find the terrible truth. Just when they were panicking, they looked at the starry sky in horror. What they saw was Saitama standing calmly like an immortal god, with huge amounts of mushroom clouds behind him. The thick smoke was billowing and spreading wantonly. But Saitama was unscathed, as if everything he had just experienced was just a simple game. Alarm! Alarm! The artificial intelligence on the battleship suddenly issued a rapid alarm. The shrill alarm echoed in the battleship. The battleship is damaged by 56%. High threat energy erosion detected. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Please evacuate as soon as possible. At this moment, despair surged to every Chitauri like a tide. The face of the Chitauri leader turned pale, as if he had lost his blood color, and anger and fear were intertwined. He didn't bother to think about the reason, and shouted loudly. Go! Get out of here! He is not a human, he is a devil. Run! This sentence was like a fuse, igniting the panic of the fleet. The adjutant was like a bereaved mother, and quickly passed the order. Buzz buzz buzz! Boom! The broken mothership started, the engine roared, and it burst out at a speed like teleportation. The engine drew a bright track in the starry sky, trying to escape from this terrifying scene. It was like a fish struggling desperately to break free from the fishing net. However, in the face of this absolute threat, is it really possible to escape? Saitama's eyes were as sharp as torches, watching everything calmly. Alas, I was a step too slow. He shook his head calmly, looking through the smoke and fire, and whispered to himself. I didn't expect that the nuclear bomb was still a bit scary. It seems that I have to finish the finishing and cutting quickly. Otherwise I won't be able to keep my clothes. After that, his figure flashed slightly in the starry sky and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Like a breeze, silent. At the same time, the Chitauri leader just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his mothership had successfully escaped the disaster. He kept panting, trying to calm the panic and anxiety in his heart. However, just as he was about to rejoice that he had escaped, a sudden violent tremor came to his ears. This sudden change made his heart jump suddenly. Boom! The entire mothership trembled wildly, like a lone boat, swaying in the turbulent waves. Boom! A deafening explosion, as if the universe was shaking. The alarm in the ship sounded instantly, and the harsh sound waves continued to hit the nerves of all Chitauri. Alarm! Alarm! The damage to the warship has reached 67%, 78%, 86%, please evacuate quickly. Please evacuate quickly. The warnings were like the whispers of the death god, making people despair. What? No. The Chitauri leader's face was distorted, and cold sweat flowed down his face like rain. He was full of fear, and a low roar came from his throat. Quick! Overload operation, run away! Buzz buzz buzz! However, the mothership's engine made a faint roar in the tide of fear, and it seemed to be struggling. At this moment, another deafening roar tore the entire universe. The mothership's main engine finally couldn't withstand the damage from the outside world. Rumble! With a tearing groan, the war mothership, which was like a fortress, collapsed like paper under Saitama's power. Huge amounts of the mothership turned into balls of flames, rushing in all directions. At that moment, all the Chitauri in the mothership were swallowed up in the boundless sea of fire. It's over. Saitama stood calmly in the starry sky, like an invincible god of war. He exuded unparalleled majesty and coldness. But he had to admit that in the face of nuclear bombs and star destroyers, even he had to go all out. Fortunately, he lived up to expectations and successfully completed the task assigned by the boss. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 15. Mind Scepter. Space Cube. Behind Saitama, there was a huge mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The thick smoke and flames intertwined, dazzling, like a shocking painting. In the starry sky, the bright stars dimmed. What a trouble, I have to wash my clothes again. The boss must be reimbursed. Saitama whispered to himself, with a slight smile on his face, very indifferent. He seemed to have done something very ordinary. Compared to the destruction of Chittori, he cared more about completing the task assigned by Lin Yu. With a flash of his figure, Saitama returned to the space gate and passed through it directly. At the same time, there was a dead silence in the chat group. A group of group members even forgot to speak. They didn't expect it. Facing the threat of nuclear bombs that could destroy a city and even star destroyers, Saitama was even unscathed. The most terrifying thing is that Saitama actually tore the war mothership apart with his hands. The battleship, which was like a fortress, was blown up. If Saitama was a god in their eyes before, then at the moment he is a non-human. I am afraid that even if the legendary god comes, Saitama can kill you, right? Xiao, oh my goodness! Withstanding nuclear bombs and tearing warships apart with bare hands, is this really still a human? Miyajin, it is outrageous. The flame dragon armor is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Misaka Mikoto, compared with this person, any forbidden spell magic is just like this, right? Ani, if there is such strength, what giants, super giants, humans would have dominated this world again. Uchiha Sasuke, the boss is so strong, so terrifying. Grey Wolf, Gudong. Humans are so scary, the green grassland is still suitable for me. Those abominable lambs look so cute. Android 18, with this kind of combat power, it is definitely easy to kill gods. Thor, 4. For the glory of the North God. Mei Zhen, is this really the group leader? I'm afraid only the group leader has such terrifying strength. Misaka Mikoto, I think it's very likely. Xiao Yu, the group leader is too strong. Love you, you are my god. Grey Wolf, the group leader is awesome. Boya Hancock, although, I always feel that it's not that simple. Maybe it's my illusion. Uchiha Sasuke, no. Actually, I feel the same way. Xiao Yu, Zundu, Fake Du. Not to mention the lively atmosphere in the chat group, Saitama was shocked. At the moment Lin Yu also laughed from ear to ear. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 300 million emotion points, what should I exchange for now? Looking at the crazy soaring emotion points, Lin Yu was very satisfied. This live broadcast did not disappoint him. Although a few 100 million is not much, and it can't be exchanged for the silver super template, it is at least a good start. The most important thing is that he can exchange for the portal to travel through time. The price is not expensive, only 100 million. As long as he exchanges for the portal, he can connect to the world of any group member. Live broadcasting in other worlds has special rewards. But the details will be known after the crossing. Wait until the live broadcast is over, the rewards can be settled. At that time, exchange for a portal to test the water first. Lin Yu thought so, and ordered Saitama in his heart. Saitama, close the space door and come back with the space cube. Yes, boss. At the same time, above the Stark Industrial Building, the space door is still silently lingering. But since Saitama passed through it, a long time has passed, and no Chittori has come out. Is it over? That guy won't die, right? Looking at the space door from a distance, Thor subconsciously murmured. Everyone looked ugly when they heard this. This is not what they want to see. If it weren't for Saitama, they would have no choice but to give up New York and use nuclear bombs to force the Chittori back. But the appearance of Saitama changed everything. Everyone felt very heavy when they thought that Saitama might die. Everyone, the crisis has not been completely resolved. Now is not the time to be sentimental. At the moment, a low voice sounded. Nick Fury appeared at some point. He held the Mind Scepter in his hand, looked at Captain America and others, and said in a deep voice. After questioning Loki, and the previous research of Dr. Banner and others, we may be able to use this to close the space gate. Loki's scepter. Captain America and others looked at the scepter and their hearts moved immediately. They knew very well the weirdness of this scepter. Loki relied on it to control Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig and created this New York battle. Perhaps with the help of the scepter's power, the space gate can really be closed. Let me do it. Thor flashed and took the Mind Scepter first. He knew very well that this was very dangerous. But in order to make up for Loki's guilt, he, as a brother, must do something. Thor, you have to be careful. Captain America and others reminded in a deep voice, not without expectation. Tony Stark frowned and said, "How about waiting a little longer? If the space gate is closed now, and the person is still alive." This. Everyone hesitated. Nick Fury's eyes flashed with strange colors, and he was about to say something. With a swish, Saitama walked out of the space gate and stood calmly in the air. He slowly landed in front of the space cube. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 16. The live broadcast ends. 100 times the critical strike. Oh my god. He is still alive. Seeing Saitama was safe and sound, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they were horrified. According to the countdown, the nuclear bomb should have exploded long ago. But Saitama looked unharmed. Especially in the starry sky, ordinary people can't survive at all, not to mention the Chittori fleet. Facing this seemingly deadly situation, Saitama was like nothing happened. At the moment, everyone looked at Saitama in shock. "Sir, are you okay?" Captain America asked subconsciously in a deep voice. Saitama glanced at Captain America indifferently. His eyes swept over everyone, and he looked at the space cube in front of him indifferently, and his big hand suddenly stretched out. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom. The space cube trembled violently, and the energy surged and stirred wantonly. Saitama's clothes rustled. But he didn't care, and forced through the barrier and took out the space cube. Puff puff. The terrifying energy dissipated and disappeared, and the space gate healed. The haze that enveloped New York slowly dissipated. After doing all this, Saitama didn't even look at Captain America and the others, and disappeared directly. Not good. Space cube. Nick Fury was the first to react, and his face changed drastically. He tried to get Saitama back. But what he saw was that everyone ignored him, but was shocked by Saitama's strength. Especially after they had experienced so many things. It is very clear about the threat of the space cube. Instead of letting some people continue to occupy the space cube and secretly make trouble, it is better to let Saitama take it away. At least from Saitama's performance, he is on the side of justice. Nick Fury's heart sank when he saw this. But he didn't say anything. Looking at the scepter in his hand, he gritted his teeth and comforted himself. "I don't have the space cube, but at least I still have this scepter." But Nick Fury recalled the strength of Saitama. Such a terrifying existence appeared on the earth. Once the other party has ill intentions, none of the Avengers can be a match. Especially the Avengers don't seem to be on his side at all. In order to avoid being passive, it seems that he must use that trump card. That guy is definitely not Captain Marvel's opponent. Nick Fury thought so. At the same time, on the other side, the live broadcast perspective followed Saitama, and the screen flickered, showing a scene of an apartment. Saitama flashed into the apartment and stood in the living room. He looked at the man on the sofa and said respectfully, "Boss, I'm back." "Yeah." Lin Yu raised his head, smiled at Saitama and nodded. "Saitama, you did a good job." Hee. Saitama smiled silly and scratched his bald head. He said embarrassedly, "Well, boss, I tore my clothes in this battle, you have to reimburse me, right?" "Reimbursement? Haha, these are all small things." Lin Yu smiled. He exchanged a black card in the mall, saved $100 million, and gave it to Saitama as a reward. Taking the Mind Scepter, Lin Yu calmly faced the live broadcast perspective. He said with a faint smile on his face, "Everyone, the live broadcast is over." Beep. As the voice fell, the live broadcast screen flashed. But all the group members were shocked. The chat group fell into a strange silence. And after a long time, a heated discussion broke out. "Xiaoyu, wow, is this the group owner? So handsome. Love it. Miyajin, I didn't expect that the group owner is someone else. Grey Wolf, I said it. How could the group owner be a bald head? This person with an extraordinary temperament should be our group owner. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. I am Thor." Ani, so it turns out that the people who took action were just the group owner's men. Misaka Mikoto, oh my god. If his subordinates are so powerful, how powerful is the group leader? Uchiha Sasuke, I'm afraid he's already super god. Android 18, I was able to see the heroic figure of the group leader, and this live broadcast was fulfilled. I may feel the emotions of humans. Boa Hancock, I am Boa Hancock, and I greet the group leader. Xiaoyu, group leader, from now on you are my fan and I am your idol. Hey? Miyajin, PSST, Xiaoyu, you said it the other way around? Xiaoyu, hey. Xiaoyu, sorry, group leader. I'm too excited. At group leader. Xiaoyu, group leader, to express my apology, I would like to invite you to my world as a guest, is that okay? At group leader. Grey Wolf, oh, why didn't I think of that? Miyajin, yes, I also want to invite the group leader as a guest. At group master. Boya Hancock, I welcome you at any time. If you come, I will do anything for you. At group master. Ani, +1. Misaka Mikoto, me too. Grey Wolf, and me, and me. Group master, I will catch lambs for you when the time comes. At group master. When Lin Yu showed his true face, the chat group was completely boiling. Everyone wanted to invite Lin Yu to be a guest. But at the moment, Lin Yu didn't care about these at all, but browsed the system mall silently. The cold system prompt sounded quietly in his ears. Ding, the live broadcast ends. The emotional value obtained in this live broadcast, 5 million. Ding, the reward for this live broadcast triggers a 100-fold critical strike. Ding, the reward is settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the emotional value, 50,000, 0000. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 17, Anywhere Door. Spell World. Lin Yu was a little surprised by the emotional value of 500 million. He thought it was only 300 million at most. Unexpectedly, at the end of the live broadcast, he simply showed up and caused such a big sensation in the chat group. But it makes sense. With the contrast of Saitama, he, the group leader, is even more extraordinary. It is also reasonable to directly increase the emotional value by 2 million. This wave of 100 times crit attack directly gave him 500 million emotional value, which is also a small gain. Although it is still far from exchanging for the silver super template. System, exchange for any door. With a thought, Lin Yu directly spent 100 million. But he also got a door. With this thing, he can connect to the world of any group member. But which world should he choose to cross? In fact, there is not much difference. At least for now, the world where the members in the group are located is only the Dragon Ball world with explosive force. Definitely, the 10 Cold world where Thor is located is also extraordinary. But compared with the Dragon Ball world, the 10 Cold world has some unreasonable concept gods. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be safe. And in comparison, he can easily conquer all the worlds of other group members when he travels there. This also makes it convenient for him to experiment with the system function. After he has a deeper understanding of the system mechanism, he can travel to those high-level worlds. Lin Yu thought it couldn't be better. Thinking of this, he replied in the group. Everyone, I just have nothing to do, so I decided to go to other worlds. Group leader, Xiaoyu, since you are the first to invite me, I will go to your world. At Xiaoyu. As soon as this message came out, the chat group exploded. Xiaoyu? Group leader, are you really coming to our world? Miyajin, I'm so envious, I should have sent a message first. Misaka Mikoto, oh, it's a pity that I'm a step late. Xiaoyu is so clever. It's a blessing to be able to see the group leader in person. Grey Wolf, group leader, can I make an appointment for you to come to my world next time? At Group Master. Miyajin, Grey Wolf, I am the second one in order. At Grey Wolf. Boa Hancock, I am the third one. The Lily Kingdom welcomes you, the Group Master. At Group Master. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. At Group Master. Ani, come on, Thor. You can't even speak clearly, so don't join in the fun. At Thor. Android 18, ladies first, Thor, please stand in the back. At Thor. Thor, woof woof woof. Uchiha Suzuki, I am always waiting for the Group Master to come. At Group Master. Boa Hancock, okay, okay. Everyone, it is our honor that the Group Master is willing to come. We might as well ask the Group Master to start a live broadcast. At everyone. Miyajin, yes, the Group Master must start a live broadcast. We can't let Xiaoyu eat alone. Misaka Mikoto, I want to see the Group Master too. Ani, even if I can't see the Group Master, as long as I can see him, that's enough. Thor, woof woof woof. Grey Wolf, please start the broadcast. And I'm also curious about Xiaoyu's world. I heard there are magical spells? Xiaoyu, hey, welcome to the Group Master. At Group Master. System, travel through the spell world. Lin Yu looked at the message in the group calmly and told the system. Ding, the arbitrary door was used successfully. Traveling through. The system prompt sounded quietly. Buzz buzz buzz. The arbitrary door appeared out of thin air, and Lin Yu opened the door and walked into it. When he appeared again, he came to the spell world. At the same time, the spell world. Xiaoyu stood in front of the antique shop, looking forward to Lin Yu's arrival. At the moment she was very nervous, but very much looking forward to it. The group leader is coming to my world. Hey, it's you, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu felt comfortable when she thought about speaking first. She looked forward to meeting Lin Yu more and more. Hello, Xiaoyu. At the moment, a gentle male voice sounded. Xiaoyu turned around and looked. What she saw was a man with a tall and handsome face standing there. She was immediately obsessed and almost fell. So handsome. Xiaoyu whispered subconsciously. Lin Yu walked closer with a smile. Xiao, are you okay? Why did you suddenly freeze? Lin Yu reached out and touched Xiao's head. Well. Xiao came back to her senses, and her little face turned slightly red. Her white neck was hot. Looking at Lin Yu's deep eyes, she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lin Yu. Hello, group leader. I am Xiao. She said in a weak mosquito voice. Hee. Lin Yu smiled and stopped teasing Xiao. This is his childhood goddess. Although the goddess is in quotation marks, Xiao's transformation into the Shadow Queen left a deep impression on him. Shaking his head, Lin Yu smiled and joked, Xiao, at the request of all group members, I will start live streaming. What do you think? Ah, live streaming. Xiao exclaimed, then nodded, and said, this is what I should do. Everyone looks at you, the group owner, and I can't monopolize you. Ha ha ha, Xiao, you are really cute. Lin Yu smiled and directly ordered the system, start live streaming. Ding, the live streaming of the other world begins. Trigger the special mechanism of the system. Ding, the host triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit reward. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 18. Ghost Mask. Dad is numb. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Actually, 1,000 times critical hit. To be honest, Lin Yu didn't expect it. The first time he live streamed, he was lucky to trigger 100 times critical hit, but what about this 1,000 times critical hit? Could he get tens of billions of emotion points at one time in this live streaming? Wouldn't that mean he could exchange for a silver super template? But the system soon broke a cold water. Ding, the protagonist of this live streaming in another world is Xiao who gets the emotion points. Hey, the protagonist is not me. Lin Yu was surprised and understood the mechanism of the system. The live streaming in another world actually depends on Xiao's performance. In other words, the better Xiao performs, the more emotion points he can get, but it is definitely not as good as him, the host of the system. No wonder he can easily trigger 1,000 times critical hit reward. But Lin Yu was relieved soon. It's 1,000 times critical hit anyway, as long as Xiao can get 1 million emotion points. Not to mention making a lot of money, but at least it's a break-even. The part beyond that is pure profit. With a thought, Lin Yu looked at the chat page, and the emotion value obtained in this live broadcast was displayed next to it. Xiao, hey, hello everyone. Can you see me? Miyajin, wow, Xiao's sister is so cute. Is the group owner next to you? He is still so handsome. Miyajin, I am so envious, I wish I could date the group owner. Boya Hancock, Xiao's sister, you must treat the group owner well. If you don't understand something, I can teach you step by step. Android 18, my intelligent logic tells me that your words are very meaningful. At Boya Hancock. Boya Hancock, oh, how can you slander me? At Android 18. Android 18, haha, I hope so. Ani, Xiao's sister, you have to show your world well. We are all very curious. Misaka Mikato, don't forget to give the group owner more shots. I want to watch it, I love to watch it. Grey Wolf, Group Master, I am your dog. Awoo. Thor at Grey Wolf, woof woof woof. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Mei Zhen, PSST, you are so cute. Rub your head. Thor, humph. Xiao Yu, ha ha ha, don't worry. I will definitely treat the group master well. At everyone. The atmosphere in the chat group is warm and cheerful. But the emotional value growth is a bit slow. It is only a few hundred points at present. After all, the protagonist is not Lin Yu, which is understandable, and Lin Yu does not force it. From the live broadcast perspective, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu in front of him. He felt that he might be able to do something. Since Xiao Yu has become the protagonist, if Xiao Yu shows a shocking side, can't it speed up the acquisition of emotional value? With a thought, Lin Yu felt that it was very interesting and could be experimented. Xiao Yu, since we're meeting for the first time, I'll give you a gift. Lin Yu smiled and looked at Xiao Yu. Hey, a gift. Xiao Yu raised her head, her cute little face full of anticipation. She looked at Lin Yu eagerly. Hee. Lin Yu smiled, and his figure seemed to teleport away. His speed even surpassed the Flash. The Flash could almost stop time, so Lin Yu could do it too. In just a blink of an eye, he traveled around the world. When he came back, he had a few more masks in his hands. These masks were hideous, exuding evil spirits, and faintly heard the wailing and humming of evil spirits. They were the specialty of the talisman world where Xiao was, the ghost mask. System: exchange for sacred crystals. Synthesis stone. Lin Yu went shopping in the mall. Then he chose to use it to purify the negative curse in the ghost mask, and then synthesize it into a mask of the king. The 9 masks, except for the Ghost King Terra, now integrate their power into one. Even if the Ghost King Terra comes, he has to kneel down and sing conquer. This is the gift that Lin Yu suddenly thought of. In the original book, Xiao Yu transformed into the famous scene of the Shadow Queen. How could he miss it? Lin Yu said he was looking forward to it. After doing all this, Lin Yu ended the overspeed state. The almost stagnant time resumed. Xiao Yu, this mask is for you, do you like it? Lin Yu smiled and handed the mask to Xiao Yu. Mask. Xiao Yu was curious and didn't know why. She took the mask and looked up and down, with a strange color flashing in her eyes, feeling a little mysterious. This mask is a strange dark purple. Strange runes appear on the mask, as if it contains some kind of magic. Xiao Yu immediately showed joy. Wow, this thing is so cool. I like it so much. Looking at Lin Yu, Xiao Yu said excitedly, thank you, group leader. Hee. Lin Yu smiled and said calmly, you can try it on, there is a surprise. This is not an ordinary mask. Surprise. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered when she heard it. She wanted to try it on immediately. But at the moment, an anxious old voice sounded. No, Xiao Yu. Dad. Xiao Yu's movements paused and turned her head to look at the person coming. I saw Dad and Cheng Long walking quickly. They stood in front of Xiao Yu and looked at Lin Yu vigilantly. Oh, Xiao Yu, how can you take strangers' things casually? Do you know what this is? Dad's duck voice sounded. He snatched the mask and scolded, this is the legendary ghost mask that will turn people into evil ghosts. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 19. Evil object. No, it's a token of the death god. Xiao was stunned by what her father said. Everyone in the chat group was also stunned. Miyajin, ghost mask? It turns people into evil ghosts? Although, isn't this a gift from the group leader? Boya Hancock, I think this old man must have made a mistake. Ani, yes, I think so too. Misaka Mikato, but to be honest, I also think this mask is a bit weird. In our magic world, it does give people a bad feeling. Grey Wolf, no way? No way? Someone actually doubted the group leader. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. Android 18, I only believe what I see. With the strength of the group leader, does he still need to calculate others? Uchiha Suzuki, in my opinion, there is definitely a misunderstanding. Miyajin, that's right. The group leader is so powerful, how could he harm Xiao's sister? Boya Hancock, everyone, don't be anxious. At Xiao's sister, ask clearly and don't make a bigger misunderstanding. Xiaohu, well, don't worry. At everyone. Xiaohu, I definitely trust the group leader 100%. At group leader. In the live broadcast. Chenglong was surprised and doubtful when he heard what his father said, but he always felt that it was not that simple. But before he could react, his father said in a deep voice. Sir, what do you want to do by giving Xiaohu such a dangerous thing? Oh, Dad, you misunderstood. Xiaohu jumped out quickly. She looked at Lin Yu apologetically, and then explained. Group leader. He is my friend, a very, very powerful magician. Dad, you must have seen it wrong. Friend? What friend would give you such a thing? The old man was stubborn and complained. Dad told you a long time ago, never trust strangers casually. But you just don't listen. One more thing, how can you bring outsiders home privately? One more thing. The old man paused. He looked at Lin Yu, adjusted his reading glasses, and said in a deep voice. Dad will definitely not make mistakes, especially in the study of magic. Are you questioning my expertise? Oh, Dad, you. Xiaohu was helpless and wanted to say something else. But Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. Okay, Xiaohu. It doesn't matter if Dad doubts, facts speak louder than words. Faced with Dad's doubts, Lin Yu didn't care. He said calmly. Dad, you can check it first, use your magic. Then you will know whether it is an evil thing or a treasure. Hey! Dad frowned, and his face was full of wrinkles. He doubted Lin Yu's words. But seeing Lin Yu's handsome face, he exuded a noble temperament like a venerable, and he didn't look like a bad guy. After a slight hesitation, he walked into the antique shop with the mask. Ahem, Dad, calm down, this gentleman may not be a bad guy. Chenglong tried to ease the atmosphere. But the old man didn't even turn his head. Seeing this, Chenglong was a little helpless. He looked at Lin Yu and nodded politely. I'm sorry, sir, we have encountered too many troubles recently, and Dad is a little mentally sensitive. I'll make you a cup of tea, and everyone just sit down and talk things out. Chenglong said and returned to the antique shop. Xiaohu said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, group leader, it's all my fault. I made my father and the others misunderstand you. Haha, it's okay. Lin Yu smiled and touched Xiaohu's head. He didn't care about it at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Because of my father's tossing, the group members were excited, and the emotional value increased greatly. In this short period of time, it increased by several thousand. You know, he triggered a 1,000-fold critical strike. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the slap in the face of his father, and how much noise it would cause. It will definitely increase again at that time. Not long after, Chenglong came out with a teapot, and Xiaohu also brought out a set of tables and chairs. Several people sat in front of the antique shop, chatting and tasting the fragrant tea. This scene looked quite pleasant. Good tea. This tea is not ordinary, right? Lin Yu took a sip and asked Chenglong with a smile. As long as you are satisfied, sir. Chenglong did not comment, and smiled. May I know your surname? I think you are also Huxia, right? Have you known Xiaohu for a long time? He looked at Xiaohu beside him, with an inquiring look on his face. Humph. Xiaohu turned her head away in anger. Don't be angry. Lin Yu smiled and comforted, explaining, just call me Lin. I also met Xiaohu by chance, he is very cute. Is the group leader's surname Lin? Xiaohu blushed slightly when she heard this. She was very happy in her heart. Not only because Lin Yu praised her, but also because she knew Lin Yu's surname. This means that their relationship has taken a step forward. At the moment, the chat group was also like this. Everyone watched silently, envious of Xiaohu, and wanted to replace her. Tap tap. At the moment, hurried footsteps sounded. Dad ran out in shock. Oh, what the hell? He held the mask in his hand and ran while shouting, Chenglong, Xiaoyu, guess what I found? This mask actually contains an unknown power. What? Unknown. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 20. Saint Seiya. 8 demons. Dad's sudden change made everyone curious, including the people watching the live broadcast in the chat group. At the moment, they only had one thought, that is, what is the death god Ming? Dad, calm down. Don't fall again. Chenglong quickly got up and helped Dad sit down. The latter said excitedly, Chenglong, I never thought that this mask was a token of the death god Ming. That is the death god Ming. Death god Ming. Chenglong frowned, shook his head helplessly and said, Dad, please explain it clearly, we don't understand what you are talking about. Now you know that you misunderstood Mr. Lin. Xiaoyu muttered softly on the side. Lin Yu smiled and said nothing throughout the whole process. Integrating 9 ghost masks and removing abnormal negative forces, it can indeed be regarded as a token of God. But this God is not someone else, but him, Lin Yu. Hey! Dad took a deep breath to calm down. The legendary token of the death god is in his hand at this moment. How can he stay calm? He picked up the tea on the table, drank it directly, and squinted his eyes to show a hint of enjoyment. But then he opened his eyes and exclaimed, Oh, Chenglong! You actually used up my 100-year-old Longjing. Do you know how expensive this thing is? Ahem. Chenglong was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Dad, don't be anxious, let's talk about the death god first. Humph. Dad snorted coldly and looked at Lin Yu with admiration. He personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Yu, and said apologetically, Sir, I was blind before, please don't mind. How about this cup of tea as my apology to you? Haha, Daddy is polite. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, and said calmly, Xiaoyu and I are friends. According to seniority, you are still my elder. Elder? Puff. Xiaoyu, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed directly. She looked at Lin Yu in shock. This omnipotent boss actually recognized his father as an elder? Then her face is too big, isn't it? Thinking that Lin Yu was doing it for herself, Xiaoyu felt at ease, and her big eyes were misty. At the moment, there was even more discussion in the chat group. Everyone envied Xiaoyu's treatment. Everyone, woo woo woo, I'm crying with envy. The group leader is too good to Xiaoyu, right? Jealousy makes me split. Thank you, sir, for not bearing a grudge. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, having long realized Lin Yu's extraordinariness. This was the man who casually gave away the death god token. You know, even in the Buddhist temple where he studied, so many great magicians lived in seclusion, and none of them had a token of God. This is enough to prove that Lin Yu is definitely a transcendent existence. He may even be a contemporary Saint Seiya. That is a venerable who transcends the great magician and is only one step away from the death god. Oh, it's good to have the misunderstanding resolved. Chenglong quickly eased the atmosphere and said with a smile, Dad, you haven't said it yet, what exactly is the death god? What does it have to do with this mask? Xiaoyu also cast a curious look. She wanted to know how powerful the gift Lin Yu gave her was. Including everyone in the chat group, they were looking forward to it. Do you still remember the talismans we collected? The old man did not answer, but asked in suspense. Talisman? Definitely remember. Chenglong nodded, not knowing why. Dad said to himself. According to ancient records, the talisman comes from the Holy Lord among the 8 ancient demons. In ancient times, those demons were defeated by 8 immortal death gods and sealed in the demon space. Later, the Holy Lord escaped and brought disaster to the world. A saint among humans sacrificed himself to defeat the Holy Lord, and sealed the Holy Lord's power into the 12 zodiac talismans. This is the origin of the talisman, Dad said, and took out the collected talismans directly. They have been running around recently. In order to prevent the Holy Lord from resurrecting and bringing disaster to the world, his old bones were almost exhausted. But fortunately, they had a safe trip and got another talisman. Dad placed 3 talismans on the table. It was the chicken talisman, the cow talisman, and the snake talisman that he had just obtained. Amulet? Holy Lord? Demon? Or 8? Chenglong exclaimed, his face downcast. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. So many troubles come to me, God, I just want to be an archaeologist quietly. It was originally quite unlucky, but... Dad nodded in agreement, but then paused. He stood up and saluted Lin Yu and said, Sir, if I am not mistaken, you should be a reclusive Saint Sia, right? Magician Cheng Gangsheng pays homage to the Saint Sia. Dad was very respectful. As a magician, even if he has retired for many years, etiquette cannot be abolished. Especially when facing Lin Yu, a contemporary Saint Sia. Saint Sia! Chenglong exclaimed, his face full of shock. Xiao was proud of it. And she knew that Lin Yu was not a Saint Sia, but an existence beyond the death god. Haha, Dad, there's no need to do this. Just call me Linear. Lin Yu waved his hand calmly, and the wind did not move. Dad sat back in his original position. This move made him more certain of his guess that Lin Yu was definitely a Saint Sia. He was solemn, handed the mask back with both hands, and said in a deep voice. Mr. Lin, this thing is too valuable, Xiao can't have it. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 21. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? Oh, what are you doing, old man? Xiao was anxious when she saw this. This was the first gift Lin Yu gave her, how could she return it? But she also knew that this gift was indeed too expensive. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little entangled. Hee. Lin Yu noticed Xiao's reaction and smiled calmly. Dad, there is no need to do this. This thing is just an external thing to me. Just give it to Xiao as a gift. He gave the mask to Xiao again. The latter smiled immediately. Thank you, group leader, ahem, thank you, Mr. Lin. You're welcome, try it on. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. Yeah. Xiao nodded, already impatient. Dad and Chenglong were also curious. They all wanted to know what kind of power this legendary token of the unknown death god had. Including the people watching the live broadcast in the chat group, they were also holding their breath. Then I'll put it on. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Xiao also became a little nervous. She put the mask on her face directly. Buzz buzz buzz. The mask flickered and turned into a stream of water, blending into Xiao's skin. Both Dad and Chenglong were stunned by this magical scene. But then Xiao slowly floated up. The wind was howling, and the antique shop sign was shaking violently, but the tea table was motionless. Xiao. Chenglong, as an uncle, couldn't help but worry. But the old father who knew the business had a bright look in his eyes. Buzz. A strange light appeared around Xiao, and her long black hair was flying. Her sportswear suddenly turned into a long skirt. The dark purple skirt fluttered, as if the queen had come, and her eyes were full of magic. At this moment, the famous scene reappeared. Xiao turned into a shadow queen in front of Lin Yu, and her temperament was even more noble. Oh my god! This is amazing! Changlong's eyes widened and he exclaimed repeatedly. The old man was also excited. Although he was not very skilled, at the moment, he could feel Xiao's strength. This was at least comparable to the strength of a great magician. Hey! After the transformation, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually a little nervous. But at the moment, looking up and down at her makeup, she excitedly shouted. Wow, isn't this so cool? She flew up out of thin air. She turned into a shadow and kept moving in the air. It was like a child who had just got a toy. She was definitely a child. Mr. Lin, is this gift too expensive? Xiao is just a child. Until at the moment, Changlong finally realized the problem. Lin Yu's gift was too expensive. And Xiao was still young, with such terrible power. What if she caused a big mess? Don't worry, Changlong, Xiao Yu is more mature than you think. Lin Yu waved his hand calmly and didn't care. Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of maturity, stability, and resourcefulness, Changlong may not be as good as Xiao Yu. Do you really think your sister Yu is joking? My servants, obey the queen's call, come out. And at the moment, Xiao Yu made a low voice. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless ghost ninjas came out from the darkness around them. All kinds of ninjas have hideous appearances. Dad, go. There are enemies. Changlong stood up and took a fighting posture. Dad was also shocked. But then, under their shocked gaze, all the ghost ninjas knelt down in unison. They bowed respectfully to Xiao Yu. Please call me Queen. Xiao Yu was even more proud and excited when she saw this. This gift is really great. And at the moment, in the chat group, seeing Xiao's heroic appearance, all the group members were envious. Miyajin, wow, Xiao's sister has become a queen. So cool. I am really envious. Misaka Mikoto, please call me queen. So domineering. Boya Hancock, haha, Xiao's sister has become a queen too. If you need it, sister can teach you how to be a queen. In all senses. Android 18, intelligent logic tells me that this is another meaningful sentence. You are not healthy. At Boya Hancock. Boya Hancock, I am not, I don't talk nonsense. Ani, is this how powerful the group leader is? If you can have this kind of power, what are the giants outside? Grey Wolf, ha ha ha, I said it. The group leader is invincible. Thor, woof woof woof, I am the dog of the group leader. Grey Wolf, hey, you, how dare you steal my lines? At Thor, you have no moral integrity. Thor, I am Thor. Are you biting me? Grey Wolf, just wait, I will definitely come back. At Thor. Xiao Yu, he, it's all because of the group leader, I just got lucky. From today on, I declare that the group leader is my god. Mei Zhen, that's right, me too. Ani, +1. Grey Wolf, plus 10,086. Not to mention that the chat group was talking about it, full of respect for Lin Yu. Lin Yu was also very satisfied with the rising emotional value. With Xiao Yu's transformation into the queen, this wave directly rose to more than 30,000. When the settlement triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit, that's 30 million. He is looking forward to the next live broadcast. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 22. Please call me Queen. Oh my god, Xiao, what did you do? What's going on with these black shadow armies? Changlong looked at the ninjas around him helplessly, feeling like he was going crazy. Isn't this the ability of those people from Valen? Stop yelling, Changlong. The old man tapped Changlong's head with his fingers and scolded him with a stern face. Do you want to make my ears go out of service? Ouch, it hurts. Chenglong felt the pain and covered his head in pain. He retorted in a tangled way. But Dad, Xiaohu can also summon these guys now, isn't it too dangerous? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The old man glared at Chenglong in anger. He waved at Xiaohu. Xiaohu, come down first. Dad has something to tell you. What's wrong, Dad? Xiaohu fell from the sky, looking excited. Xiaohu. The old man said solemnly, Xiaohu, I just checked the ancient books and found that this mask is very powerful. It is a token of a certain death god. It was this death god who defeated the controller of these shadow legions. Later, all the shadow legions entered the Dark Kingdom. But the Ghost King Terra was not destroyed and is still hiding in the dark of the world. The old man looked solemn, but he was not worried. Because he knew very well how powerful the mask was. Xiaohu had this mask, which was equivalent to having a powerful force, and she might not lose to the Ghost King. What's more, the mask was a gift from Lin Yu to Xiaohu. How could Lin Yu watch Xiaohu get into trouble? Since you have become the Queen of Shadows and can drive the Shadow Legions, you will inevitably be targeted by the Ghost King Terra. Thinking of this, the old man gave Xiaohu some instructions. Finally, he warned in a deep voice. So Xiaohu, you must be careful in the future. Do you understand? I know, Dad. Xiaohu nodded and kept it in mind. But she was not worried about it. Because she could sense that the control of the Black Shadow Army was in her hands. This is something that no one can deprive. Even the Ghost King Terra has to kneel down when he comes. Mr. Lin. The old man turned to look at Lin Yu and said respectfully. It's getting late, I would like to invite you to dinner, how about the Huxia restaurant in Chinatown? Definitely, the guest follows the host's wishes. Lin Yu nodded and went to Chinatown with his father and others. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After the meal, the old man invited Lin Yu to live in the antique shop, and the 3-story building had enough rooms. Definitely, he would not admit that he wanted to ask Lin Yu for advice. Xiaohu was naturally very supportive of this. Chenglong was also very hospitable. Faced with the three people's cordial invitation, Lin Yu didn't care and agreed directly. He didn't have any harsh requirements for these external objects. The group returned to the antique shop. Xiaohu wanted to stay with Lin Yu for a while, but as soon as he got home, Lin Yu was invited to the library by his father. Dad took out a bunch of magic books and asked Lin Yu for advice. He has recently studied spells and demons in depth. But he still has no idea how to defeat the Holy Lord, and he felt very headache for a while. The Holy Lord is not a concern. Without the spell, Xiaohu can destroy him. And Lin Yu's answer was simple and rough. Dad was dumbfounded. Who? Xiaohu? Destroy the Holy Lord? Dad didn't believe it at first. But thinking of Xiaohu's current strength, it doesn't seem strange that he can destroy the Holy Lord without the Death God token. Your Excellency, you are too good to Xiaohu. I thank you again on her behalf. Dad thanked again with a grateful face. Hee hee. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, his expression indifferent. Dad continued to ask for advice. Seeing this, Xiaohu outside the door put the tea next to the two of them, her eyes full of resentment. Really, how can Dad do this? She made a face at her father, and said in her heart, when I grow up, I must live outside alone, otherwise I won't have any private space. Time flies, and night falls. After saying goodbye to Chenglong who helped him clean the room, Lin Yu returned to the guest room. Chenglong was very careful and cleaned the room cleanly. Lin Yu washed and lay on the bed. Looking at the emotion value obtained from the live broadcast, it was not too much, and now it has reached more than 50,000. Under 1,000 times critical strike, that is 50 million emotion value. The cost of the arbitrary door will be recovered soon. Lin Yu was very satisfied with this. Originally, this time of crossing was simply to experiment with the system mechanism, and there was no intention to earn emotion value. But from the current situation, this trip to another world is definitely not a loss. Rest first. Let Xiao kill the Holy Lord tomorrow. There will definitely be another surge. Thinking like this, Lin Yu prepared to rest. But at the moment, buzz. In the silent room, the space surged, and a person suddenly appeared out of thin air. The short hair of the person who came was full of dashing. A tight black leather jacket set off the beautiful figure, and a pair of long legs were slender and straight. Hey, you are Xiao. Lin Yu sat up from the bed and looked at the woman in front of him curiously. He recognized at a glance that this was the future Xiao. Master Group Leader. The mature woman Xiao looked at Lin Yu delicately, her beautiful phoenix eyes were charming. She half knelt on the bed with one leg, and her red lips were slightly open. My lord, I want to be the queen tonight, can you fulfill me? Please. Definitely. Lin Yu nodded and said with a smile, I never refuse a beautiful woman's request. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 23. 12 Talismans. The Shadow Army. The next morning, the sun shone through the curtains into the room. The golden light danced on Lin Yu's face. The morning light was bright, he opened his eyes lazily, and felt a fresh air blowing on his face. The sleepiness gradually faded, and the beauty beside him had long disappeared. Lin Yu recalled the wanton carnival last night. The future Xiao was really enthusiastic, transformed into the queen, and made him feel the joy of lying flat. I am really lucky. With a chuckle, Lin Yu got up and walked to the window and opened the curtains. He cast his eyes on the street outside. At the moment, there were few pedestrians on the street, and occasionally a few birds chirped, accompanied by a breeze, which made him feel a sense of tranquility in his heart. After washing and tidying up, Lin Yu went downstairs. Dad and Chenglong were already busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. The air was filled with the aroma of pancakes. Chenglong was flipping pancakes while discussing with his father about finding a talisman. Where is Xiao? Lin Yu asked casually. Ah, it's Mr. Lin. Chenglong and his father turned around and saw Lin Yu, and immediately greeted him, Good morning, Mr. Linear. Hee. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Chenglong then replied, Is Xiao still in the room? She played too late last night and may not have woken up yet. He frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. After all, Xiao still needs to go to school. If she stays up so late every day and doesn't get enough rest, it will definitely affect her studies the next day. The little girl is full of energy, which is understandable. Lin Yu smiled slightly. At the moment, the door on the second floor was pushed open. Xiao rubbed her eyes, her hair was fluffy, and she looked a little sleepy. She walked downstairs, and when she saw Lin Yu, she immediately changed her face to excitement. Morning, Group Leader. Mr. Lin. Good morning, Xiao. Lin Yu greeted with a smile. Hee. Xiao smiled and scratched her hair embarrassedly. She turned to look at her father and Chenglong and said, Dad, Uncle Long, where are we going today? Not us, but me. Chenglong replied, his tone was serious. Without you. Uncle Long, I want to go too. Xiao shouted excitedly, her eyes sparkling. No. Chenglong shook his head and said with a stern face, Your current task is to study. It is enough to leave dangerous things to adults. He refused mercilessly, with a hint of severity in his eyes. Xiao puffed her mouth and looked dissatisfied. She grabbed Lin Yu's arm, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and said coquettishly, Mr. Lin, Uncle Long said I can't help, but I am so powerful now, and Uncle Long is obviously the burden. Chenglong was embarrassed. He frowned helplessly, but he had nothing to say. Lin, you can't listen to her. Chenglong sighed slightly, his eyes full of helplessness. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu smiled, his eyes slightly raised. He smiled at Xiaoyu and asked, "Are you going out to look for other talismans today?" "Yeah." Chenglong nodded, his face serious. "We found new traces of talismans, we must rush over as soon as possible, otherwise we will be overtaken by those people of Wallen." "But if Xiaoyu helps, won't it be faster?" Lin Yu asked thoughtfully, with a gleam in his eyes. "Xiaoyu?" Chenglong looked puzzled, frowned slightly, and asked, "What does Lin mean? Let Xiaoyu take risks with us? Isn't this a bit bad?" He seemed a little hesitant, and Xiaoyu's previous performance emerged in his mind. The eccentric Xiaoyu is too worrying. Lin Yu smiled calmly, "I didn't say to let Xiaoyu take risks in person, but have you forgotten Xiaoyu's other identity? Shadow Queen." Chenglong was slightly stunned, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and then exclaimed, "Yes." Dad suddenly realized, his eyes flashing with excitement, and said in surprise, "Xiaoyu can command the Black Shadow Army, which is much better than our hard work." "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" Chenglong patted his forehead, looking a little annoyed. Xiaoyu raised her chin proudly on the side. She raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth and said complacently, "See, I said I was very useful, and someone was the burden." There was a hint of mischief and pride in her tone, as if she was announcing her ability. Lin Yu gently touched Xiaoyu's head and laughed softly, "Not only that. As long as there is a shadow, Xiaoyu can summon the Black Shadow Army. In other words, the whole world is Xiaoyu's eyes. She can help you find all the talismans quickly." "Yes, why did I think of it?" Chenglong and Dad's eyes lit up, as if they had discovered a new world. They showed excitement on their faces. Chenglong's heart was filled with hope, and he said excitedly, "If this is true, we can save a lot of time. And it will be more efficient." "Hee hee." Xiaoyu raised her head proudly and slightly raised her chest. She showed infinite confidence between her eyebrows. "Don't worry, Uncle Long, and Dad, I will definitely help you find all the talismans." Soon, Xiaoyu gave an order. He was as majestic as a queen, and directly summoned a dark mass of ghost ninjas. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 24. I want to play duo with the group leader. Those hideous ninjas emerged from the shadows. They all looked solemn and respectfully looked at Xiaoyu, as if ready to obey orders at any time. "Servants." Xiaoyu waved her hand and said in a sonorous voice, "Follow the Queen's instructions. I want you to search for the talisman all over the world, and give it to me immediately after you find it." Her voice was full of the Queen's domineering. A group of ghost ninjas respectfully accepted the order and quietly sneaked into the darkness. "It's amazing!" Dad exclaimed with excitement in his eyes. They never thought that Xiaoyu's power was so strong that she could mobilize such a large army in the dark. "This is our biggest advantage." Chenglong's face showed a long-lost smile. The uneasiness in his heart seemed to disappear in an instant. Lin Yu smiled slightly. "Now, you just need to wait patiently, and you can get the talisman you want." "Thank you Mr. Lin for your advice." Chenglong and Dad looked at each other and couldn't help looking forward to it. The two sighed in their hearts and thought at the same time, it's much more convenient to have the Black Shadow Corps to help find the talisman. It has to be Mr. Lin, worthy of being the legendary Saint Seiya. At the same time, in the chat group, "Miyajin, what's going on? I wanted to watch the group owner sleep last night, why did the screen go black halfway? Misaka Mikoto, that must be to protect privacy, what a pity. Boa Hancock, Xiaoyu's sister is so happy, unlike me, who can't sleep alone every night. It would be great if I could see the group owner when I wake up. Boa Hancock, I want to play duo with the group owner, I mean the game, woo woo, at group owner. Miyajin, wow, wake up together? Sister is so romantic. Android 18, I understand this question. You are not healthy. At Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock, I am not thinking nonsense. Ani, everyone, stop going off topic. I still envy Xiao for becoming the Shadow Queen. That's awesome. Miyajin, yes, I'm the king of the dark world. Xiao is so cool. Xiao, hey, there's nothing. It's all thanks to the group leader. At group leader. Grey Wolf, come on, Xiao. Find all those talismans quickly and take us to see what the demon looks like. At Xiao. Thor, for the glory of the North God. Woof woof woof. Miyajin, I'm curious too. What's the difference between the demon lord and the psycho beast? Xiao, I heard it's a dragon. At everyone. Misaka Mikoto, looking forward to it. With Xiao's strength, the demon lord is definitely not a match. How about I teach you a super railgun? Xiao, okay, okay. It happens that I only have the ability, but I don't know how to use it. Boya Hancock, I also know a little bit about boxing and kicking. Uchiha Sasuke, I can share some knowledge about ninjutsu, I wonder if you can learn it. Xiao, great. Thank you everyone. At everyone. The chat group was full of discussions, and soon began to discuss about cultivation. At present, the red envelope function has not been enabled in the chat group. Lin Yu quietly watered the group, guessing that certain conditions may need to be met. Find an opportunity to experiment. The reason why he traveled through the talisman world was not for the sake of safety, and wanted to explore the hidden mechanism of the system. Speaking of this, Lin Yu glanced at the accumulated emotion value. Well, the increase is average. In this short period of time, it has only increased by a few thousand, which is better than nothing. But Lin Yu did not expect to make a lot of money. After having breakfast with Xiao's family, Lin Yu personally sent Xiao to school. Xiao originally wanted to skip class. Lin Yu said that he would pick Xiao up after school. The latter smiled happily. Goodbye, group leader. Xiao waved goodbye to Lin Yu, thinking to herself, although I can't accompany the group leader, isn't there still a live broadcast? Hey, I'm such a genius. Lin Yu naturally didn't know what Xiao was thinking. After Xiao walked into the school, Lin Yu drove aimlessly. Suddenly he sensed a magical power. Hey, what is this? Lin Yu's heart moved, and he got out of the car and walked into a store on the street. This is a car wash, and there is no business at the moment. Hey, sir, do you need a car wash? A white man came over, wearing work clothes. Help me wash my car. Lin Yu handed the car keys to the other party. Okay. The clerk immediately started to get busy. Lin Yu visited the store and finally stood in front of a wall, staring at the fan hanging on the wall. Seeing this scene, everyone in the chat group became curious. Miyajin, hey, what is the group leader looking at? Is there something wrong with this fan? Misaka Mikoto, at least I didn't notice anything unusual. Boa Hancock, I'm curious too, group leader, did you find anything? At group leader. Ani, could this be a treasure? At group leader. Xiao, the group leader's vision is definitely not wrong. Grey Wolf, ha ha ha, someone was caught truanting at school, I won't say who it is. At Xiao. Thor, I'm Thor. At Xiao. Xiao, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Now, it's time to rest. At everyone. Miyajin, PSST, Xiao is really cute. Group leader, don't guess, this thing is actually a token of the unknown death god. However, it contains evil spirits that will make people degenerate into demons. At everyone. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 25, he has to thank us. Xiao, demonic energy? Demon? Could it be related to the Holy Lord? At Group Master. Group Master, that's right. At Xiao, you should study hard. System prompt, Xiao has been kicked out of the live broadcast room. Miyajin, kicked out of the live broadcast room? PSST, ha ha ha, Xiao is so miserable, the Group Master did a great job. At Group Master. Misaka Mikoto, children should study hard and make progress every day. Boya Hancock, I also want to study hard, Group Master, please teach me when you are free. At Group Master. Ani, it feels good to have someone care about me. Android 18, am I the only one curious about the origin of this Death God token? Grey Wolf, I am curious too. Thor, +1. The chat group was full of discussions. Only Xiao, who was kicked out of the live broadcast room, looked at the chat records and pouted angrily. Mr. Lin is so mean. How could he treat me like this? Xiao kept mumbling. But she couldn't watch the live broadcast or speak, so she could only study hard. At the moment. In the car wash, Lin Yu took the fan casually. He played with it casually. Facing the curiosity of the group members, he did not hide it and waved his hand to show it. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Yu waved his hand casually, and the fan burst into a green light. A toad-like phantom quietly emerged. This is the wind demon, Xiao Feng. Lin Yu did all this, but it did not attract the attention of the people around him, as if it did not exist. The group members were not surprised by this, but were full of surprise. Isn't this fan too dangerous? According to Lin Yu, the fan is not a token of the Death God, and it is also sealed with magic energy. What if someone is accidentally possessed by the magic energy? Sure enough, Xiao's world is more dangerous. Group Master, this item comes from Zhong Hanli, one of the 8 immortals. Lin Yu showed it off and continued to post messages in the group. Group Master, it's a pity that with the passage of time, the power of the gods has been offset by the demonic energy. There is not much left. Mei Zhen, oh, is that so? That's such a pity. Ani, Xiao's world is so dangerous. How can such a thing be left out casually? Boya Hancock, I remember my father said that the 8 death gods sealed 8 demons. Could it be that this fan is one of them? Misaka Mikoto, in other words, there are 7 more things like this. Grey Wolf, with the Group Master here, what are you afraid of? Thor, I am Thor. Mei Zhen, yes, the Group Master is so powerful. Let alone the demonic energy, what is the demon itself? Boya Hancock, I overlooked this point. Sorry. Group Master, demonic energy is not actually scary. On the contrary, it can play a positive role. I will transform it into a magic item similar to a spell. Group Master, when I have time, I will come up with a function to send red envelopes, and everyone can draw it based on their luck. At everyone. Mei Zhen, sending red envelopes? Wow, the Group Master is generous. I love you so much. At Group Master. Boa Hancock, I thank the Group Master at Group Master. Misaka Mikoto, the Group Master is so nice, I love you, moi. At Group Master. Ani, is it really possible? Thank you, Group Master. At Group Master, woo woo, if I can draw it, I will have the ability to deal with the threat of the giant. Ani, you have to work hard. Grey Wolf, Group Master. Can I eat mutton? Woohoo, at Group Master. Thor at Grey Wolf, woof woof, a wolf can't eat mutton? So funny. Uchiha Suzuki, thank you, Group Master. At Group Master. With the news announced by Lin Yu, the chat group was boiling. Everyone worshipped Lin Yu as a god. They saw Lin Yu's generosity with their own eyes. When they first met, Lin Yu gave Xiao a token of the death god, which made Xiao the Shadow Queen. They didn't ask for getting rich overnight. But magic props like talismans are good to get one. For a while, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Hee. Lin Yu looked at the news that was flooding the screen and smiled indifferently. He was just a preview. Although he hadn't found the option to send red envelopes, he believed that there would be bread and milk. And because of his preview, the crowd was excited. Emotional values also began to increase significantly. In just a moment, the emotional value has risen to nearly 100,000, which looks very pleasing. He will be able to make a profit soon. With a thought, Lin Yu directly summoned the Black Shadow Corps and asked them to find the magic token on his behalf, including some very interesting special props in this world. When the red envelope function is turned on in the future, he can take it out as a favor. Anyway, it's not his own thing. In exchange for the gratitude of group members and gain emotional value, Lin Yu feels that it is a good deal. After doing all this, the clerk has washed the car. Sir, your car is washed. Thank you. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, and gave an extra tip of $100 after checking out. The clerk respectfully sent Lin Yu away. As for the extra fan in Lin Yu's hand, the clerk seemed not to see it, and there was only the joy of getting a big bargain in his eyes. Anyway, it's just a decoration, and the boss has wanted to change it for a long time. Lin Yu has no psychological burden about this. He took the fan, which was equivalent to helping others and saving the other party in disguise. He still has to thank us. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 26. Famous scene. Crows take a plane. On the way back to the antique shop, Lin Yu's heart moved. He suddenly thought of a treasure. In the original plot, the treasure was enough to modify the past and the future, and it could be called a magic weapon. I was so busy with the live broadcast that I forgot such an important thing. Lin Yu murmured in his heart, and couldn't help but look forward to it. That treasure is indeed extraordinary. Even in the Marvel world, it is comparable to the reality gem, or even more. For him, it is also very attractive. I just don't know if I can take it away from this world. What if it harms Xiao's world? Isn't it like putting on pants and not recognizing people? Lin Yu decided to give it a try. But there is no rush. It's better not to broadcast it live when it comes to the treasure. Anyway, he knows where the thing is hidden. As long as he waits until the day he leaves, he will go and take a look. It would be great if he can take it away. And that treasure is called the Book of History of Years. Time flies, and it will be a few days later in a blink of an eye. Lin Yu was in the antique shop, and the sun shone through the window onto the wooden floor. The mottled light and shadows were like a flowing painting, reflecting the complex emotions in his heart at the moment. Xiao was on holiday today and was walking around the store excitedly. She laughed a few times from time to time, as if she was completely unaware of the coming storm. Mr. Lin, what are we doing today? Xiao had a bright smile on her face, and her eyes were shining with anticipation. Hee. Lin Yu smiled slightly, shook the fan in his hand, and said calmly, "Don't worry, you'll know in a while." After a while, Cheng Long and his father also arrived one after another. Several people sat around the counter, with 11 talismans with different patterns in front of them. Their surfaces emitted a faint glow. The Black Shadow Corps has been searching for talismans all over the world these days, but only the rat talisman is still missing. Everyone knew that it could only have fallen into the hands of Wallen and others. The 5 elements are mutually generated, and yin and yang are balanced. Among these spells, the missing rat spell. If I'm not mistaken, its effect is static change. Lin Yu's tone was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. He glanced at the people present and said, with the rat spell, the Holy Lord may have broken the seal and will come to the door soon. What? Chenglong exclaimed, and his face became solemn in an instant. He clenched his fists with his slightly trembling hands, and couldn't help saying, the enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. Who knows when the Holy Lord will launch a sneak attack? Then we are in danger. Dad also frowned, his face full of uneasiness. We must prepare magic props to deal with the Holy Lord in advance, and we must not let him have a chance to counterattack. As he said that, he was ready to get up and go to the magic room to start research. Xiaohu bravely waved her little fists, hee, haha, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Come on, what are you afraid of? I'm very powerful. Xiaohu, you're still a child. Chenglong shook his head helplessly, with a trace of worry in his eyes. This is not a joke, the power of the Holy Lord is not as simple as you think. Everyone, there is no time. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked through the door of the store, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said calmly. Speak of Cao, Cao is here. The Holy Lord is here. What? So fast? Chenglong and his father's faces changed instantly. The two looked at each other in shock, and an uneasy premonition rose in their hearts. Xiaoyu looked expectant, and it was hard to hide the excitement in her heart. Great! I can finally show my skills. Isn't it just the Holy Lord? My Black Shadow Core is so powerful, but I can't beat them. Unlike Chenglong and his father's worries, Xiaoyu is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Definitely her greatest confidence is definitely Lin Yu. When he thought that the group leader was right beside him, let alone the attack of the Holy Lord, even if the 8 demons came together, what would it matter? Bang! At the moment, the door of the store was kicked open. Wallen and others rushed in and saw Chenglong and others in front of the counter, as well as the talisman on the counter. Their eyes lit up, their faces showed greed, and they immediately threatened in a stern voice. Chenglong, hand over the talisman and I will spare your life. Wallen. Chenglong and his father looked solemn. Chenglong walked out quickly, facing Wallen and others, and said in a deep voice. Impossible. If the Holy Lord gets the talisman, it will bring disaster to the world. I will never agree to it. Why are you helping the evil? Humph. I don't care what he wants to do. Wallen sneered disdainfully, looked at Chenglong with a squint and sneered. I just want money. The Holy Lord promised to give me a treasure that I can't use up in my lifetime, that's enough. Ahu, true, what are you waiting for? Wallen gave an order. Suddenly, Ahu leaped over and flew over on the antique shelf. He used a classic move of the crow flying on a plane. Chenglong, die! Ahu fell from the sky and slapped Chenglong with a palm, shouting. Mount Tai is pressing down. Black tiger digging out the heart. Crow flying on a plane. Chenglong was shocked and dodged dangerously. The two started a chase in the store. There was a crackling sound, and all kinds of antiques on the shelves were immediately affected and fell to the ground. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 27, it's a talisman, I added the talisman. Daddy's heart was broken, and he shouted angrily. Oh, Chenglong, you broke all my antiques, that's a porcelain bottle from the late Yuan dynasty and early Ming dynasty. You damn bad guy. Hand over the talisman. At the same time, a muffled voice suddenly sounded. The big guy True overturned the antique shelf with a slap. He rushed directly to the counter, like a tank roaring, and stretched out his hand to grab a pile of talismans on the counter. "No! Xiaoyu, Daddy, get out of the way!" Chenglong shouted back while resisting Afu. He tried to run over to stop True. But Afu elbowed him and used a move of Tyrannosaurus Rex flapping wings to knock Chenglong to the ground. "Humph! Big guy, I'm not afraid of you." Seeing the critical situation, Xiao was not afraid at all. She picked up a few talismans on the table and punched them hard, which was completely subconscious. There was a bang. True, who was as big as a hill, flew out directly. It was like a mountain collapsing. Afu, who was about to finish off Chenglong, was knocked to the ground. The two of them broke through the gate and flew to the street outside. Seeing this scene, the old man was stunned. Xiaohu also stood there in a daze. Chenglong hurriedly got up, looked at the store that seemed to be demolished in astonishment, and swallowed his saliva. "Xiaohu, what did you do? Are you still a human?" he shouted in disbelief. "Uncle Long, why are you cursing?" Xiao rolled her eyes in annoyance. She seemed to have thought of something, raised the talismans in her hand, and said proudly, "This is it, I used the power of the talisman." "Talisman?" Chenglong was stunned, and then overjoyed. "Yes, we can use talismans to deal with them. Xiao, you are really a genius." "He he he." Xiao looked proud and threw the talisman to Chenglong. Then she picked up the talismans on the counter. No matter what the effect was, she grabbed them all and ran out of the store immediately. Dad looked at the antiques in the store distressed, wanting to cry but not tears. But then he also chased out worriedly. Lin Yu was no exception. Although he didn't plan to take action, he didn't mind watching the excitement, so he just wanted to broadcast it live. Because nothing big happened these days, the emotional value grew slowly. Now it can be said that a villain has come to the door to seek death. At the moment outside the store, Chenglong was shocked, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He thought the Black Shadow Corps was a reinforcement. But when a group of ghost ninjas suddenly rushed towards him, he screamed, "Xiao, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your uncle?" As soon as he said this, there was a hint of helplessness in his voice, as if he was mocking the impending doom with despair. "This idiot!" The old man held his forehead helplessly and sighed in his heart. This kid really has no sense of crisis at all. The ghost ninjas were not under command, and it was obvious that they were ordered by the Holy Lord. Obviously, the Holy Lord was lurking in the dark. But he was very curious. Now that Xiao has become the Queen of Shadow, can she seize control of the Black Shadow Corps? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Xiao for help. "Xiao, help your Uncle Long." "Okay, Dad." Xiao nodded, knowing that the situation was urgent. She looked at the Black Shadow army swarming in frantically, her expression became cold and murderous, and she said in a deep voice, "Servants, those are your enemies. Obey the Queen's order and catch them." Her voice was unquestionable and full of majesty. Suddenly, the Black Shadow army turned around like a tide and launched a fierce attack on Valen and others. Valen and others looked at each other, their eyes full of fear, and screamed, "It's over, Lord, come and save us." Their fear seemed particularly real at this moment, as if it was a desperate call for death. At the moment, a cold breath suddenly descended. It seemed that a layer of frost condensed in the air, oppressing people to the point of suffocation. Suddenly, a hideous figure emerged from the darkness. It was the Demon Lord. He had a burly figure, a dragon head in a human body, a hideous face, and eyes like blood-red fireworks, exuding a terrifying power. The air around him was torn apart the moment he appeared, as if the whole world was trembling. "Humble ants, are you trying to be my enemy?" The Holy Lord stared at the people in front of him coldly, and his voice sounded like it came from the abyss of hell. And this scene was broadcast live by the system. Everyone in the chat group was amazed. Miyajin, is this the Holy Lord? Oh my god, he is so ugly and scary. Xiao and the others should be careful. Misaka Mikoto, don't worry, Miyajin. With the group master here, there will be no accidents. Boya Hancock, I believe in the group master. Grey Wolf, such an ugly guy, Xiao has a divine object given by the group master, and he will definitely defeat the opponent. Grey Wolf at Xiao, Xiao, come on, we are all waiting for your great victory. Thor, I am Thor. At Xiao. Android number 18, although Grey Wolf is ugly, what he said is very true. After my logical analysis, the possibility of the Holy Lord winning is infinitely close to zero. Ani, come on, Xiao. The group leader is definitely invincible. At Xiao. Xiao, hehe, everyone just wait and see. I guarantee you will win. At everyone. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 28, Shadow Queen. The Lord is numb. Human magician, you shouldn't covet the power that doesn't belong to you. I will give you death. If you hand over the talisman now, I may spare your life. Looking down at Dad and others, the Holy Lord spoke coldly, and his indifferent words revealed incomparable majesty. As if to cover all living beings under the shadow of death. Humph! You are dreaming. The voice of Dad suddenly sounded, firm and powerful. Holy Lord, Death God could not seal you at the beginning, but we can do it too. Today is your death day. His voice was filled with unyielding faith. Ha! Kill me! The Holy Lord sneered, a cunning light flashed in his eyes, and he attacked brazenly. His movements were swift and decisive, catching him off guard. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. The powerful energy surged out like a tide, turning into a blazing flame, sweeping directly towards Chenglong and others. He knew in his heart that as long as he killed these people, he could get the talisman back. He could regain his own power. Dad? Get out of the way. Chenglong was shocked and tried to stop the attack of the Holy Lord. However, as soon as he moved, he was entangled by Afu, Zhou, Lasu, and Afen, and could not use his strength at all. He was anxious and gritted his teeth. You guys, get out of my way. Chenglong's heart was like a surging tide, with anxiety and anger intertwined. Just when he was helpless, the talisman in his hand glowed slightly, as if sensing his inner struggle. Buzz! A strong magic power poured into his body. It seemed that an invisible force was awakening in an instant. Get out of here! Chenglong roared, clenched his fists, and his muscles bulged. It seemed that even the air was trembling because of his roar. He concentrated all his strength at this moment and punched Afu, Zhou, Lasu, and Afen in front of him. This punch was like a thunder, and the power was so fierce that no one could resist it. Several people were knocked away, their bodies drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. True was also knocked to the ground. The next moment, Chenglong shouted anxiously and tried to rescue him. But he was still a step too slow. Seeing the blazing flames sweeping in like a torrent, it was about to swallow everything in an instant. And at this moment of life and death, a cold wind suddenly blew in the air. It seemed that even time was stagnant at this moment. Buzz! Xiao's figure appeared in the darkness, like the most dazzling star in the night. Her eyes revealed a cold and majestic look. The power of the talisman surged wantonly and directly sank into Xiao's body, making her even stronger. With a swish, along with her figure, the power of darkness poured out like a tide. The endless darkness swallowed everything, forming an invisible barrier, powerful and mysterious. Go! At her command, the power of the talisman burst out instantly. Dark energy swept in like a tide, devouring the blazing flames completely. There was only a loud bang. The flames were extinguished in an instant, turning into a cloud of smoke and dust, and scattered in all directions. This scene shocked everyone present. Incredible looks flashed in their eyes, and a storm of shock rose in their hearts. What is this little girl? Is she still a human? You humble ants, use my power against me. You all deserve to die. The voice of the Holy Lord was full of anger and murderous intent. The grim smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by furious contempt and greed for death. Only killing can dispel anger. Black Shadow Core, kill them all. No one will be left. The voice of the Holy Lord was like a violent storm, deafening, and full of boundless murderous aura. But what surprised him was the Black Shadow Core did not respond to his orders, as if this group of warriors in the shadows were listening to another call. What? How is this possible? The Lord's face darkened. He secretly used the dark spell to control the Shadow Core, trying to regain control of this power. But in front of him, the Shadow Core remained unmoved and had no reaction. Lord, they can also control the Shadow Core. Wallen's voice came from the side, with surprise and uneasiness in his tone. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. You did it. The Lord's eyes suddenly turned to Xiaoyu, and he was furious. At the moment, Xiaoyu was like the brightest star in the night, with a smug smile on her face. She exuded an elusive mysterious aura. Lord, I am the Queen of Shadows. You stole the power that does not belong to you. Xiaoyu's voice was fearless, as if she had mastered everything. Every word she said hit the Lord's heart like a hammer, making his anger and unwillingness intertwined. But Xiaoyu herself looked indifferent. Servants, it's your turn to perform. At the command, countless ghost ninjas emerged from the darkness. The black ninjas came like a tide. In addition to the most basic ghost ninjas, there are claw shadows, giant shadows, flying shadows, helmet shadows, and food shadows. The 9 ninja corps are all out. At the moment, all kinds of ninjas have hideous faces, like a dark tide, swarming in. Their figures are blurry and swift, like beasts lurking in the dark. The Black Shadow Corps is fearless and directly pounces on the Holy Lord, as well as Wallen and Afu and others behind him. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 29. With a mortal body, I fight back against the evil god. Quick! Protect me, stop them. Wallen's face suddenly turned pale, and he shouted in panic, but it was too late. The 9 black shadow legions rushed towards them like arrows, and the air was filled with a biting cold, like the whisper of death. Wallen and others had no power to resist, and were instantly controlled by the power of the Black Shadow Ninja. Even as strong as Afu, he struggled but to no avail. The arms of those black shadows were like iron clamps, locking them tightly, causing their power and dignity to collapse in an instant. Damn it! Let me go! Fight me if you have the guts! Afu struggled desperately, exasperated. However, his meager strength seemed so powerless and insignificant in front of the Black Shadow Army. Looking for death. Looking at the Black Shadow Army rushing towards him, the Holy Lord roared coldly. There was a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, he waved his hand violently, and instantly burst out with blazing energy. Blazing fire swept towards the ghost ninjas that rushed over. Puff puff. The power surged like a storm. Every time he attacked, it was like a thunderbolt, killing those ghost ninjas one by one. However, this was only a short calm. More ghost ninjas came like a tide, and the dark torrent was unstoppable, like fearless warriors who kept fighting. Facing this constant enemy, the Holy Lord was a little angry. As the saying goes, good things come back. He used to bully others, but who would have thought that today he would be bullied by others with human wave tactics? At this moment, the Holy Lord felt unprecedented frustration. And this scene made the chat group burst into laughter. Grey Wolf, ha ha ha, look at me, right? This is the Holy Lord, I think he is just a big bug. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. Mei Zhen, PSST. Stop it, you two, it's not over yet. Champagne at halftime, right? Boa Hancock, Sister Xiaoyu, you must not relax, the Lord may have other cards. Use the moves we taught you to win with one blow. At Xiaoyu. Android 18, excluding the factor of the group master, Xiaoyu's probability of defeating the Lord is 97.99%. Ani, hey, isn't this a sure win? At Android 18. Misaka Mikoto, after all, she is the Lord, we can't be careless. And isn't there the group master? Grey Wolf, that's right. The group master is invincible. At group master. Thor, woof woof woof. The chat group was full of discussions. Seeing Xiao is so handsome, everyone praised her and was in high spirits. For a while, they envied Xiao even more. Being valued by the group master, just a random gift can gain such powerful strength. The group leader is so powerful that he can do anything. It would be great if they could meet the group leader. Let alone whether they can be like Xiao. The mere fact of being able to meet Lin Yu and date such a powerful man makes Mijin and other women's hearts beat. At the same time, in front of Dad's antique shop. This human girl must not be kept. The Holy Lord stared at Xiao, shocked by the identity of this little girl. The Black Shadow Core represents the dark side of the world. Even from ancient times to the present, no one has been able to fully master this power, but Xiao, a human, has done it. Until at the moment, he finally realized that the enemy was powerful and should not be underestimated. And he also had endless murderous intent in his heart. At the beginning, he was defeated by the human saint Seiya, his power was stripped away, and sealed in 12 talismans. Xiao's existence is an obstacle to his reruling of Middle-earth. He must not let Xiao grow up. Human, I will kill you. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the Lord's roar echoed throughout the battlefield like thunder. The monstrous demonic energy was raging, as if it was going to tear the world apart. His body was emitting scorching flames. The blazing energy surged around him, like an angry beast, ready to turn everything into ashes at any time. With his order, the flames swept out like a storm. Puff puff puff. The Black Shadow Army instinctively sensed the danger and fought back desperately. However, facing the Lord's fire magic, they were like paper toys and were swept away in an instant. The flames raged in the darkness. The Black Shadow Army had no power to resist and turned into groups of black aura and dissipated. This terrible scene was like a ruthless massacre. Hiss! So terrible! Is this the Demon Lord? Chenglong and his father saw this scene and their faces suddenly turned pale. They were inexplicably frightened. The Demon Lord, the demon who once ruled Middle-earth, is still so terrible today. Once they fail, the whole world will fall again. Chenglong, I'm going to use magic, you help me delay time. Dad's hands trembled slightly, and he said in a deep voice. He held the magic puffer tightly, trying to cast magic to help Xiao fight against the Demon Lord. But at this critical moment, Xiao seemed unusually calm. She stood in the center of the darkness, as if she had merged with the surrounding shadows, quietly watching the flames that were about to come. Buzz buzz buzz. The light between heaven and earth seemed to disappear in an instant, and the surroundings fell into endless darkness. The whole world seemed to be doomsday. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 30. A dog that licks the boot doesn't get a house. Endless dark power was devoured by Xiao. Suddenly, her aura became stronger and stronger, and the dark power continued to surge around her. I am the Queen of Shadows. Xiao's voice sounded, clear and firm, like a sharp sword piercing the darkness. Her palm was slightly raised, and the air around her solidified instantly. It seemed that even time was stagnant at this moment. Then, she struck out, and the power of darkness turned into a god-killing force, rushing straight towards the Holy Lord. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. At that moment, the darkness between heaven and earth seemed to condense into a visible entity, surging in. The monstrous flame demonic energy that attacked was directly annihilated and dissipated. What? This is impossible. The Holy Lord was horrified, and hurriedly tried his best to resist. But Xiaohu's attack was like a god-killing blow. The power was like a dark wave, engulfing him, and the desperate roar echoed in the air. No. I am the great Lord, I will not accept this. Puff. After a heart-wrenching roar, the Lord's body slowly disintegrated. Endless demonic energy surged and swept over, like a tidal wave caused by a tsunami, but in the end it gradually dissipated into the invisible. The Lord's power was instantly annihilated like fireworks, turning into eternal darkness. A group of tiny shadow eaters rushed up like crazy. They kept devouring the power of the demon lord, even if it was just the disintegrating demonic energy, but it made their bodies continue to expand. The power of devouring darkness grows. This is the special ability of the shadow eaters. At the moment, Wallen, Afu and others, as well as Chenglong and his father were all stunned. They looked at each other and changed color in horror. Wallen's face turned pale, and he murmured in a low voice. It's over. The Lord is dead? Then we must be dead too. No, I don't want to die. He couldn't believe that the once invincible strong man had disappeared in an instant. That was the Holy Lord they could not resist. But now that the Holy Lord was dead, their lives and deaths would also be controlled by others. Hiss! My God! A trace of shock flashed in Chenglong and his father's eyes. They looked at each other, with countless questions in their hearts, but more of them were shocked. Is this the power given by Mr. Lin? How terrible is that death god token? Did we worry too much before? The two of them couldn't help but be curious about Lin Yu's true strength. Is this really just a Saint Seiya? Or Death God? And at the moment, Xiaohu stood quietly in the darkness like a queen in the dark. She waved her hand casually, the darkness faded, and the light reappeared. The next moment she threw herself directly into Lin Yu's arms. Like a child asking for a reward, she looked at Lin Yu eagerly and said proudly, Mr. Lin, I defeated the Holy Lord. Do you think I am awesome? Haha, Xiaohu, you are awesome. Lin Yu smiled and touched Xiaohu's head. This made Xiaohu very happy. Her little face was flushed, as if she had eaten honey, and she was happier than defeating the Holy Lord. At the moment, there was also a lot of discussion in the chat group. Miajin, wow, Xiaohu is so awesome, right? The Queen is so awesome. At Xiaohu Boa Hancock, yes. Xiaohu is a good friend of the Queen. If she grows up, she will fascinate thousands of boys. Ani. Xiaohu is so handsome. At Xiaohu Grey Wolf, Xiaohu is awesome, but I can only say that you are invincible, Group Master. At Group Master Thor, I am Thor. Android 18, I seriously doubt that you are just making trouble. In human terms, you two are just licking dogs. At Toll. As long as I can make the group owner happy, I am willing to be a licking dog. Miajin, wow, you are so shameless. At Thor, woof woof woof. I despise you, I am obviously the dog. At I am proud to be a licking dog. Bite me. At everyone. Xiaohu, hehe, thank you for your compliments. But I also think that this is all the credit of the group owner. At everyone. Miajin, Xiaohu is so sensible and cute. Boa Hancock, keep up the good work. Ani, come on. The atmosphere in the chat group was high, and the emotional value was greatly improved. Lin Yu silently watered the group, secretly satisfied. As Xiaohu killed the Holy Lord, the emotional value has risen to a full 200,000. With 1,000 times crit reward, that's 200 million. This time, not only did I get back my investment, but I also made a lot of money. Keep up the good work, let Xiaohu kill all the other demons directly, so that my crossing this time can be considered a complete success. With a thought, Lin Yu quietly closed the chat page. He smiled and looked at Xiaohu and said, Xiaohu, the threat of the demons is not over yet, the Holy Lord has 7 other brothers and sisters. Mr. Lin, should I go and destroy them? Xiaohu's mind returned, and she asked impatiently. She seemed eager to try. Chenglong and his father wanted to stop it, but looking at the mess around them, they swallowed their words. Even the Holy Lord was destroyed by Xiaohu, so what about the other demons? What's more, isn't there Lin Yu next to him? In their opinion, Lin Yu valued Xiaohu so much, perhaps he intended to train her as a disciple. After all, this person may be the legendary death god Ming. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 31. The Book of Years. The Artifact of Time. Don't worry, Xiaohu, the other demons are currently sealed in the hell space, it's not easy to deal with them. Seeing Xiaohu so violent, Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Xiaohu is a girl after all. If she is too violent, won't she become a female man when she grows up? He doesn't want the black whirlwind Xiaohu to come at night. Since that night of romance, the future Xiaohu has come to him from time to time in recent days. The two had a long talk and in-depth exchanges. Seeing that Xiaohu was about to grow crooked, Lin Yu felt that he had to control it a little. Oh, okay. Xiaohu lowered her head, a little discouraged. Lin Yu changed his tone and said, but Xiaohu, you have more important things to do, and this is also related to your future. What's the matter? Mr. Linear. Xiaohu raised her head and asked curiously. Chenglong and his father also pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss a word. Your ability. Lin Yu looked directly at Xiaohu and said in a deep voice, the mask I gave you is just to let you get the identity of the Queen of Shadows, but it does not mean that you have become the master of the dark world. Not to mention that there is also the Ghost King Terra coveting your power in the dark. It is your own practice alone. If you go astray, you may become the second Holy Lord. You don't want to become like the Holy Lord, do you? Lin Yu said with a smile. No. Xiaohu shuddered as she thought about it. She shook her head hurriedly and said, then Mr. Lin, what should I do? I don't understand anything about practice. Haha, this is simple. Lin Yu smiled and touched Xiaohu's head. He turned to look at the old man and said, the old man can supervise your practice at any time. And what you have to do is to strengthen your control over the dark world. When you truly become the master of the dark world, you will become the Queen of Shadows. That is what this world commonly calls the undying god of light. When these words came out, the old man and the other two were shocked. They felt a throbbing. That is the undying god of light. Since the ancient times, the undying god of light seemed to have disappeared collectively, and no gods appeared in the world. The old man once suspected that Lin Yu was the undying god of light in the world. And what did they hear now? As long as Xiaohu practices steadily, will she have the opportunity to become the new undying god of light in the future? This immediately made the old man extremely excited. The so-called undying god of light. As the name suggests, it is an immortal existence with extraordinary strength. He seemed to have seen the day when Xiaohu became a god. And all this was given by Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, you are so good to me, how can I repay you? Xiaohu threw herself into Lin Yu's arms with excitement. Lin Yu wiped away her tears. He looked into Xiaohu's eyes and chuckled, you don't need to thank me. Because someone has already thanked you. That person is definitely you. Lin Yu naturally didn't say the latter sentence. But it was enough to move Xiaoyu. Maybe it was the influence of the women's friend buff, or maybe it was out of gratitude. Xiaoyu swore in her heart, "Group Master, when I grow up, I must marry you. I am willing to do anything. Ani, can I become a god like this? I am stupid, really. Miyajin, oh my god. This gift from the Group Master is too precious, right? That is not Death God Ming. Boya Hancock, is this the strength of the Group Master? Grey Wolf, the Group Master is mighty and domineering. Thor, I am Thor. Android 18, a mortal body is on par with gods. Xiaoyu has really become the Queen of Shadows. Uchiha Suzuki, Xiaoyu is great, and the group leader is even more powerful. Miyajin, the group leader is so handsome. If I could date the group leader once, I would die without regrets. Misaka Mikoto, hehe, Michen, are you sure you are not greedy for the group leader's body? At Miyajin. Miyajin, no, I am not, don't talk nonsense. At Misaka Mikoto. Boa Hancock, Miyajin is so cute. The chat group was full of discussions. Knowing that Xiaoyu had touched the divine power, everyone was envious. After all, that is a god. Definitely envy, but more of it is blessings from the heart. These days, the quirky Xiaoyu has been liked by all the group members. They only care about Xiaoyu. But in addition to blessing, everyone is more shocked. The group leader is so amazing. He can easily create a future death god, and such a great method is really incredible. In everyone's mind, Lin Yu's image is getting taller and taller. But Lin Yu himself doesn't care about it. In his eyes, only the emotional value is the most important, and he is always paying attention to it. As he exposed Xiaoyu's ability to transform into a real Shadow Queen, the emotional value suddenly soared again. In just a short period of time, it soared by 100,000 again, reaching 300,000. And it is still increasing at a slow rate. Lin Yu was very satisfied and said to himself, "This time of crossing should be over. Before leaving, I have to see if I can get the Book of History of Years. That is a magical artifact that can modify the past and the future. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 32, Xiaoyu, the adult girl, leaves. Half an hour later, Cheng Long called Sheriff Black. That was an old friend he had known for a long time. Sheriff Black came from the official secret organization District 13. Because of the talisman, Cheng Long and Sheriff Black reached a cooperation to fight against Valen and others. Now that the Holy Lord is dead, Valen and others must also receive the punishment they deserve. Sheriff Black took Valen and others away directly. But before leaving, Sheriff Black glanced at Lin Yu, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Why hasn't he seen this gentleman before? And before coming, he didn't find Lin Yu's identity information. As an agent, his vigilance made him very curious. But thinking of his father's specialness, Sheriff Black secretly guessed Lin Yu's identity in his heart and drove away in a police car. Hey! It's finally over. After seeing off Sheriff Black, Cheng Long breathed a sigh of relief. He has been working hard these days. Now that the Holy Lord is dead, they can finally rest and relax. Xiao raised her hand and suggested. Why don't we go eat hot pot? I'll treat you. Okay. Lin Yu spoke first. Cheng Long and his father quickly agreed and said with a smile. It's rare to see Xiao treat us, so we have to give her a good meal this time. I want to eat 10 servings. The group immediately went to Chinatown. That night, at nightfall, Lin Yu had just washed off the smell of hot pot and hadn't walked out of the bathroom yet. Suddenly, a beautiful figure quietly slipped in. The person hugged Lin Yu from behind. She picked up the towel beside her and said with a sweet breath, My lord, let me help you wipe it. Your clothes are all wet. Lin Yu turned around and said helplessly. Hee hee. Future Xiao smiled charmingly, licked her red lips and said. It's okay, it's just right to take a bath. I'll help you. Lin Yu said with a smile. As the saying goes, happiness is better shared than happiness alone. He has always been willing to help others. Since he wet Xiao's clothes, then he should help Xiao change into new ones. However, the speed of changing clothes was a bit slow, and it took several hours to finish. My lord, are you leaving? Xiao lay in Lin Yu's arms, her tone lazy and reluctant. You know. Lin Yu was slightly stunned, and then smiled. I forgot that you are now the future Xiao. Yes, I am ready to leave. As he said, he stroked Xiao's white back. The latter hummed like a cat. Lin Yu smiled and said. I will leave after finishing the last thing. What is it? Xiao raised her head and asked curiously. Secret. Lin Yu smiled but said nothing. Xiao scolded. The two of them were entangled again, time flew, and in a blink of an eye it was noon. Mr. Lin got up. There was a knock on the door, and Xiao shouted. But there was no response for a long time. I'm coming in. Xiao said, and pushed the door open and walked in. But the room was empty. Looking at the neat and tidy furnishings around her, Xiao's face turned pale, and she quickly immersed herself in the chat group. At the moment the live broadcast had ended, and she hurriedly asked. Xiao, group owner, have you left? At group owner. Miyajin, at? Group owner left? I was wondering why the live broadcast hadn't started yet. It was so sudden. Boa Hancock, I think it makes sense. Boa Hancock, the danger in Xiao's world has been lifted, and the group owner is busy. So it's normal for him to leave. Ani, Xiao, don't be sad, we'll have a chance to see each other again in the future. At Xiao. Misaka Mikoto, that's right. We are in the group, can't we chat with the group owner too? At Xiao. Xiao, that's right, that's right. But. Miyajin, oh, Xiao, don't be so Versailles, we are all so envious of you. At Xiao. Misaka Mikoto, that's right. We also want to see the group master. Android 18, I don't know when the group master will travel again. The group master is so busy, I'm afraid some of them have to wait. Miyajin, don't fight with me, it's my turn. At everyone. Boa Hancock, that's the decision for the group master. I want to cut in line, cut in mine. Miyajin, sister, you are so bad at Boa Hancock. Group master, everyone, this live broadcast will end first, I have other things to do. At everyone. Group master, next time I have a chance, I will also go to other people's worlds. Miyajin, okay, group master, remember to come to my house is big, and there are glowing armored warriors. At group master. Boa Hancock, I am always waiting for the group master. At group master. Xiao, goodbye, group master. At group master. Grey Wolf, woof woof woof. Thor at Grey Wolf, I am Thor. I am Thor. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog, why do you want to rob me? Misaka Mikoto, PSST, you two are really funny, stop it. The chat group was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Lin Yu smiled at this. Looking at the huge rock wall in front of him, he waved his hand and the cliff was directly separated. A deep passage led to nowhere. Lin Yu flashed into it. Not long after, he came to the end of the passage. What he saw was a hall, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. In the center of the hall stood a huge amount of ancient books. That was the history book. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 33. Return to Marvel. Red envelope system. Lin Yu stood quietly in the center of the misty hall. The aura around him came like a tide, with an indescribable sense of mystery. The ancient history book stood in front of him. The cover of the book was engraved with ancient runes, emitting a faint glow. Every word seemed to contain endless power, which made Lin Yu yearn and awed. The History Book of Time, the legendary rule artifact. Lin Yu whispered to himself, thinking of the relevant plot in the anime. The Holy Lord rewrote history with the help of the History Book of Time, returning the world to ancient times, and demons ruled the world. Later, Cheng Long and others used the History Book of Time to reverse history again. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but move his heart. If he could master this book, he could reverse the past, change the future, and even reverse all misfortunes and tragedies. Such huge amounts of power are enough to make any creature crazy. Buzz. Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes and secretly sensed the power of the History Book of Time. This book can not only rewrite history, but also make people speak the law and kill the gods with mortal bodies. The value of the Book of Time is self-evident. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but hesitate. If he took it away, would it cause unpredictable consequences? What if he lost the Book of Time and caused the Talisman world to collapse? Suddenly, an idea came to Lin Yu's mind. He quickly opened the system mall and searched for various items. After flipping through it, his eyes stayed on a glowing book, a god-level appraisal book. It can be exchanged for only 10 million emotion points. That's it. Lin Yu's heart moved, and he exchanged the god-level appraisal book without hesitation. A mere 10 million, he didn't care about it. He had already grasped the book in his hand, and Lin Yu's mind moved, and he began to appraise the Book of Time. As a ray of warm light was released from the appraisal book. In front of Lin Yu, the attributes of the Book of Time emerged. Book of the Years. Source: Origin Rule of the Talisman World. Level: Innate Treasure. Features: can reverse the past and the future, rewrite history. Introduction: this item originates from the Origin Law. After taking it away, it will cause slight damage to the origin of the world, but it will not cause fundamental harm. Note: those who play with fate will eventually be fooled by fate. Is it really a divine weapon? It's a pity that the level of the Talisman world is not high, otherwise. Lin Yu felt relieved and seemed to understand the true meaning of the Book of the Years. This is really a rare treasure. Even if this book is taken away, it will not lead to devastating consequences, which is good news. The only pity is that the Talisman world limits the power of the Book of the Years. If it is an innate treasure born in the world of Hong Huang, let alone reversing the past and the future, even transcending the long river of time and space may not be impossible. Definitely Lin Yu will not be unsatisfied. This is enough. This is definitely a treasure comparable to infinite gems. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Yu no longer hesitated, and stretched out his hand directly, and the history of time flew into his palm like a meteor. At this moment, the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. It seemed that the entire secret realm was shaking and tilting. Rumble. Lin Yu felt a wave of invisible power fluctuations. The sound of the collapse of the secret realm was as deafening as thunder. The entire cliff collapsed, dust flew, and the balance between heaven and earth was instantly lost. Swish! Lin Yu's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the outside world. As his figure flashed, the sound of the collapse of the secret realm was stirring in his ears, as if the world was shocked by his action. When Lin Yu returned to the outside world, the roaring collapse sound in his ears gradually subsided. The surrounding environment returned to tranquility. The history of time is in hand, it's time to leave. With a move in his heart, Lin Yu directly summoned the arbitrary door. This thing is automatically bound. If he wants to come to the Talisman world again in the future, he can travel through it with just a thought. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, a strong light flashed out, and Lin Yu walked directly into the arbitrary door in front of him. The surrounding scenery turned blurry, and he returned to the Marvel world. It was still Natasha Romanoff's apartment. It's only 7 o'clock. Lin Yu glanced at the time. He traveled away, and only 1 second passed in the Marvel world. This made him understand the function of the system more. Ding! The live broadcast of the other world is over, and the reward is being settled. Ding! The host has accumulated 450,000 emotional points, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,500,000 emotional points. The system prompts sounded constantly. 400 million? I didn't expect there is still money to be made, not bad. Lin Yu chuckled and didn't care. This emotional value didn't surprise him much, anyway, it was better than nothing. He thought that he had to do something big in the next live broadcast. Otherwise, at this rate, he won't be able to exchange for the silver super template until the end of time. And at the moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded again. Ding! The host's first live broadcast in another world is completed, and the group red envelope function is enabled. Ding! The host has reached the hidden conditions, the upper limit of group members has been expanded, and invitations to join the group have been sent to all the heavens and worlds. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 34. Promise yourself to me? You are greedy for my body. Hey? Does the system really have a hidden mechanism? Lin Yu was shocked and finally smiled in surprise. The group red envelope function is mainly to win people's hearts. After all, the biggest role of the group members in the group is to provide emotional values. Chat groups are like this. Group members only need to provide emotional values, and as a group owner, there are many things to consider. The function of sending red envelopes can just mobilize the enthusiasm of group members. But what Lin Yu cares most about is the expansion of the upper limit of group members. In this way, when waiting for his live broadcast, he can get more emotional values. I just don't know how many new members can join the chat group this time. It seems that this time it will be lively. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. He opened the group chat and saw that it had already started a heated discussion, and the atmosphere instantly became active. Lin Yu's mind moved and he sent a message directly. Group owner, everyone, the red envelope function has been successfully developed, and red envelopes can be sent to group members. Group owner, and soon, there will be new members joining the group. Group owner, but this time, there will be no red envelopes for new members. At everyone. As soon as this message was sent, the chat group exploded instantly. Various messages were flying around, and cheers were heard one after another. Xiaoyu, send red envelopes. Send red envelopes. The group owner is awesome, the group owner is so handsome. At group owner. Ani, hehe, thank the group owner for the red envelope. At group owner. Boa Hancock, the group owner has not forgotten to develop the red envelope function in his busy schedule. I am so touched. I have nothing to repay you, so why not give me my body? At group owner. Misaka Mikato? Good guy. You are clearly repaying kindness with enmity. At Boya Hancock. Android 18, are there going to be new members joining? I hope there will be an intelligent life like me. Grey Wolf, are there powerful wolves in other worlds? He. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. I am Thor. At Group Master. Mei Zhen, red envelope? Thank you so much, Group Master. But I still want to thank you in person. When will you come to my world? At Group Master. Group Master, everyone, I sent a random red envelope. It depends on your luck. At everyone. Lin Yu smiled at the group chat message and chose to send the red envelope directly. Previously in the talisman world, when Xiaowu asked the Black Shadow Corps to search for talismans, he also collected a lot of good things. For example, the mirror god that can bewitch people, or the monkey statue with a curse. There is also the god armor that can give people divine power. In addition, there are flower cards, cups of life, Shiva temple bracelets, and druid stones. There are many treasures in the talisman world. The Black Shadow Corps searched all over the world and collected a lot of good things for Lin Yu. There are also some magic props that Lin Yu made by himself. Those were all the practice works that he tried to make with the help of his father's materials when he was teaching his father magic. There are some powerful props, such as the summoning charm that can summon the shadow army. Lin Yu randomly selected some magic props as red envelopes. Group prompt. The group owner sent a random lucky red envelope, current, 9/9. Xiao Yu, hehe, I'm the fastest. I must be the lucky king. Mei Zhen, I want one too, I want one too. This is the first gift given to me by the group owner. Love it. Ani, thank you for the red envelope from the group owner. I like this summoning spell very much. At group owner. Boa Hancock, water of life? Can it keep people young forever? Wow, group owner, I really love you. At group owner. Cell phone 88, hey, it's a magic charm with the sheep charm function. Can I have a soul too? Grey Wolf, wow, copy the spell? That little guy can't finish it. Woohoo, you are so good to me, group leader. At group leader. Misaka Mikato, I got the druid stone. Misaka Mikato, it contains rich magic power. Now I can use the ultimate move as a basic attack. Hehe. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. Woof 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 at group leader. Uchiha Suzuki, unknown death god Ming armor? It turned out to be the armor used by unknown death god? Uchiha Suzuki, thank you, group leader. At group leader. Xiaowu, hey? Unknown death god Ming armor? Suzuki, you are so lucky. Well, the luckiest person is not me. At Uchiha Suzuki. Boa Hancock, I didn't expect Suzuki to be so low-key, but so lucky. Congratulations. At Uchiha Suzuki. Miyajin, the group leader is too nice, right? The red envelopes he sent are all good stuff. Ani, group leader V587. At group leader. Misaka Mikato, I also want to marry you, group leader, are you still in need of a female companion? At group leader. Miyajin, hey, you guys should stop it. It should be my turn first. Miyajin, group leader, please come to my world. At group leader, I've been waiting for you for so long that the flowers have withered, woo woo woo. Boa Hancock, oh my, someone is thirsty. At Miyajin. Miyajin, impossible, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ani, he. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 35. Play a round with Natasha Romanoff. A group of group members grabbed the red envelopes and were amazed. Because Lin Yu gave good things. Especially the Death God armor that Suzuki got from the Universe Wave. It must be an extraordinary treasure to be related to the Death God. For a moment, a group of members were envious and congratulated. Everyone was grateful to Lin Yu. Hehe. Lin Yu looked at the group chat message and just smiled indifferently. He closed the chat group and stopped paying attention. For him, it was just some things that he couldn't use, and he picked them up for free. He would not feel bad if he used these things as a favor. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yu looked towards the balcony. A beautiful figure quietly slipped in. Lin Yu said unhappily without looking back. Natasha Romanoff, do you climb the window when you go back to your own house? This is the 8th floor. Hehe, I'm used to it. Natasha Romanoff's charming voice sounded. She hugged Lin Yu tenderly, and the two of them lay down and took another nap in the broad daylight. Time flies, and the sun is high. Lin Yu held the delicate body in his arms and asked casually. Aliens invaded the Earth yesterday. What's the situation now? With your identity, don't you need to perform tasks at this time? Don't say it. S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be busy recently. I'm so busy recently that I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Natasha Romanoff lay in Lin Fan's arms, curled up. What happened yesterday scared her. Aliens invaded, nuclear bombs attacked, and the mysterious man turned the situation around. If it weren't for the mysterious man, I'm afraid the whole of New York would be turned into a doomsday place under the nuclear bomb. At the moment she recalled it, she was still frightened. Only by nestling in Lin Yu's arms did she feel safe, and she fell into it and couldn't extricate herself. Then do you still have time to come back? Lin Yu didn't understand the style and asked indifferently. You are such a jerk. Natasha Romanoff said angrily with a face full of reproach. Yes, I have no personal time when I am busy, so I have to eat well. You don't know how to feel sorry for others. Blame me. Lin Yu didn't care and said with a smile, then are you full? If you are not full, let's have another one. No, no, no. Natasha Romanoff was startled and hugged Lin Yu tightly. This guy is like a bull. If there is no work, it's fine. She has to go to the bureau later, and she doesn't want to be seen as abnormal. She took the initiative to kiss Lin Yu. Natasha Romanoff's eyes were as charming as silk, and she said charmingly, I'm full. Thank you, Lin. Half an hour later, Natasha Romanoff washed up and left. Lin Yu was the only one left in the apartment again. He got up and went to the window. He could see military vehicles coming and going outside, and the affected blocks had been closed. But these had nothing to do with him. At the moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Saitama calling. What's the matter? Lin Fan answered and asked calmly. Boss. Saitama reported respectfully. Thor has returned to Asgard with the help of Bifrost and took Loki away. The Mind Scepter should still be in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. I found that many people are secretly investigating in New York. They should be looking for me. After a report, Saitama took the initiative to ask. Boss, what should I do? Hearing this, Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. These situations are all expected. However, Saitama's identity is too obvious, and his iconic bald head can be easily discovered. Although there are not many people on the earth who can threaten Saitama, some troubles are unnecessary. After thinking about it, Lin Yu thought of a secret organization, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Saitama, do you know Hydra? I want you to help me conquer this organization. Lin Yu immediately informed Saitama about the situation of Hydra. Then he exchanged the master-servant contract scroll, which was not expensive, only a few million. Lin Yu handed it all to Saitama. Hydra's leaders are former SHIELD director Alexander Pierce and Baron Strucker. You can start with the former and gradually control Hydra's senior staff. Hydra's power is very large. It is no exaggeration to say. Nowadays, in the whole world, except for that Oriental country, many countries have been infiltrated by Hydra. Controlling Hydra is equivalent to holding a huge intelligence network. This is also what he values most about Hydra. As for the wealth, status, and even scientific research projects controlled by Hydra, Lin Yu is not interested in it at all. No matter how powerful it is, can it be as powerful as the treasures produced by the heavens and the worlds? Only Hydra's intelligence network is slightly useful. Even if he stays at home, he can use Hydra's intelligence network to know what is happening all over the world. In this way, he can always know the direction of the plot. Don't worry, boss, I guarantee to complete the task. Kia respectfully accepted the order and immediately started to act. Lin Yu was idle at this point. Buzz buzz buzz. With a thought, Lin Yu summoned the space cube. He had obtained this thing a long time ago. But before, he was busy crossing and experimenting with the system mechanism, and had not had time to find out. Now it's a good time to check the power of the space cube. For Superman, the energy in the space cube is not impossible to absorb. This is much better than basking in the sun. Lin Yu immediately held the space cube in his hand and began to practice. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 36. Hydra, hail. Meanwhile, the World Security Council. Minister's office. Alexander Pierce finished the meeting, returned to his office, and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He stood in front of the huge amounts of French windows and drank leisurely. Looking down at the crowd of people below, Alexander Pierce was proud and said to himself, "The Insight project can finally be implemented." From the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the Minister of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce's status has been rising step by step. But no one knows that his true identity is actually a leader of Hydra. The outbreak of the New York War has shrouded the whole world in fear. The threat of aliens is like a thorn in the throat. At this meeting, under his eloquence, the old guys of the World Security Council were finally scared. Everyone unanimously agreed to the implementation of the Insight project. And this means that Hydra's plan has gone a step further, and the future will eventually be controlled by Hydra. Hydra, hail! Alexander Pierce proudly drank the whiskey. But at the moment, a calm voice sounded. "Your name is Alexander Pierce, right?" Alexander Pierce was shocked and turned around suddenly. "I saw that there was a bald man in the office. Who are you?" Alexander Pierce said in a deep voice. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, You are the mysterious man who solved the Chitauri army." "It's me." Saitama scratched his ears calmly and nodded. Alexander Pierce was surprised and doubtful when he heard this, and secretly guessed what Saitama was here for. This person's origin is a mystery, and he cannot be an enemy. "Hello, sir." Alexander Pierce smiled kindly and said sincerely, "I didn't expect you to come back here, sir. I'm sorry for not entertaining you well. You are a great benefactor of the whole world, please let me entertain you well." "No need." Saitama shook his head calmly and said casually, "I'm here only in the name of the adults to conquer Hydra." "What?" Alexander Pierce's pupils shrank suddenly, and he smiled awkwardly. "Are you joking, sir? This is the World Security Council, where is Hydra?" That's what he said. But at the moment, Alexander Pierce's heart sank slightly. An ominous premonition came to his mind. "Really?" Saitama didn't care, and looked at Alexander Pierce calmly and said, "Aren't you?" Alexander Pierce, one of the current leaders of Hydra. Alexander Pierce's face sank. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do, sir?" Saitama shook his head and said calmly, "I said, I'm here to subdue Hydra today. Are you deaf?" "You." Alexander Pierce's face was extremely ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you too confident, sir? Do you really think you can do whatever you want if you have some skills? This is the World Security Council. You are the one who is confident." Saitama was too lazy to explain and took out the master-servant contract scroll directly. "This." Alexander Pierce felt uneasy and moved quietly, trying to call security personnel for rescue. But Saitama took the first step and tore the master-servant contract scroll. Buzz buzz buzz. The master servant contract scroll was torn and turned into a ball of black light, emitting a strange light. Alexander Pierce was directly enveloped by the black light. He was full of horror and wanted to dodge but had no power to resist. In an instant, he became a slave. Alexander Pierce looked humble and saluted respectfully. Alexander Pierce, meet the master. I am not your master. Saitama waved his hand calmly and said in a deep voice. Alexander Pierce, you must remember that the boss is your real master. When you see me in the future, just call me Saitama. Yes. Alexander Pierce nodded respectfully and said. Meetings, Lord Saitama. Saitama didn't care and asked casually. Tell me, where are the other leaders of your Hydra? Help me make an appointment with them. Yes, Lord Saitama. Alexander Pierce nodded respectfully. Time passed quietly. A week later. Hydra is located in a secret base in Sokovia. Lin Yu stood calmly in the office. The low-key and luxurious decorations around showed that the owner here was a noble who admired classics. In front of Lin Yu, Baron Strucker saluted respectfully and said. Master, this is the Mind Scepter. Well. Lin Yu took the Mind Scepter calmly, but his heart was slightly disturbed. This is the Mind Gem, one of the infinite gems. But he knew that the Mind Scepter once belonged to Thanos, so he had to be on guard against others. With a move in his heart, he directly extended his mental power to sense it. What surprised him was that in the Mind Scepter, the Mind Gem was flickering, but there was no means left by Thanos. But after thinking carefully, Lin Yu was soon relieved. Thanos probably expected that Loki's trip might have ended in failure. After all, Thanos's original purpose was to test the details of the Earth. If there are really masters on the Earth, then leaving a backup will probably not have any effect. Instead of doing this, why waste means? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 37. Intercept Wanda. Chaos Force. It seems that I think too much. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yu casually put the Mind Scepter aside. This thing is not very useful to him. To break through the bottleneck and advance to the Silver Super Realm in one fell swoop, what is missing is an opportunity. In comparison, the Mind Scepter has greater value. Lin Yu looked at Baron Strucker calmly and asked, Tell me about your human experiments. Are there a pair of siblings named Pietro Maximov and Wanda Maximov in the experimental list? Wanda and Pietro. Baron Strucker thought for a while and nodded in a deep voice. Yes, Master. This is a pair of experimental subjects we just caught. After preliminary transformation attempts, the experimental adaptability is far beyond ordinary people. Take me to see. Lin Yu stood up, picked up the Mind Scepter beside him, and ordered calmly. Soon the two came to the experimental area. Under the leadership of Baron Strucker, Lin Yu came to a prison, where one person was imprisoned in each of the left and right rooms. The man on the left shrank all over, as if he was stuck, and his figure flickered. The woman on the right had a trance on her face, her hands waved unconsciously, and strands of crimson energy loomed. It's them. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he was secretly amazed at the ability of these two people. Without the Mind Scepter, Wanda and Quicksilver had faint signs of awakening, and their tolerance was far beyond that of ordinary people, which shows how powerful their ability is. Let alone Quicksilver's super speed. After all, there was a famous scene of being killed by bullets. But Wanda's strength is a bit scary. Scarlet Witch, Chaos Force. At the peak state of Wanda's awakening ability, restarting the timeline is as easy as drinking water. Lin Yu subdued Hydra, partly because of Wanda. This is a rare subordinate. Open the door. Lin Yu said calmly. Yes. Baron Strucker was very respectful and asked someone to open the prison. Lin Yu walked directly into it. His arrival did not attract Wanda's attention. The latter was busy playing magic. She was like a little girl obsessed with toys. Scarlet Witch? Let me help you. Lin Yu's heart moved, and he directly raised the Mind Scepter and introduced his mental power into it. Buzz buzz buzz. As the light of the Mind Scepter flickered, the cold air in the prison seemed to become warm because of him. Lin Yu gently raised the Mind Scepter, closed his eyes slightly, and felt the power flowing on it. His mental power surged like a tide. It turned into a gentle and firm light, covering Wanda's body, like a spring breeze. Lin Yu helped Wanda sort out the uneasy emotions in her heart and the restless power in the other party's body. Not long after, Wanda's expression gradually recovered from the chaos. There was a glitter of chaos in her eyes, as if there were thousands of stars floating in them. As Lin Yu's mental power penetrated, she could clearly feel the fluctuation of the chaos force in her body, like a violent tide, omnipresent, but difficult to grasp. What are you doing? Wanda's mind was weak and trembling, with a little fear. Don't worry, Wanda. I'm helping you. Lin Yu's voice was like a gentle breeze and drizzle, soft and firm, penetrating into her heart. Don't resist, this is the power that belongs to you naturally. I will help you control it. This voice was like a soothing potion, slowly blending into Wanda's heart. Subconsciously, she couldn't help but relax, and the fear in her heart also dissipated. Her spirit gradually calmed down, and the tension in her body slowly lifted. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Yu guided the power of the Mind Scepter and continued to deeply comb the energy in Wanda's body. He could feel that the chaos force was hovering in Wanda's body. Like a locked beast, it became more and more restless, wantonly attacking Wanda's soul. Lin Yu concentrated his energy and guided this power to flow in a peaceful direction. As time passed, the crimson light in Wanda's body became more and more intense, almost turning into substance, wrapping her whole body in it. The space of the prison seemed to be slightly distorted under the influence of her breath. It seemed that even the air changed because of her. What is this? Wanda opened her eyes, with a hint of astonishment in her voice. She looked down at her hands. Through the dazzling light, she could clearly feel the surging of power in her body. This is the power you should have, Wanda. Lin Yu said on the side, with a hint of encouragement in his tone. Believe in yourself, this is not your enemy, but your friend. You can try to embrace it. My friend. Wanda looked at the man in front of her curiously, feeling a little kind in her heart. She felt that she had a very good impression of Lin Yu. Although the two met for the first time, she felt like she had known Lin Yu for a lifetime, which made her feel dependent. Yet, Wanda nodded heavily and chose to obey Lin Yu's suggestion directly. Buzz buzz buzz. Chaos force radiated wantonly. At the moment, Wanda's eyes reflected a crimson light, like a burning star. Her figure became clearer and more real under the light, and her aura was overflowing. It was like a god descending, emitting an irresistible majesty. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 38. Enlighten Wanda. Take control of Hydra. I can feel its presence. It's very strong, like a mountain. No. I can definitely control it. Thinking so in her heart, Wanda surged with unparalleled confidence. She didn't want Lin Yu to be disappointed in her. Suddenly, every cell in her body was agitated, as if responding to this power. It was as if thousands of energies were flowing through her fingertips, bringing endless possibilities. Haha, success! Lin Yu smiled slightly, and was secretly relieved in his heart. He knew that Wanda's awakening meant greater opportunities and potential, and he could pave a path to power for her. And the chaos force she carried would be his help to transcend the heavens and the worlds. Now, try to guide it, Wanda. Lin Yu's voice sounded again, like drizzle falling on the heart. Let it become a part of you, control it, and use it for you. Become a part of your body. Well, okay. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Wanda felt her consciousness gradually blending with the crimson power. It seemed that in an instant, her soul and this power fit perfectly. In her phoenix eyes, the crimson light became more and more blazing, as if to illuminate the entire prison. I can do it. Definitely. Facing Lin Yu's trusting eyes, Wanda's expression became more and more determined. The breath on her body was like a violent storm. At this moment, the whole space seemed to cheer for her awakening, constantly flickering and twisting. Wanda's figure was looming in the crimson light, as if illusory. Her power was constantly expanding, distorting the surrounding time and space. Scarlet Witch was born. Hey! Wanda took a deep breath, waved her hand, and the strange vision around her quietly disappeared. The rich crimson energy all returned to the body. She slowly descended from the sky, her phoenix eyes staring straight at Lin Yu, with all kinds of friendship flowing freely in her eyes. Before that, Wanda was still a girl who was ignorant of the world. But since that day, she and her brother were captured at the Hydra base and subjected to inhuman experiments. This made her feel painful and even desperate. Until now. The mysterious Lin Yu suddenly appeared and not only saved her, but also gave her unparalleled power. Thank you, sir. Wanda opened her mouth and finally just said a word of thanks. She suddenly became nervous. Hee. Lin Yu smiled indifferently and said casually, Wanda, from now on, you are the owner here. Can you help me manage it? Ah, me? Wanda exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. She subconsciously wanted to refuse. I can't, sir, I'm just an ordinary. No. Lin Yu's eyes were burning, looking straight at Wanda and said, no one is more qualified than you. Wanda was stunned when she heard it. She looked at Lin Yu, and after a long time, a blush quietly appeared. Well, I will definitely do it. For you, sir. Wanda looked determined as if she was swearing. You can do it. Lin Yu said with a smile. Soon, Lin Yu took Wanda out of the prison and repeated the same trick on Quicksilver in the next prison. Just like Wanda, Quicksilver also awakened the Speed Force. Oh my god, I became Superman. Quicksilver felt the changes in his body in disbelief. His figure was like lightning, flickering in the experimental area, as if he had found some new toys. After a few attempts, he stopped in front of Lin Yu and Wanda. Wanda, are you okay? Did they not hurt you? Quicksilver stood in front of Wanda and looked at Lin Yu with fear. Pietro, don't be rude. Wanda quickly pulled Pietro over, looked at Lin Yu, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, Pietro has no ill intentions, he just didn't know the situation, so he clashed with you, sir. Haha, it's okay. Lin Yu didn't care and ignored Pietro's hostility. He said calmly to Baron Strucker, this base will be handed over to Wanda in the future, you will assist them. Yes, master. Baron Strucker nodded respectfully. Lin Yu turned to look at Wanda and said, you should go and rest first. You just have the awakening ability, and it will take some time to adapt. The Mind Scepter may help you. Lin Yu handed the Mind Scepter to Wanda. This. Wanda's pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. She saw with her own eyes that Lin Yu used the Mind Scepter to help quickly print the awakening ability. I believe she is the same. Such a powerful treasure, Lin Yu actually handed it to her without any defense. This made her feel very honored and touched. Thank you, sir. Wanda wanted to say something, but in the end she just said thank you. Lin Yu smiled and turned around and left. Wanda's eyes were a little reluctant. Until Lin Yu left, she stared at him with her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Wanda, do you know who that guy is? Pietro asked Wanda in a low voice, still not at ease. Ah, what did you say? Wanda came back to her senses and felt a little guilty. I said that guy. Pietro repeated it. But before he finished, Wanda said in a deep voice. Pietro, that's Mr. Lin, he rescued and helped us, otherwise we would have only one way to die. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 39. Double cultivation. You call this 18 years old? But he's obviously the boss here, how can that be considered help? Pietro looked unconvinced. It's true. Wanda shook her head and pointed at Baron Strucker and said. This guy is the instigator. They are from Hydra, and they captured us to be guinea pigs. Mr. Lin just took action to subdue Hydra a few days ago. So our capture has nothing to do with Mr. Lin, he is our benefactor. Wanda recounted the situation. How do you know? Pietro was skeptical and shook his head. This may be his one-sided statement. Who knows what his intention is in helping us? Pietro, don't you even believe me? Wanda was a little dissatisfied and said in a deep voice. Do you know what my ability is? Chaos Force. I can sense other people's souls including memories. I said all these are from Baron Strucker's memory. What? Pietro exclaimed in disbelief. So you mean that this is also what Mr. Lin asked you to do? He is completely defenseless against you. Yes. Wanda nodded. She looked complicated and said meaningfully. Mr. Lin has no secrets or defenses against us. Besides, with Mr. Lin's strength, do you still need to calculate us? Pietro was speechless. Wanda said no more. The two followed Baron Strucker and soon came to the rest area. They naturally had a special single room. In the room, Wanda washed up and put on a red windbreaker, with half wet and half dry blonde hair draped over her shoulders. Although she was still young, her beautiful figure was already ready to show. She sat on the edge of the bed, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Mr. Lin's kindness is beyond repayment, how can I repay Mr. Lin? Wanda murmured in a low voice and slowly got up. She went straight to the door of Lin Yu's room and stood there, hesitating whether to knock on the door. Come in, Wanda. Lin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Wanda's delicate body trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open directly. In the room, Lin Yu was practicing. She held the space cube in her hand, constantly absorbing the energy in it, and the surrounding space rippled. This. Wanda was shocked by Lin Yu's strength. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Wanda, what do you want to talk to me about? You need to rest at this time. Wanda hesitated, and her pretty face flushed. She gritted her teeth and whispered, Mr. Lin, I know nothing about cultivation. I want you to teach me. Can you cultivate with me? Wanda took off her disguise and revealed her true self. Lin Yu couldn't help but be amazed. 360? You call this 18 years old? Natasha Romanoff is just like this, right? Definitely. Lin Yu looked at Wanda calmly and nodded. The two began to cultivate immediately. Time flew by, 3 hours later. Wanda left with a red face. In the room, Lin Yu sensed the chaos force in his body and wondered secretly, so there are such benefits to helping Wanda cultivate. Even Lin Yu himself didn't expect it. Originally, he was just willing to help others, but after a period of cultivation, he actually gained chaos force. Although it is not as good as Wanda, this is one of the 3 original forces of the universe. The upper limit of chaos force is no less than Superman bloodline. If the two can be combined, the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2 can definitely be achieved. It can even help him break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. However, to achieve this, he still needs Wanda's help to make the chaos force in his body grow stronger. From this point of view, it seems that the Yellow Emperor's 3,000 women ascended to heaven is true? It seems that he has to help Wanda more if he has a chance. And at the moment, Wanda hurried back to the room, just walked to the door, and just met Pietro going out. Wanda, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Pietro asked worriedly. But then, he looked at Wanda curiously, and said with a puzzled look. Hey, Wanda, why are you so rosy? It looks better than before. Isn't this also the effect of the awakening ability? Why don't I have it? Well. Wanda's pretty face suddenly became redder when she heard this. She felt shy, and faced her silly brother's innocent eyes, pretending to be calm and said. We have different abilities, it's a physical problem. Okay, I want to rest. Wanda said casually, and fled back to the room. Pietro stood there awkwardly. We are twins, okay? What's the physical problem? Does that mean I can't do it? Muttering softly, Pietro didn't bother about it anymore. He immediately went to the training room to experiment with the speed force. For a period of time afterwards, Lin Yu accompanied Wanda in practice every day. There was no way, he was so helpful. Wanda was also addicted to this feeling. With the help of Lin Yu, she has completely mastered Chaos Force, and the next step is to continuously tap her own potential. Wanda's current combat power is comparable to Thor. But Lin Yu knew very well that Chaos Force was almost unlimited, and its power was definitely not just that. So he not only had to train Wanda, but also practice hard himself. Definitely, it would be happier for two people to practice together. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 40, Mandarin. Dark Dweller. Half a month later. On this day, Lin Yu accompanied Wanda to finish training and came to the training room for a practical fight. The power that Wanda burst out was even stronger than before. Hiss! My God! Pietro gasped and exclaimed. Wanda, you are not taking drugs, are you? It's only been a few days, and the gap between our strengths has become even bigger. I am useless except for my speed. He couldn't help but droop his head dejectedly. Obviously, they are twins. But Wanda's ability is amazing, and his speed force seems to be useless except for his speed. Wanda looked a little unnatural when Pietro looked at her. She glanced at Lin Yu and said casually. I've said it's a physical problem, and you're also very good. Didn't Mr. Lin teach you how to use it? Well, I don't know how to use it. Pietro raised his head awkwardly and said. Let the speed reach the extreme, realize particleization, pass through all tangible and even invisible things, and even achieve the effect of traveling through time and space. It sounds great, but this is not embarrassing for me, Fat Tiger. In theory, what Lin Yu said is indeed feasible. But family members know their own business. Pietro knows his own weight, and if he wants to meet Lin Yu's expectations, he probably has no hope in this life. Everything depends on people. Wanda comforted, meeting Lin Yu's gentle smile. Her pretty face suddenly flushed. Because she knew very well that the reason why she became so strong so quickly was not because of the so-called hard work. Definitely, it was hard to practice with Lin Yu. But she was happy with it. Tap tap tap. At the moment, footsteps came from outside the training room. Baron Strucker walked in quickly. He held a tablet in his hand, walked closer, and said in a deep voice. Master, take a look at this. He directly activated the projection function of the tablet. A virtual picture was projected. Hey! Lin Yu was curious, and looked at the projection with Wanda and Pietro. A video was playing on it. In the picture, a middle-aged man with a big beard, wearing a gorgeous suit, looked extraordinary. He looked at the camera calmly, showing a confident smile and said, My name is Mandarin. Maybe few people know me, but it doesn't matter. You only need to know 10 rings. Tony Stark, he destroyed 10 rings, although it was just created by me. Here, I announce to the world that Tony Stark will die in 3 days. Everyone can wait and see. Tony Stark, are you ready to die? The picture stopped abruptly. Wanda and Pietro were confused and whispered, "This guy is so arrogant, and he's Mandarin. He sounds powerful, but I don't know how strong he is." "Master, this video is for the whole world." Baron Strucker reported respectfully, "Just 10 minutes ago, all the major news media in the world were hacked and publicly broadcast this video. I'm afraid the whole world is going crazy now." "Hiss. What?" Hearing this, Pietro exclaimed immediately. He realized the seriousness of the situation. He thought Mandarin was just a guy who was sensational, but he never expected that the other party could actually invade the global network. Doesn't this mean that Mandarin really has the strength to openly fight against the whole world? Otherwise, why would he dare to declare war on Tony Stark? Mandarin clearly didn't fear the official pursuit. "Well, I know." Lin Yu nodded and waved to Baron Strucker to retreat. This situation was also within his expectations. Mandarin openly provoked, "Isn't this the beginning of the plot of Iron Man 3? For him, the fake Mandarin is irrelevant. He was too lazy to pay attention to the grievances between Killian, the man behind the scenes, and Tony Stark. However, the name Mandarin reminded him of some other things. For example, the real Mandarin in the Marvel world. Shang-Chi, Su Wenwu. 10 rings. Su Wenwu from Daxia accidentally obtained the mysterious 10 rings thousands of years ago, and then gained the power of immortality. After a battle, Su Wenwu discovered the existence of the Tarot secret realm and met his future wife Yingli. Yingli was originally an Asgardian in the Tarot secret realm. But because she fell in love with Su Wenwu, she resolutely gave up her duty as a guardian and left the Tarot secret realm with Su Wenwu. Later, the two had a son and a daughter. These Lin Yu didn't care much. But later Yingli was killed by someone, and Su Wenwu was bewitched by an unknown person and broke into the Tarot secret realm to open the Dragon Gate. And behind the Dragon Gate, the terrifying Dark Dweller broke out of the seal. The Dark Dweller devoured Su Wenwu's soul. On his deathbed, Su Wenwu realized that this was a conspiracy, but it was too late to regret. Lin Yu was very curious about the true origin of the 10 rings and even the Dark Dweller. The former is said to be the energy core of the alien spacecraft. According to the setting, the latter is the old gods and demons from other dimensions, known as one of the 7 Lords of Fear. Involving dimensions and old gods, it can be seen that the strength of the Dark Dweller is strong. Otherwise, it would not be just a simple seal. Especially Lin Yu knows. The one who sealed the Dark Dweller was none other than the Celestial Clan, whose power spread throughout the multi-universe and could easily destroy a parallel world. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 41. The Sleeping God Timt. Endless years ago, the Celestials came to Earth and did a lot of things. For example, they created the Eternals. For example, they suppressed the Dark Dwellers. What's more, the Celestials also sealed one of their kind under the Diablo Mountains on Earth. His name is the Sleeping Celestial Timt. Once the human population reaches a certain number, the Sleeping Celestial Timt will wake up. At that time, Timt will devour the entire Earth and be reborn. It's no exaggeration to say. What the Celestials did on Earth can be described as a bad record, seriously endangering the safety of mankind. Compared with Thanos who came later, the Celestials are even worse. Lin Yu definitely didn't think about being a great hero. But with the advantage of foresight, Lin Yu felt that if he didn't do something, it would be a waste. Maybe he could use these things to help himself gain greater benefits. Then let's start with the Dark Dwellers. With a move in his heart, Lin Yu had already made a decision in his heart. The Celestials cannot be easily provoked at present. But he was just a dark dweller, a lord of fear who had been sealed for countless years, so he was not afraid of him. I believe that the vibration caused by a dimensional Mephisto will definitely make the chat group explode. At that time, he can also take advantage of the situation to get a generous emotional value reward. The second live broadcast is decided to be you. With a thought, Lin Yu directly sent a message in the group. Group leader, everyone, the second live broadcast is about to begin. This time I will take everyone to explore the secret realm of the cave and conquer a small pet to play with. At everyone. Xiaoyu, here it comes. The group leader is finally going to live again, and I am waiting so long that the flowers are withered. Miyajin, looking forward to it. By the way, when will the group leader come to visit? At group leader. Boya Hancock, Miyajin, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. It must be the group leader's business that is the most important. At Miyajin. Miyajin, no, I just want to invite the group leader to be a guest. At Boya Hancock. Ani, pets? What is the group master going to broadcast this time? Misaka Mikato, Winter Secret Realm? It sounds very powerful, but I don't understand it. Android 18, it should be some kind of different dimension, right? Grey Wolf, don't worry about it. The group master is going to broadcast live, it must be something extraordinary. Just watch it. Thor, woof woof woof. Mei Zhen, I know this. In myths and legends, the cave heaven secret realm is where immortals and gods live. Usually there are strong people living in seclusion, or top treasures. At everyone. Misaka Mikato, immortals and gods? I'm looking forward to it. If the group master doesn't make a move, it's fine. Once he makes a move, it's beyond the reach of mortals like us. Boya Hancock, I'm looking forward to it too. Group master, let's get started. At group master. Xiao Yu, by the way, didn't you say there are new people joining? At group master. Group master, all the worlds, those who are destined will join. I won't force it. Everyone, the live broadcast is about to begin. At everyone. As Lin Yu announced the live broadcast, the chat group suddenly became lively. Everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Yu didn't say anything more. He looked at Wanda and Quicksilver in front of him and directly told them about Mandarin and the Tarot Secret Realm. Especially the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land in the Tarot Secret Realm. So what do you mean, Mr. Lin? Wanda asked curiously. Quicksilver on the side was eager to try and had long wanted to have a real fight. You go to the Tarot Secret Realm. Lin Yu looked at Wanda and the others and said lightly, behind the Dragon Gate, the evil demon from outside the universe is sealed, and its name is the Dark Dweller. I want you to break the seal and release it. When the time comes, you will take action to subdue it. This is a test of your strength. If I am definitely not able to defeat it, I will do it myself, and you don't have to worry about it. The so-called experience is just for the live broadcast effect. Lin Yu will naturally not watch Wanda take risks alone. After all, the Dark Dweller is the Lord of Fear. If it doesn't work, doesn't he still have Saitama? At worst, he will take action himself. With his current strength, not to mention being invincible, he can sweep across the Marvel world. But dealing with a Dark Dweller is not a problem. Well, we will definitely complete the task. Wanda nodded heavily without any hesitation. Quicksilver naturally has no objection. After so many days of training, their strength is no longer what it used to be, and they can be called non-human. Especially he knew that his sister Wanda was even more powerful. Then what about the Dark Dweller? Soon the two of them took the order and left. And in Wanda's hand, there was also the scepter given by Lin Yu. System, start live broadcast. Without hesitation, Lin Yu directly ordered the system. Ding, the live broadcast of the present world is started. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 1000-fold critical hit reward. The system prompt sounded quietly beside Lin Yu's ears. This made him feel very surprised. The last 100-fold critical hit gave him 500 million emotional points. What if the 1000-fold critical hit reward is triggered this time? Wouldn't it start from tens of billions by then? If this gets tens of billions of emotional points, the silver super template, Lin Yu thinks it is already within reach. Integrate the silver super template, the gods and the like are all younger brothers. Lin Yu is looking forward to it. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 42, second live broadcast. Tarot Secret Realm. Ding, the live broadcast officially begins. The system prompt sounded quietly. At the same time, the live broadcast screen quietly appeared in front of everyone in the chat group. Wanda and Quicksilver appeared in the live broadcast screen. The two were ordered to go to the Tarot Secret Realm. But because they didn't know the location, Wanda thought of Lin Yu's instructions before leaving and decided to find Mandarin first. With the help of Hydra's intelligence network, the Tarot Secret Realm would certainly not be found in a short time. But Mandarin's traces are still relatively easy to find. Mandarin's real name is Su Wenwu. He once had a pair of children with Yingli, an Asgardian in the Tarot Secret Realm. Su Wenwu's son Shanky is in the United States. Wanda and Quicksilver easily found Shanky, and found that there was an unknown force secretly protecting Shanky. No need to guess, this force must be Su Wenwu. Wanda, leave the arrest to me. Quicksilver was eager to try. Without waiting for Wanda's consent, he disappeared. That speed was like teleportation, which was incredible. In just a blink of an eye, Quicksilver grabbed a person and returned, throwing him to Wanda's feet. This person was the leader of the group who secretly protected Shang-Chi. He must know the whereabouts of Mandarin. Who are you? The Asian man asked in a panic. Shut up! Quicksilver scolded and kicked out. He looked at Wanda and said, Wanda, I'll leave it to you next. I'm not good at interrogation. Compared with you, my speed force feels useless. Quicksilver began to complain about himself again, saying that he was more popular than a dead man. Buzz buzz buzz. Wanda didn't bother to pay attention to Quicksilver's complaints, and waved her hand to use Chaos Force. The crimson energy directly sank into the Asian man's body. In the face of his astonished eyes, he fell into a daze and directly revealed Mandarin's whereabouts. Well done, Wanda. Quicksilver witnessed the whole process and was amazed. Wanda showed a proud look. The two of them no longer hesitated, and after eliminating the memory of the suppressed man, they set off directly to Mandarin's seclusion. At the moment, in the chat group, Mei Zhen, wow, these two people are so powerful. Are they also the subordinates of the group owner? Android 18, the speed of that man is so fast that it's like teleportation. Just based on this point, he is almost invincible. Misaka Mikato, Miss Wanda is no less impressive. The magic she casts makes me feel amazing even through the live broadcast screen. Misaka Mikato, in terms of magic attainments alone, Miss Wanda is definitely comparable to the god of magic. Boya Hancock, I am not talented. If I were to face these two, I'm afraid. I don't think I could last more than 3 moves. Ani, so powerful? Oh my god. But I'm curious how it compares to Xiaoyu. At Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, I think, although I don't want to admit it, it seems that I'm not their opponent. Grey Wolf, PSST. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Grey Wolf, is Xiaoyu giving in? She's almost becoming the death god, but in the end she's not as good as one of the group leader's subordinates. At Xiaoyu. Thor, I'm Thor. I'm Thor. Xiaoyu, Tisk, if you can do it, go ahead. I can't beat them, but I can definitely beat you. At Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, ahem, well. I was just joking. At Xiao. Thor, woof woof woof, stupid dog. Grey Wolf, hey, I may not be a human, but you're a real dog. At Thor. Group Master, everyone, these two people are called Wanda and Quicksilver, they are a pair of siblings, this time they will help me catch a pet. Group Master, I need to retreat for a while. After I come out, I will travel to your world. At everyone. Mei Zhen, wow, are you going to travel again? Master, it's my turn. At Group Master. Misaka Mikoto, great, I can see the customs of other worlds again. Boa Hancock, I am very happy to see Master, no matter what Master does. Android 18, I am looking forward to it too. Ani, looking forward to it +1. Grey Wolf, Master is going to retreat again? You are so amazing, and you are still working so hard. How can others live? Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. Woof woof woof. Xiao, come on, group leader, we will all miss you. When you come next time, I will definitely become the real Shadow Queen. Xiao, I will definitely not let you down. At Group Leader. In the chat group, Lin Yu briefly explained the situation, which made all the group members understand the whole story. He also announced the next time he would travel in advance. Everyone was surprised and immediately became more curious about the situation of these two people. Saitama previously defeated Chidori with just his fists, so what about Wanda and Quicksilver now? It must be very difficult to be accepted by the group leader, right? Everyone immediately watched the live broadcast curiously. At the same time, with the help of Hydra, Wanda and Quicksilver quickly found Mandarin's seclusion. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 43, Mandarin is numb. Dragon Gate. The three of Wanda were riding in the Quinjet provided by Hydra. And it was a model transformed by the lens mouse spell. There was no need for a driver to operate it, the Quinjet had its own consciousness, similar to a living shape-shifting King Kong. This made Wanda and Quicksilver sigh in their hearts and admire Lin Yu even more. At the moment, the two arrived at their destination. What they saw was green mountains and green waters in the valley, and an ancient palace hidden among the mountains and forests. Not bad, this barbarian master knows how to enjoy himself. Wanda and Quicksilver looked around curiously. The two came without concealing their own breath, just to let Mandarin show up on his own. And at the moment, in the palace, Mandarin was in seclusion, and many fantasies emerged in his mind, and his wife Yingli's voice kept ringing in his ears. Wen Yu, come and save me, I'm behind Long Men. Come and save me. I miss you and the children so much. Yingli. Yingli. Su Wenwu's forehead was sweating, and his face was wrinkled. He tried to catch the voice. But suddenly, Mandarin saw his wife's tragic death and woke up suddenly. Is it an illusion again? Or Yingli is giving me a hint. Mandarin was confused and looked lonely. He missed his deceased wife more and more. As a top strong man, he couldn't protect his wife, which made him feel very guilty. Recently, the picture of Yingli's resurrection kept appearing in his mind. According to the voice, the key to resurrecting Yingli lies in the Dragon Gate forbidden land of the Tarot secret realm. He couldn't help but want to open the Dragon Gate to find out. What if he could really resurrect his wife? And at the moment, Mandarin noticed that a strong man was approaching, and his gloomy expression frowned slightly. What a strong breath! He is not friendly. Swish! Mandarin flashed and came to the outside world, seeing Wanda and Quicksilver. He looked them up and down and asked, "Who are you?" My name is Quicksilver. Quicksilver showed his white teeth and said calmly. Want to know what is behind the Dragon Gate? Come with us to the Tarot's secret realm, and you will know it then. You. Mandarin's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face showed murderous intent. He felt that he was being calculated. This man dared to use his wife to play with him, and now he appeared openly. He really wanted to die. Without hesitation, he vibrated his wrist violently, and 10 rings whizzed out. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. The 10 rings grew in the wind, and they made a jingling sound in series, and the energy was released wantonly. Facing an unknown strong enemy, Mandarin made a move without reservation. As soon as he made a move, it was a fatal killing move. The energy from the 10 rings turned into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and all kinds of terrible visions suddenly swept over. The terrible offensive instantly enveloped Quicksilver and Wanda. Well, it's really amazing. Quicksilver's figure flashed, as if he had teleported, and he didn't forget to make a joke. He easily dodged the attack of the 10 rings. And Wanda was even more unmoved. Puff. She just waved her hand casually, and the Crimson Chaos Force swept across, and the fierce 10 rings were directly bounced back. Bang! The 10 rings fell back into Mandarin's hands, shocking him back several steps. This made the look on his face even more shocked and angry. Who are these 2 people? So young, but they have such terrible strength? Could they be from Camartage? Mandarin was suspicious and guessed the origins of Wanda and Quicksilver. He also knew the truth hidden under the world, including Camartage and Kunlun. But before, he had never come into contact with them, and now he couldn't help but make associations. Can we talk now? Quicksilver flashed over, looked at Mandarin calmly and said. I know you want to revive your wife Yingli, but the Tarot's secret realm is heavily guarded, and it is not easy to reach the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. Our goals are the same, because we also want to open the Dragon Gate. Why don't we cooperate for the time being? Quicksilver looked down at Mandarin. Cooperation. Mandarin's expression changed. From Quicksilver's words, he instantly realized a lot of information. These 2 people are also planning something. And it is very likely related to the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land of the Tarot's secret realm. Is there really a way to revive behind the Dragon Gate? Cooperating with these 2 people can certainly achieve the goal of opening the Dragon Gate. But can he finally get the secret behind the Dragon Gate? Hey! After taking a deep breath, Mandarin looked at Quicksilver and asked in a deep voice. Are you magicians from Camartage? Or are you cheerifining practitioners from Kunlun? With your strength, why do you need to cooperate with me? Quicksilver was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had never heard of the 2 places Mandarin mentioned. As for why they wanted to cooperate with them? Of course, it was because they didn't know the way. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Yu didn't tell them directly should also be a part of the play. With a light cough, Quicksilver said calmly. You don't need to know our origins. In short, you just need to choose to cooperate or refuse. Mandarin had expected it and thought about it. Cooperation or refusal. With his personal strength, it would be difficult to open the Dragon Gate unless he used some means. But if he cooperated with these 2 people, there would be many risks. For a while, he couldn't help but hesitate. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 44. Dimension Mephisto? Just a pet. I can cooperate. After a hesitation, Mandarin said in a deep voice, but your identities are a mystery, which makes me feel insecure. Can't you say your origins? We are not the 2 forces you said. At the moment, Wanda walked over slowly. She said with a cold face, as for our origins, I can only tell you that we went to the Tarot's secret realm on the orders of the adults to help him catch a small pet. So you can rest assured that we will not compete with you for any resurrection method. Because it doesn't exist at all. The last sentence was said by Wanda in her heart. Before setting off, Lin Yu told them the relevant information, including the grievances between Mandarin and the Tarot secret realm. Especially after Long Men, there is no so-called resurrection method at all. It's just a trick played by the Dark Dwellers for freedom. She couldn't help but sympathize with Mandarin. Adult? Small pet? Hearing what Wanda said, Mandarin was shocked. These two people are already very strong. But I never expected that. Behind Wanda and Quicksilver, there is an even more mysterious adult. Who is he? Mandarin suddenly remembered the mysterious man who appeared in the New York War not long ago. That person also appeared suddenly without any identity information. Is there a connection between them? Mandarin realized that there is a more terrifying organization on Earth, even more mysterious than Kamartaj. Hearing the word resurrection from Wanda's words, Mandarin's heart became more and more urgent. Could it be that there is really a way to resurrect after Long Men? After all, even Wanda said so. Okay. I promise to cooperate with you and each of us will get what we need. Mandarin hesitated for a while and chose to agree. After all, he was not qualified to negotiate. Although he didn't want to admit it, facing these two young people who were just starting out, he was powerless as a shrewd man. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. Then let's go. Quicksilver nodded calmly, secretly happy in his heart. The mission was completed, a big step. Once they reach the Tarot secret realm and open the Dragon Gate, they will be able to subdue the Dark Dweller. Soon, the group boarded the fighter plane prepared by Hydra. That was the Quinjet eliminated from SHIELD. With the identity of Alexander Pierce, as the former SHIELD director, it is still very easy to get a Quinjet. Sitting on the Quinjet, Mandarin was more and more shocked. It turned out to be the Quinjet of SHIELD? The identities of these two people, could it be related to the United States official? Impossible. They are not qualified yet. It seems that the identity of the adult behind these two people is definitely not simple. Thinking so, Mandarin couldn't help but be vigilant. After all, you must be on guard against others. Soon, under the guidance of Mandarin, the Quinjet went straight to the Tarot secret realm. Xiaoyu, wow, so cool. Miss Wanda is so cool, I love it. I am looking forward to this adventure. Ani, but I'm curious, what's behind the Dragon Gate? And what about resurrection? Didn't they say they were going to catch a pet? Android 18, judging from the current clues, the Dragon Gate has appeared many times, and the pet may be behind the Dragon Gate. Mei Zhen, doesn't that mean that Mandarin's goal will fail? So pitiful. Boa Hancock, the dead cannot be resurrected. Mandarin is obsessed, and in the end, she will only get disappointment. Misaka Mikoto, I'm still more curious about what pet the group master wants to capture. Those who can catch the group master's eye must be extraordinary. Grey Wolf, the fighter jets they are riding are also very powerful. Grey Wolf, not only is it autonomous, it can also talk, just like a living thing. I want to build one too. Thor, I'm Thor. I'm Thor. Xiaoyu, I know this. It's the effect of the rat spell, which can give life to dead things. Xiaoyu, but the rat spell is clearly here with us, how did the group leader do it? Can the group leader give life out of thin air? Miyajin, give life to dead things? Oh my god, this is too incredible. Miyajin, armored warriors that can fight on their own? Wow, I want it so much. Boya Hancock, the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. With the means of the group leader, why do you need to rely on external objects such as the rat spell? Android 18, give life to dead things? What about me? Am I a dead thing or a living thing? The chat group was full of discussions, and the emotional value soared rapidly. Everyone was curious about this adventure. During this period, Lin Yu inadvertently revealed his means, which made people amazed again and again. But only Lin Yu knew that this was just the beginning. The real good show is still to come. The show will only reach its climax when the Dark Dweller breaks the seal and shows his terrifying side as the Lord of Terror. A dimensional Mephisto, even in a weak state, is definitely at the level of destroying the world. It seems that it is really good to subdue it as a pet. At least the gimmick must be full. It seems that he has to prepare for this in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately opened the mall page and began to select the appropriate props. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 45. Forbidden Land. Guardian Beasts attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quinjet was very fast, and half a day later, it arrived outside the Tarot Secret Realm. Ever since Mandarin broke into the Tarot Secret Realm and caused a big commotion, the Tarot Secret Realm is now heavily guarded. Mandarin knew the means to enter the Secret Realm, and after trying, he found that it had been modified by people in the Secret Realm. The method to open the Secret Realm has been modified. We can only force our way in. Mandarin said in a deep voice, his face a little ugly. Let me do it. Wanda didn't care at all. For them, Mandarin's role was just a guide, and they didn't expect Mandarin to help. Buzz buzz buzz. Perceiving the spatial fluctuations in the void, Wanda exerted chaos force. The crimson energy sank into a certain place in the void. In an instant, a spatial vortex suddenly tore out of the empty valley. Pietro, let's go. As he said so, Wanda took a step forward and walked into it. Quicksilver followed closely behind. Mandarin took a deep look at the backs of the two people, with a strange color flashing in his eyes. But in the end, he gave up some thoughts that he shouldn't have. The three of them passed through the space vortex and came to the secret realm. What they saw was green mountains and clear waters like a fairyland, and all kinds of magical animals appeared in the mountains and forests. Quicksilver looked at a big bird flying by and exclaimed, "My God, is that a dragon? Is this still the Earth?" Wanda also looked at everything around her in amazement. In her perception, there are a large number of magical creatures living in the secret realm, just like the legendary fairyland. Like flying dragons, chimeras, two-headed snakes, you can see them here. Wanda also saw a six-legged four-winged dog. That cute look made her girlish heart overflow slightly, and she wanted to take one home to raise. But she didn't forget the mission of this trip. You too, I will take you on the next road. The Dragon Gate is in the forbidden area of the Tarot Secret Realm. At the moment, Mandarin spoke in a deep voice, a little impatient. Quicksilver nodded his head in agreement. But Wanda's expression froze, she looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, "We can't leave, we have been discovered." "What?" Quicksilver exclaimed. Mandarin was slightly stunned, then looked into the distance, and realized that someone was approaching. For a moment, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This girl named Wanda, her perception ability is so strong? It seems that he must be more careful. Swish! Suddenly, tearing air sounds came from a distance, and more than a dozen figures ran quickly. The person in the lead made Mandarin's face darken. "Su Wenwu, you dare to come back?" The voice came before the person. The old man who was the leader among the people came, and he was furious when he saw Mandarin. He came quickly with a group of guards and shouted in a deep voice, "You kidnapped Yingli, the Asgardian of Tarot, and then tortured her. Now you dare to show up in Tarot. Today is your death. Kill him! Kill him!" After the words fell, all the villagers of Tarot were murderous. Mandarin's expression sank slightly. "I promised Yingli that I would not hurt anyone in the Tarot Secret Realm again. But..." Looking at the High Priest and others with cold eyes, he said calmly, "I came here just to revive Yingli. I am not interested in the rest of you. Get out of the way quickly, otherwise don't blame me for killing people. Resurrection? What tricks are you going to play? The high priest sneered and sneered. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few helpers. This time, you will never come back. Lord Guardian Beast, please help us kill the invading enemy. The high priest shouted loudly at the empty space. Mandarin's face changed, and he quickly reminded Wanda and Quicksilver. You two, be careful. This person summoned the guardian beast of the Tarot's secret realm, and his strength should not be underestimated. Guardian beast. Wanda and Quicksilver were curious. Since entering the secret realm, they have seen many rare and exotic beasts, and the guardian beasts may not be simple. Roar, roar, roar. At the moment, a thunderous roar came from a distance, like thunder. The next moment, 3 figures came roaring from a distance. Above the 9 heavens, a phoenix bathed in fire appeared, and fell from the sky with rolling heat waves. In the air, a green unicorn stepped on the void, like a small mountain. A white 9-tailed fox flew out from the mountains. 3 huge guardian beasts arrived in an instant. Just standing there, it exuded overwhelming power, and its cold eyes looked down at Mandarin, Wanda, and Quicksilver. Especially when they saw Mandarin, the 3 guardian beasts looked like they saw their mortal enemy. They recognized at a glance that this was the person who harmed Tarot. At the moment, the chat group was also stunned. The 3 magical guardian beasts were majestic and awe-inspiring, shocking everyone beyond words. Xiaohu, wow, what a handsome guardian beast, is this a Kylan? There are also 9-tailed foxes and phoenixes. I really want to raise one. Misaka Mikoto, oh my god, there are so many monsters living in the Tarot's secret realm. Ani, compared with these monsters, the giants seem vulnerable. Boya Hancock, the guardian beasts in the Tarot's secret realm are so powerful. What exactly is the pet that the group master wants to capture? Long Men. Android 18, no doubt. It is definitely a more terrifying existence. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 46, what are you barking at? Miyajin, in our world, these 3 guardian beasts are all legendary beasts, the immortal phoenix, the 9-tailed fox, and the auspicious beast Kylan. Miyajin, I didn't expect that in this world, these beasts are only used to guard the secret realm. Miyajin, I am also curious about what pets the group leader is talking about. Grey Wolf, oh my god. These guys are so scary, luckily we are separated by a screen, otherwise I would be scared to death. Thor, I am Thor. I am Thor. You are the Wolf King? Haha. At Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, what are you barking about? At Thor. Thor, for the glory of the northern god. I am Thor. Miyajin, oh, stop arguing. The big one is coming. At everyone. Uchiha Sasuke, the power of the beasts is so terrifying. How should Wanda and the others deal with it? Can we see their true strength? Xiaohu, just punch them one by one. Hurry to the Dragon Gate, hurry. The appearance of the guardian beast caused a commotion in the chat group. Everyone was discussing what was behind the Dragon Gate. Especially the girls, their eyes were full of stars, wishing they could raise an exotic beast as a pet. After all, who can refuse such a cool and awesome pet? Lin Yu smiled at the message in the chat group. The group members were in high spirits, and the growth rate of the emotional value soared. From the live broadcast to now, there have been more than 500,000. When the settlement is made, and the 1000 times critical hit reward is triggered, it will be a full 500 million. You know, in the first live broadcast, Lin Yu only got 500 million emotional points. This time, maybe there is a chance to exchange for the silver super template. Lin Yu immediately looked forward to it more. Looking at the props he chose, it is worth 500 million, but there is no need to buy it yet. If Wanda really can't beat it, it won't be too late for him to buy it. Using 500 million to subdue the Dark Dweller, Lin Yu felt that it was a good deal. At the moment, in the Tarot's secret realm. Su Wenyu, you have repeatedly trespassed into the Tarot's secret realm. Today is your death. The high priest looked at Mandarin coldly and said in a deep voice. This is the price you should pay. Master Guardian Beast, please act quickly and kill the invaders. The high priest said respectfully to the 3 guardian beasts. Guardian beasts are the foundation of the Tarot's secret realm. Now that the enemy is at hand, he directly summoned the 3 guardian beasts in order to kill them with one blow. This time, he will never allow Su Wenyu to act recklessly again. Roar, roar, roar. The Kylin burst into a thunderous roar, like thunder. His copper bell-like eyes emitted a cold light. With a bang, the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder struck down. The fire phoenix also spewed out a swirl of blazing flames. The 9-tailed fox flickered, and a stream of strange mist invaded, making all kinds of illusions appear in front of people's eyes. The 3 guardian beasts would not attack, but once they did, it would be a killing move. Suddenly, the threat of death was like a thorn in the back. Mandarin's face was solemn, and he waved his hands, and 10 rings whistled out. The overwhelming energy swept out from the 10 rings. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. The violent explosion resounded throughout the venue, and the 10 rings connected to each other, trying to resist the overwhelming attack. In an instant, the void twisted, and the sky and the earth changed color. The terrible aftermath was like a storm hitting the shore. Taking this opportunity, Mandarin pulled back and quickly retreated 100 meters away. Wanda, be careful. Get out of the way. At the same time, Quicksilver's heart was pounding. He turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. As if teleporting, he instantly appeared beside Wanda, trying to pull Wanda away. But Wanda was unmoved, her eyes flashed with rainbow light. At the moment, she was full of determination to fight. She didn't forget that the mission of this trip was to subdue the Dark Dweller. How could she be blocked by 3 guardian beasts? If she couldn't even deal with these 3 guys, how could she complete the mission? Wanda didn't want to disappoint Lin Yu's trust and expectations of her. Hey! At the critical moment, Wanda took a deep breath. Her divine power rose. Chaos force spread out wantonly, Wanda flew into the air, and her red windbreaker fluttered. Facing the sky-wide attack, she waved her hands, and chaos force surged. Buzz! The perfectly developed chaos force burst out with extreme power at this moment. In an instant, it seemed as if the whole world turned scarlet. Wanda is the only master of this space. She stared at everything around her calmly, and with a thought, the scarlet energy condensed into substance, like mist. Wherever chaos force went, the attacks of the 3 guardian beasts were directly swallowed up. Even the 10 rings were corroded beyond recognition. This is the domineering nature of chaos force, which is so powerful that it can modify the rules, comparable to reality gem. Roar! The scarlet energy expanded wantonly, and once it touched the 3 guardian beasts, it directly invaded their bodies. Waves of screams followed. In an instant, the 3 guardian beasts wailed and fell to the ground. Seeing them covered in blood and listless, it gave people a creepy feeling. Hiss! How? How is this possible? The high priest changed color in horror and could not believe it. This scene was too terrifying. As powerful as the guardian beasts, they have protected the Tarot's secret realm for countless years, but now they were killed in one move? Who exactly is the helper that Mandarin invited? The Tarot's secret realm is in danger now. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 47. Summon the Dragon. Silver Super. No. No. I can't sit back and watch the destruction of the Tarot's secret realm, otherwise I will be a sinner who has committed countless crimes. The high priest's face changed constantly, and he moved his feet to try to slip away. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Wanda's strength. As a result, the high priest's escape was not noticed, and he was about to slip away. But at the moment, want to escape? Stay. Wanda made a cold voice and waved her hand. The scarlet mist turned into a big net. Including the high priest, all the people in the Tarot's secret realm were trapped in the big net. The battle only took a few seconds from the beginning to the end. It was not until the moment that Quicksilver reacted. Gift crab. He stared at Wanda blankly, swallowed his saliva, and said in disbelief. We are twins, but why is the gap between me and Wanda getting bigger and bigger? Could she really be taking drugs? This girl's future achievements may not be inferior to Sorcerer Supreme. Mandarin in the distance was also shocked. He waved his hand to summon the corroded 10 rings. He sensed the energy loss in it, and his mouth twitched immediately, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. If he had known this, why would he take action to make himself unhappy? This time he really lost both the wife and the army. But thinking that he could go to the forbidden area and open the dragon gate soon, he quickly calmed down. As long as he could revive his wife, what would this loss be? You two, let's go to the dragon gate without delay. Mandarin walked up quickly and said in a deep voice. Well, lead the way. Wanda fell from the sky, her breath was restrained, and she turned back into the innocent girl. But neither Mandarin nor Quicksilver dared to underestimate her. The three of them immediately set off for the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. The imprisoned high priest saw this, as if he had lost his parents, and cried out to the sky. It's over, God wants to destroy my Tarot's secret realm. I am a sinner. I am a sinner of the Tarot's secret realm. High priest, what should we do? The faces of all the subordinates were filled with fear and despair. It's over, it's over. The high priest seemed not to hear and kept repeating the same sentence. Seeing this, one of the subordinates said in a deep voice. High priest, you can't give up. We still have Lord Shenlong to take action. Lord Shenlong. The high priest suddenly woke up and gritted his teeth and said. That's right, we still have Lord Shenlong who is omnipotent. Those invaders will never succeed. Quick, everyone join forces to break this prison. As the high priest said, he directly combined the power of everyone to try to break the prison. They all got the power of the dragon bestowed by the dragon. At this moment, they united and continued to wear away the prison that Chaos Force had turned into. Everyone saw the hope of victory again. Let alone the extravagant hopes of the high priest and others. At the moment in the chat group, the live broadcast screen that everyone saw was always locked on Wanda and others. When they thought about seeing the Dragon Gate, everyone was suddenly excited. Miyajin, here it comes. The big one is coming. Xiaoyu, hey, Miss Wanda is too powerful. Compared with her, I, the Shadow Queen, am nothing. Boa Hancock, haha, don't be discouraged, Xiaoyu's sister. You are still young. At Xiaoyu. Misaka Mikoto, I am not as old as you, Sister Hancock. At Boya Hancock, Sister Hancock, what kind of nourishing food do you usually eat? Boa Hancock, guess? Listen to my advice, find a boyfriend quickly. I think the group leader is very good. At Group Master. Ani, I suspect you guys are driving, but I have no evidence. Misaka Mikoto, I want to, too, but the Group Master is so great and extraordinary that I don't deserve it. Android 18, aren't we talking about live streaming? Why did the topic go off track? And what does age and file size have to do with boyfriends? Boya Hancock, PSST. Robots don't understand love. 18 is so cute. Xiaoyu, woohoo, this isn't the car for kindergarten. Grey Wolf, women are so troublesome. Unlike me, I just want to know what's behind the dragon gate, and what pet the group master wants to capture. Thor, woof woohoo, me too. Uchiha Sasuke, if I'm not mistaken, there may be some terrible existence sealed behind the dragon gate. Uchiha Sasuke, I hope Wanda and the others can complete their mission. The chat group was full of discussions, and the atmosphere was cheerful. It's just that the topic went off track. Lin Yu silently watered the group, watching the mood value continue to increase rapidly, and was ready to add the silver super template to the shopping cart. Seeing that the climax of this good show was approaching, he was looking forward to the final harvest. And at the moment, in the live broadcast screen, Wanda and the other three were very strong and were on their way very fast. Mandarin had been to the Tarot secret realm before. At the moment, he rushed at full speed, and soon he arrived at the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. Between the endless mountains, the dark rocks around were dead. A dark red boulder stretched between heaven and earth, as if it was made of dragon scales, with a blood-like glow. The Dragon Gate is located by a large lake, connecting heaven and earth. Is this the Dragon Gate? Seeing this scene, Wanda and Quicksilver were shocked. Oh my god, if these dragon scales are real, how powerful would their owners be? At the moment, the two were shocked. Especially they knew very well that the Dark Dweller was sealed behind the Dragon Gate. And it could be sealed with such a large force. It can be seen that it is absolutely not to be underestimated. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 48. Behind the Dragon Gate. The dragon is coming. Pietro, I have a spiritual scepter given by Mr. Lin, so you should be careful later. Wanda took a deep breath and reminded her brother. Well, don't worry. Quicksilver didn't dare to be arrogant, and said in a deep voice, when the fight starts, if I really can't win, I will be the first to run away. PSST. Wanda smiled when she heard it. She complained unhappily, you haven't fought yet, and you're thinking about being a deserter. You also want to be infamous, right? Hehe, I'm just joking. Quicksilver smiled, and the tense atmosphere eased. Tap tap. At the moment, Mandarin walked slowly to the Dragon Gate. He slowly reached out his hand to touch the Dragon Gate. Suddenly, his wife Yingli's voice sounded again, with a little urgency. Wen Wu, come and save me. I'm locked up here. Don't you want to reunite with our family? The voice constantly hovered in Mandarin's mind. The look on his face became more determined. Wait for me, Yingli. I will definitely rescue you. Mandarin whispered. Buzz. Without any hesitation, the 10 rings on his wrist were activated. The blue-white energy surged wildly. Mandarin clenched his fists, wrapped in the terrible power of the 10 rings, and punched out directly. With a bang, the Dragon Gate shook violently, and the blood-red light suddenly became stronger. Huge amounts of cliffs rustled. But Mandarin seemed unaware, and punched out again, and the power of the 10 rings burst out to the extreme. Boom boom boom. With Mandarin's full-strength attack, the Dragon Gate cracked. The light on it also became much dimmer. From between the dragon scales, a group of black aura quietly seeped out, turning into countless strange birds and scattered. The piercing whistle resounded, giving people a chilling feeling. The blood-red light emitted by the Dragon Gate beats like a heart. It seems that something is about to break the seal. Be careful. The big one is coming. Wanda reminded in a deep voice, having sensed huge amounts of threats. It was a fear from death. Boom. Another punch was thrown, and Mandarin looked determined. He also noticed something strange at the moment. But in order to save his wife, he had no room to turn around at this point. If he could not reunite with his wife Yingli, he would rather die. Yingli, I'm here to save you. Mandarin shouted in his heart, deliberately punched, ready to break the dragon gate in one fell swoop. But at the moment, something unexpected happened. Roar! A shocking dragon roar suddenly came from the lake. The sound of breaking water followed. Under the horrified gaze of the three people, a ferocious and powerful dragon appeared. His body, which was 100 meters long, swung and looked down at the whole scene from a high place. Seeing this scene, Quicksilver screamed. "Holy crab! Is this how you catch a dragon? It's over, it's over, it's over. So strong." Wanda also sensed the power of the dragon. Compared with the previous guardian beast, the strength of this dragon can easily beat Kylan and others. Even she couldn't help but become serious. The dragon is actually real. Mandarin's face was slightly condensed, and he said in a deep voice. "In the legend of Tarot, the dragon is their patron saint. Give them the heart of the dragon, awakening the power of the dragon. I thought this was all a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. You two, please hold the dragon." He looked at Wanda and Quicksilver solemnly. Seeing that the dragon gate was about to break, if it was stopped by the dragon, all the previous efforts would be in vain. "Okay." Wanda's answer was concise and firm. The dragon is indeed an Asgardian. But behind the dragon gate, the Dark Dweller has been ready to break out at any time. Otherwise, with Mandarin's strength, how can they break the dragon gate? In Wanda's opinion. Lin Yu knew this, so he sent them to subdue the Dark Dweller. On the other hand, it is also a test for them. That's why she never killed. Because in her opinion, their actions are just, and they strangle the danger in the cradle. "Pietro, I'll stop him, be careful." After a deep reminder, Wanda took action directly and decisively. She flew up out of thin air. The rich crimson energy instantly enveloped her whole body, and she looked like Scarlet Witch. With a bang, Wanda took action directly, and Chaos Force attacked the dragon. The battle is about to start. Xiao, wow, Miss Wanda is so cool, isn't she? This is my idol. I want to be the queen too. Misaka Mikoto, I'm afraid the enemy this time will be difficult to deal with. Ani, these beasts are all Asgardians, and they always seem to be villains. Boa Hancock, Sister Ani, don't just look at the surface. At Ani. Boa Hancock, look at the strange birds that came out from behind the dragon gate, they exude evil spirits, which means that there is definitely something behind the dragon gate. Ani, but, since you know the danger, why do you want to destroy the dragon gate? Android 18, judging from the current clues, the group leader must have his own intentions for doing this. At Ani. Mei Zhen, am I the only one who is worried about the safety of Wanda and the others? Grey Wolf, fight! Fight! I love watching girls fight the most. Thor, woof 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 at, Grey Wolf, you are such a dog. Uchiha Sasuke, Wanda will win. Don't forget, she still has the scepter given by the group leader. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 49, Wanda explodes. Kill instantly. In front of the dragon gate, the battle is about to break out. Ah! The dragon howled, and the scales on its body flashed with metallic texture, extremely sharp. Its huge tail swept out, and in an instant it collided with Wanda. The rumbling sound suddenly burst out. The violent wind swept everywhere, blowing the trees down. Bang bang! Wanda and the dragon took 2 steps back at the same time. The dragon's eyes were fierce, and it opened its mouth and sprayed scarlet mist. The mist contained a wisp of dragon power, which made Wanda's face change slightly. What a strong power! Is this the dragon? Wanda frowned, and her heart was a little doubtful. The dragon's strength surprised her. Roar! The dragon roared, its dragon whiskers fluttered, and attacked again. Boom boom boom! For a time, the whole sky was roaring. The dragon is ferocious and huge, with unparalleled destructive power, and the power of the dragon is even more powerful. And Wanda also awakened the supreme power of Chaos Force. At this moment, the two sides fought and immediately caused a storm. Buzz. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the blazing power of the dragon raged and suddenly cut through the sky. The monstrous offensive swept towards Wanda. Not good. Wanda, be careful. Quicksilver was shocked and shouted to remind Wanda to get out of the way. Mandarin was also secretly shocked. If he relied on himself alone, it would not be so easy to break through the protective power of the Tarot's secret realm and break through the Dragon Gate. At the moment he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he chose to cooperate with Wanda and the others. Facing the terrible offensive of the dragon, Wanda looked solemn, but she was not panicked even though she was shocked. She instantly burst out with a powerful chaos force. With a bang, the power of the dragon and the chaos force collided crazily. Crack! A fine crack appeared in the center of the collision of the two forces and expanded rapidly. So strong! Wanda looked solemn, but she was relieved in her heart. She was just trying to attack. At the moment, she felt relieved after testing the limit of the dragon's strength and decided to defeat the dragon with force. Roar! And at the moment, the dragon's eyes were full of ferocity. Staring at Wanda in front of him, he burst out with a more fierce attack again. Boom! Almost at the same time, an indescribable wave swept across the world from the center of the forest, overturning the trees. Crash! Countless debris and fallen leaves fluttered like rain. Get out of the way! Wanda! Seeing the dragon rushing over again, Quicksilver couldn't help but exclaimed. But Wanda ignored him and attacked with all her strength. Her heart was like a burning fire, chaos force surged in her body. Buzz! Suddenly, the crimson energy was like gushing magma, instantly dyeing the surrounding air blood red. Wanda's eyes flashed with a determined light, and the blazing light flashed. Roar! The dragon roared, making a deafening roar. The scales on his body flashed with a metallic luster, like blade, and rushed straight to Wanda. The ferocious body was like a moving mountain, coming fiercely. However, Wanda was not moved at all. Instead, she went to meet it. The battle is over. I must not let Mr. Lin down. She shouted in a deep voice, pushing her hands forward. The crimson light quickly condensed into a powerful energy chain, locking towards the dragon. The chain was like a snake, quickly wrapping around the dragon's body. Chaos force eroded into the body like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Roar! The dragon felt the suppression of power instantly, and the roar became weaker. But his struggle became slower and slower. Buzz! As Wanda's output of power continued to increase, the chain seemed to have life, getting tighter and tighter, oppressing the power around the dragon. A bright beam of light fell from the sky and hit the bound dragon. The light was like thunder, sweeping away in an instant and hitting the dragon hard. The dragon's body was shocked by the powerful force and lost its balance. Boom! The loud noise came with a strong wind. The huge body of the dragon hit the ground hard, dust flew, and trees broke. The whole forest seemed to tremble at this moment. Hey, it's over! Wanda breathed a sigh of relief, and the ups and downs of her chest revealed her inner fluctuations. The tension of the battle slowly dissipated. Mandarin and Quicksilver stared at everything in front of them in a daze, their hearts full of shock. Awesome, Wanda, you are worthy of being my sister! Quicksilver shouted excitedly, very excited. Hee hee! Wanda smiled and rolled her eyes at Quicksilver. Are you bragging about yourself here? Hee hee! Quicksilver scratched his head, without any shame. Miyajin, oh my god! Miss Wanda is simply invincible. Such a terrifying dragon was solved in just a few moves. It's outrageous. Ani, I thought Saitama was invincible, but I didn't expect that there are masters. Xiao, it would be great if I could see the group leader take action. Misaka Mikato, me too. I want to see it, I love to see it. At group leader Android 18, Asgardian alone is so powerful, after the Dragon Gate, I'm afraid it will definitely not be that simple. Grey Wolf, maybe I can really look forward to the scene where the group leader takes action. Thor, I am Thor. The group leader is invincible. Boa Hancock, I don't know why, but I always feel a little uneasy. Perhaps the next enemy will be even more terrifying. Boa Hancock, I hope Wanda and the others will be careful and avoid any accidents. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 50, Dimension Mephisto. The Dark One. Misaka Mikato, Hancock sister, you seem to be setting a flag. At Boya Hancock. Xiao, what are you afraid of? Miss Wanda is so powerful, she can definitely do it. Android 18, according to the current combat power analysis, even if there is danger behind the Dragon Gate, the combat power should not exceed that of the dragon by much. Ani, I think so too. But Grey Wolf, it doesn't matter. The stronger the enemy, the more likely we will see the group master take action, right? Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. The group master is mighty. Xiao, that's right, I'm looking forward to it too. At group master. Boa Hancock, what you said makes sense. I'm a little itchy to see the majestic and heroic figure of the group master. Miyajin, I suspect you drove, but I have no evidence. At Boya Hancock. Boa Hancock, hee, the Dragon Gate is about to open. At everyone. Let alone the discussions in the chat group. Lin Yu smiled as he watched the live broadcast. Especially the emotional value soared, and it was about to break through the 1 million mark. It made him raise his mouth uncontrollably. 1 million? No. This is clearly 1 billion. Lin Yu was already very satisfied. Before the climax came, he had already obtained so many emotional values. What will happen when the Dark Dweller breaks the seal? According to the current progress, Lin Yu estimated that he might be able to exchange for the Silver Super Template. If this integrates the Silver Super Template, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Who else in the current universe would be his opponent? Wanda is really amazing. However, when facing the Dark Dweller, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Looking at the live broadcast, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with strange colors. He was ready to take action at any time. And before in the Talisman world, he obtained the Book of Years, but he hadn't had time to experiment. Maybe he could try the power of the Dark Dweller. The Book of Time is an innate treasure. Its ability to modify history alone is comparable to the Time Gem, Space Gem, and Reality Gem. It would be a pity if I didn't experiment with such a powerful artifact myself. It will definitely trigger a new round of climax at that time. At the moment, in front of the Dragon Gate. Don't waste time, the mission is important. Wanda's calm voice sounded. After successfully solving the dragon, the two immediately wanted to break the Dragon Gate and complete the task assigned by Lin Yu. But at the moment, footsteps were heard again in the distance. The High Priest and others who escaped from the trap arrived late. Stop! A loud shout sounded. The High Priest and others blocked Wanda and Quicksilver, but their bodies were trembling. They looked at the dragon lying on the ground in horror. That was the patron saint of their tarot. It has only been a short time, and Wanda and others have defeated the dragon, and their strength is so terrifying. Facing such a powerful enemy, they seem vulnerable. But the one sealed behind the Dragon Gate is the Dark One. Thinking of the horror of the Dark One, the High Priest gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Everyone, please give up. You are not my opponent. Wanda spoke calmly and shook her head. Get out of the way. I know what you want to say, but we are here today to eliminate the trouble. No. Unless you kill me. The high priest looked determined and almost begged. You don't know how terrible the monster is sealed behind the dragon gate. That is the Dark One from another world. Thousands of years ago, the Dark One almost destroyed the entire Tarot. The Dark One and his army are immortal. Even if they are killed, the Dark One can be resurrected and even become stronger. Tarot paid a price of almost genocide to seal it. As he said this, the high priest was full of despair. He persuaded earnestly. Miss, once the Dark One breaks the seal, Tarot will be destroyed. The outside world will no longer exist. Hiss. Dark One? Immortal. Quicksilver sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this, and was somewhat skeptical. He subconsciously looked at his sister. This. Wanda hesitated. It was not her hesitation, but her worry, fearing that she could not complete the task. She thought that the last enemy was only slightly stronger than the dragon. But the words of the high priest made her realize that she underestimated the enemy. Even if the dragon gate has not been broken, the evil spirit emitted from the invisible alone made her feel scared. She didn't care at first, but at the moment, she was a little terrified. The strength of the Dark One should not be underestimated. Although she is not afraid of death, she believes that Lin Yu will save them at a critical moment. But she doesn't want to harm the innocent because of her incompetence. After all, in her opinion, Lin Yu sent them here to nip the danger in the bud. If innocent people are harmed, it will go against Lin Yu's original intention. Think twice before you act. Seeing Wanda hesitate, the high priest seemed to see hope. He hurriedly wanted to continue persuading. But at the moment, in front of the dragon gate, Mandarin also noticed Wanda's hesitation, and his eyes flickered slightly. No, this is not true. Yingli must still be waiting for me. Mandarin was unwilling to believe the high priest's nonsense. Because this is his only chance. Not only to save his wife Yingli, but also to redeem himself. Lost my love, everything is ruined. As long as there is a glimmer of possibility, for his wife Yingli, he will not hesitate to fail. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th.